Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to Speedsportz Racing Park. A short break in the action, and as you can see, engines are fired, and we're ready to take to this 15-turn racetrack for our first race session of the day. DD2 Max, 11 drivers strong. Lucas Pernod leading them off the grid. Let's take you through a little bit of an overhead angle and show you the overall look at the Speedsportz Racing Park layout presented by Kart Class. 15 turns in total here at this racetrack. Starts off with a full throttle fast S's section, rolls through a major high-speed back straightaway that sets up a ton of passing zones. In fact, what we like to call switchback city, turns 6, 8, 7, and 9. All the way then the run into what we call the buckle down into turn number 11. A little kink in turn 10 washes you out, and then another big brake zone there. And that winds you up all the way to the final 3 turns through turn 13, the boot at turn 14, and around the final corner. Still, it's never decided until you get past turn 15 and wash out to the left side of the straightaway and complete the full lap. Just shy of 3/4 of a mile in length, pushing right up against 0.8 of a mile in total. And the DD2 Max drivers, the fastest Rotax Max Challenge class, is ready to put it to use here. Our first race session of the day, and for the first time in the RMC Winter Trophy, round 3 sees Lucas Pernod and a PSL Karting Barrel Art starting on the pole. Phenomenal qualifying effort for Lucas here, Henry. Nearly 2/10 up on Billy Musgrave, yesterday's winner.
Yeah, they looked at the points and realized it's go time. And the driver that runs Lupex Design, Lucas Pernod, decided, oh, well, he had to go. If he's going to go back to the grand finals and get his ticket here, he has to start chipping points away from the driver that starts alongside him on row number 1, the All-American badass, Billy Musgrave. Theo Kakati and Matt Taskinen make up row 2, Gianluca Savalio and Alexei Bayerjon. Row number 3, Derek Laroche, Arnaud Saborin, Luca Posick, and the Vaviles, Matt and Martin, make up the starting lineup.
We move on from turn 14, single file, to double file. DD2 Max put it on the board for 14 laps. Lucas Pernod from Canada, Billy Musgrave from Southern California, and mating together here in Houston, Texas. The sun is shining. Don't let that fool you. It is still cold. The tires will be as well, and the surface will be after a 30-minute break. But we are up and away. Green flag in the air for DD2's pre-final.
It's a good, clean start. Pernod leads them down the back straight. Savalio on Kakati. A poor start for Billy Musgrave. Down to P4. Pernod holds on to the lead, but he's got Theo Kakati living in the USA now, and he makes the move. Kakati to the front for the first time, pretty much all with the trophy. Now I can see a red flag. Oh, that's why.
What in the...
Well, Fido. Now, all joking aside, there's a nice pyro clip. You do not want to hit an animal driving one of these karts.
No.
It's bad for the animal, but it's also pretty bad for you.
We've had a lot of firsts, Henry. We've had a race delayed for a prisoner that broke out of jail in North Carolina.
Haven't caught me yet, though.
Well, you know, hopefully they're not watching. We've had rain. We've had days moved. We've had, you know, it's just par for the course, evidently, for this 2025 RMC Winter Trophy to have the most unorthodox race championship you could think of. And now you can mark that in the history books. It's taken us 5 full seasons of broadcasting. A race has been red flagged due to a dog running out on the racetrack on the opening lap. So they're going to make sure that we don't have Fido or anyone else out there while the DD2s rip up to 85 miles an hour down that back straightaway and evidently, I guess, re-rack them and go again.
Yeah, now at the front there, you can see that the official, is that Austin there, assistant race director? And I can imagine when they came up there, oh yeah, there's a dog on the track. He said, what? Yeah, there's a dog on the track. Multiple.
Ooh. Yeah, apparently there's a lot running around. I don't know what they're going to be able to do about this, but yeah, we're going to try and clear this racetrack out and re-rack them. Well, obviously far from underway, so we'll get another shot to go again with double file start.
Yeah, now of course, you know, finding said family of dogs, said pack of dogs, and making sure that that's the only time that we have to stop a race due to the local wildlife. And yeah, you can see road tax officials. Here, Poochie Poochie. Here, Poochie Poochie. Got a stick for you. But in all seriousness, yeah, that's not a problem that anyone wants, especially, you know. It's not good for the dog. It's not good for the driver or the equipment. If you know, the two meeting of the minds, so to speak. The driver's now sitting there thinking, well, I've never. Looking around. Meanwhile, if anyone wants a dog, then there's a couple of free ones going here in Houston. You know, if you're taking your flight back home, might be a problem. But yeah, no, obviously, hopefully we can get. Make sure that our four-legged friends don't find their way back onto the circuit.
So, again, Gridden back up, 14 laps on the board. It's a slight change from yesterday with the makeup for round number 2 from last weekend's events originally scheduled. With lengthier sessions, Henry, break it down because we're going to run in a couple more laps than what many of you saw in Friday's coverage. Yeah,
so pre-finals as you were yesterday, 14 laps for the juniors, the seniors, the DD2s and the masters, 10 lap pre-finals for the micros and the minis. Then the main events, 18 laps, 2 laps more than we had yesterday in the main events for everybody, which means the minis and the micros will run 18 laps. Everybody else will run 22 laps. And after watching the finals yesterday, and I'm being very impressed personally by the way the race has panned out with the extra race length, 2 more laps, I think that's you know, a really good. Now there was the issue at the start. They look like, I mean, again, we have to say they look like they're wild dogs. They are, you know, stray dogs. So we're going to make sure that, number one, everyone's safe, you know. The dogs will be afraid. The noise, you know, that can startle a pooch. And you don't want any startled animal suddenly running onto the track, and then, you know, when you go to the startled animal and try and usher them away, the startled animal doesn't know what's going on. The startled animal just looks at you as a threat. And so we've got to make sure everyone's safe and that the track is secure. Full restart. Here we go then. Rolling lap number 3. What did we learn? Well, Billy Musgrave now knows Lucas Pernod's tactics. Lucas brought them round very, very slowly. Billy was actually quite lucky because he had 2 wheels that were on the white line, the edge of the tram line, not over. Why were they there? Because he's looking across at Lucas Pernod to see, you know, when Lucas was going to hit the go pedal. Now we go past turn number 6, Doggo Bend, and here's Matt Taskinen as we move through the switchbacks. Switchback City, I like that, Switchback City, and into the buckle. We will have 1 more rolling lap, so they're going to go green this time for a full 14 lap restart. Hope all our K9 companions are now safely watching from the grandstand area. Alan Rudolph needs to go out there and charge them an admission fee. Here we go.
All right, let's try this one more time, everyone. DD2 Max Pre-final action, 14 laps. Lucas Pernod on the right in the white and red. Billy Musgrave on the left in the black and red. We're ready for action again. Here we go.
A much better start this time from Billy Musgrave, who holds on to second position. I was nervously looking at his wheels in the tram lines, but he's there in P2. He's got his teammate for the factory karting outfit Theo Kakati sitting in third position. Taskinen is fourth. Kakati to the inside, wheel to wheel with his teammate Musgrave. Sensibly backs out of it. Pernod is under pressure here at the start.
Yeah, this is an all-out attack right now on the pole man. Let's see if Lucas leaves anything open to chance in the last turn. He does not. Look at as well. Now with the sun shining clear as day, the amount of marbles and how narrow a clear path has become in the last turn, and especially here in the S's. You go offline at all at this point and you are in trouble. Pernod, your early leader, Musgrave, Taskinen, Kakati, everyone is bearing down on the 4-5-1. Let's see if he covers the inside down the backstretch for the first time at full speed. He does.
Yeah, he does. Now, Lucas Pernod understands the front brakes on a DD2. It means that overtaking is harder. But of course, you're looking at one of the markers, and Billy Musgrave, a first Slim Shady. That's why he's got 5, 6 now Supernats titles, because he does things like that. Musgrave refusing to be denied. Great move through Switchback City.
He simply kept the revs up and went to the top side of the racetrack where nobody else was. Caught Pernod looking. Credit to Lucas Pernod to give him space, and equally there in the pass behind. Matt Taskinen back to 6th. Look at Gianluca Savalio. Big time look there on Alexis Baerjan. The rookie did not let him through in turn 1, but he wanted it, and that's caused a little bit of a rift now from 3rd back to 4th. But it's Musgrave, the leader, and the rookie is going to start defending here, and this looks eerily too similar to yesterday. Let's see if anyone else learned what Billy was able to do and tries to go to the outside to get the move done. They are stacking up real tight right here, Henry.
Yeah, Savalio and Taskinen. There goes Taskinen. He takes 1. Can he get 2 round the outside? Oh, only the 1. 2 Slim Shadies in 2 laps. This is good stuff. Baerjan, this is the best he's driven in DD2. He's still learning the class, but the veterans behind him are now going to start getting very frustrated. Taskinen, the CRG USA driver from Edmonton, Alberta, is the first to make the move, but already, look at that 1 lap of defensive driving, Xander. The top 3 are gone.
It's a gamble. Whenever you do exactly what Alexis Baerjan did, you obviously frustrate the drivers behind. You see Gianluca Savalio starting to have a little bit of contact between himself and Baerjan. What you're hoping for is this. You hope you really breed that frustration into the drivers behind you, and it just ends up giving you a bit of a gap. But it's a high risk, high reward kind of play, and unfortunately, both seem to have panned out. Alexis has gotten a little bit of clear space off the back bumper. He's got a lot more clear space off the front bumper of Matt Taskinen, and that was a 2-second giveaway to 3 of the fastest drivers so far this weekend. You're probably not going to be able to reel them back in.
Yeah, no, and Baerjan sitting 5th in points is thinking to himself, okay, well, you know, what's my main chance of a ticket this year? You know, in a brand new DD2 class or moving up to senior? You know, more drivers in senior, but the direct drive, that's his wheelhouse. The Plateau Energy Drink sponsored driver from L'Epiphanie in Quebec, Alexis Baerjan, and he's got a turn of speed. Taskinen, you'd expect Taskinen to clear off, but no, Baerjan is quick, and he looks to the inside. He's going to miss the apex there. That's going to give Savalio another opportunity potentially to open the door. And again, it's learning the new class. That's where these little mistakes, the little driving errors can creep in every once in a while. You know, 14 laps without missing an apex is hard in any type of kart, but if it's a kart you're just getting used to, front brakes for the first time, 2 speeds, you got to know where your shift points are. Savalio, makes the move, opens the door, and that looks like Arnaud Saborin was also trying to make the move. Up at the front, meanwhile, Billy Musgrave is not doing what he did yesterday and pulling away. Pernod is keeping him in check, and Kakati holding a watching brief.
Both holding station here behind Billy. Indeed, Henry, we're in store for, I think, what should be a closer fight today with another batch of dry sessions for the field to develop. But mind you, most of the morning at round 1 on final practice day was still in the wet conditions. Thursday wasn't much better. You've only had so many sessions for drivers like Lucas Pernod, who have never raced this circuit, to figure it out and to start experimenting with the tire compound too. Musgrave's been driving these Avinco tires nearly his entire career over the course of the past 2 decades. Lucas Pernod and the majority of your Rotax specialist, if you will. This is new territory on a number of fronts. New racetrack, obviously a few new competitors to learn the ins and outs of how to race each one of them, because everybody's a little bit different of what you can do and how to beat them. and then you tack onto that a different tire compound. But he's got a good run down the backstretch this time, and it looks indeed like he is continuing to just kind of go to work right now behind Billy, taking a lot of notes of where he may be a little bit weaker or a little bit stronger. And further back, still 2.5 seconds is holding plus or minus for Matt Taskinen to Theo Kakati. He's not necessarily slower than third place, just that opening couple of laps there with the battle kicked off by Bayerjan's defending has been too much to kind of mount back. So let's see if the leaders battling open a door of opportunity. This time by halfway in, halfway to go. Musgrave starting to feel some real pressure, Henry.
Yeah, and I think Pinot's actually got the better car at the moment. Look at the angles, the turning angle through here. He's using less circuit, less tarmac. He's getting the power down earlier. He doesn't have to, the back end's not stepping out as much, and Pinot getting a good exit. The problem is, though, is that Billy Musgrave, well, let's have a look. Wheel to wheel. Good move there from Lucas Pinot. Billy Musgrave giving him just enough racing room. Now does Pinot have the confidence to not defend, drive his line, and yeah, already pulling away. That PSL run, Birrell ART, looking very, very strong at the minute. But of course, in the lifespan of this DD2 chassis from Factory Karts, it's at the moment undefeated in main events. And this is only the pre-final, but yeah, what chassis manufacturer wouldn't want to keep that tagline going as long as possible? Our chassis, never been beat.
He's just going to have to keep on it here. Like you said, Lucas looked stronger the last few laps, and part of that confidence that you mentioned for him going into the buckle last time after making the pass was right here when he did it. He kind of kept his foot on the brake and forced Billy a little bit wider than maybe Billy wanted to go. Got a little more of the dirt and debris onto his tires, but right here, Musgrave and Kakati almost answering, and that was very reminiscent of how Billy lost the lead fighting for the win a couple of weeks ago in the KZ class. Taking some more notes, the ever-developing 33-year-old puts another one on the field, and he's got the lead again, coming to 6 to go this time. And a little gap. And
I got to say, Pinot gave Billy Musgrave racing room, and then when Kakati stuck his nose in, Lucas was like, oh, hang on a minute.
It's not a free lunch for everybody, right? Yeah, Billy had earned that one. He wasn't going to give him any more than what he had earned, and was going to make Kakati have to try and earn it as well. That has allowed Matt Taskinen to start to break into the gap ever so slightly. He still needs more of that. And Musgrave with a little bobble there in the middle of the corner. You saw the kart kind of buck in the center, almost like he was just a bit over the limit, and it started to get tight on him. I think, like you said, Pinot might still have a little bit of a handling advantage right now, and maybe that's also why Billy went for the move, getting the good launch he did down the backstretch. He wanted to capitalize on it, not knowing how many more chances he might have had if he would have hesitated. Yeah,
I think Billy may have saw the writing on the wall and was like, if I don't go now, I might never get a chance to go. Billy, interestingly though, knowing the track as well as he did, that little mistake, or that little, we said, the bobble in turn number 6, I think he was confident enough, okay, I can miss my line here ever so slightly because I know that Lucas can't make a move, or I won't let him make a move through the next couple of segments. Let's try this again. To the inside.
Oh, he was deep that time.
Yep.
Billy's going to even him out, and here's that switchback city section we mentioned. They'll crisscross all the way to turn 8. Lucas is going to try and park it. Billy still got there. Look at Theo. Almost makes it 2 and 3 wide to the outside, and we're back at it again in the buckle. This is great news for Matt Taskinen and Gianluca Savalio. They are licking their chops back there in 4th and 5th, hoping this continues over the next 3 laps.
Yeah, Theo Kakati, very briefly, he thought, I'm going to get my viral moment here on Kart Chaser Socials because I'm going to go around the outside. Didn't quite happen, but again, there was a tiny little rub of Evenco rubber between Pinot and Musgrave. As the laps wind down, the give and take, there's less give, more take. And again, Pinot, really good run onto the back straight. He looks again to the inside. Musgrave tries to counter. He'll try the crossover again. This is rinse and repeat from a lap ago. What has Kakati learned? Is he going to go high, wide, and handsome again? Or is he going to try and tuck to the low line?
Billy will keep it on the outside that time. Lucas learned his lesson the lap before, parked the bus. Billy knew it was coming. As soon as he saw Lucas start to hit the brakes, he throttled up. He holds the lead still, and now Theo has a chance in the boot, and Lucas will have to cover that off. And again, the gap, mind you, looking on the left side of the screen, it was 3.2, 2.5, now it's 1.8. Even John Lucas Savalio made a pass that lap as well. He's down to 1.6 with a pass made, move him up to 4th.
Yes, Savalio passing Taskinen, but they're both now coming into the main frame. There they are. 2 laps to go, less than 2 laps to go now. Musgrave defends early. Now again, he's going to park it to the inside here through turn number 8. He's got to be wary of the curb. So this is turn 8, the inside curb here at turn 9. Pernod has been using that curb up like it was about to go out of date. You know, but Musgrave a little bit more lenient on the curb, but that is a place where Buddy now knows Lucas will use that. He has to defend that the next time by because they're coming to 1 lap to go.
Here it is, 1 lap left, 13 down, 5 cards closing together. Billy Musgrave trying to make it 3 wins in a row, and could he set himself up perfectly for it with the pole award from this pre-final? It was a little wide there out of 5. Down the backstretch, Pernod is close again. Musgrave can feel him, he covers it off, and Lucas is going to try a different strategy. Maybe into turn 8, he'll go inside or outside, but he didn't get a launch there out of 7. He's not close enough here.
Watch this curb, watch this curb.
Almost.
Musgrave has enough momentum on the outside, and now it's going to be like a banzai move, if anything, from Lucas Pernod. Billy Musgrave has done just about everything in his power to hold on to this lead.
He'll have to try and really send it here, but again, Billy is right up against where all the marbles are. No opportunity left on the table. Musgrave scores the pre-final win in DD2. Pernod second, Kakati, Savalio, and Taskin in your top 5. Arnold Sabarin ends up in the 6th spot. And Alexis Bayerjan, after that wild start, getting his eye as 4th and trying to hang on. He crossed the line way down and way back, unfortunately, sliding to the 9th position, just behind Luka Posick. What a race, though, to kick off the afternoon, Henry. That'll get you going.
It will. You know, you want to look at a race, hard racing, respect between the drivers, no quarter arse, none given, but clean all the way. That is a perfect review of it.
So DD2 pre-final action wrapped up. There's a look at, again, how they stacked for our first session following the lunch break. Billy Musgrave, we've talked to him a lot already, but well, the sun wasn't shining in most of those times. Billy was smiling. I'm sure he's all smiles after that one. And how about it, Cameron?
We'll give Billy a second here to take his helmet off. Billy, that was a crazy race. Obviously, we had a little bit of issues yesterday. We saw you looking around. What was that? Were you able to get that figured out?
Yeah, believe it or not, it was actually a bigger weight I put on that was hitting one of the exhaust brackets and actually rubbing into the rotor in all the right-hand turns. So that was an easy fix. Fixed that for the main yesterday. And then with the colder weather here, we tried some different stuff. Tried some different seat plates, trying to stiffen things up, get a little bit more. But even though it's cold, the track is like really good, really fast. So yeah, that was a good heat race. Pernod's running really, really good. Raced me nice and clean. Had some nice, good battles. So wheel to wheel, but all fair. And yeah, that always makes me excited.
Yeah, so when people race you hard like that in the pre-final, do you get excited, able to learn what some of their potential moves might be in the final? Were you kind of reading them and planning out, where am I a little bit better? What can I do here or there? Getting ready for the final?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I knew we had a couple spots. I'm fast in a couple sections. He's fast in a couple different sections. So it was kind of like a little slinky effect. But no, yeah, I mean, this track races really well, especially with these carts with the front brakes. Like, he was able to make some really good moves at the end of that straightaway there where, you know, I thought I was safe, but he'd show up. And no, we'd race too wide, and it was good, clean racing.
Well, there you guys have it. Billy able to come out on top despite getting a couple things thrown at him.
Wow, there we go. A smiling Billy Musgrave, and yeah, great insight there from Cameron, you know, and Billy admitting, you know what, yeah, I might have taken a couple of notes. Did Lucas Pernod show his entire hand? Well, we'll find out in the main event. Next up, however, we have the youngest members of our Rotax family. It's Micromax. Can this driver, Jack Katowski, overcome the heartache, the heartbreak, the misfortune of last Saturday, of yesterday, and put a winning performance together. He has stood on the podium and watched, you know, the winner's trophy be handed to Arthur Rhodes Saturday last week, and yesterday Freddie Baker, and he stood there smiling, as professional as it's possible to be, knowing both of those could be going in the back, both those winning trophies could be in the back of my truck. Alongside Jack on the front row is one of the two British RCE drivers. Yesterday's winner, Freddie Baker. The second of them, Arthur Rhodes, down on about row number 5. But look, surprise package. Number 3, Grant Heckman. And what about Dusty Gray Strayer in the green, the dark green crash helmet? It's his debut in the Winter Trophy this year. What can Strayer do? Can Katowski get across the line ahead of the Brits?
Katowski on the right, the RCE machine for Freddie Baker on the left, and we are up and away. Green flag for the Micro Max Pre-Final.
A good start from Grant Heckman, who's under pressure with the number 3 car from Wyatt White, and Wyatt White goes to the inside. Oh, Freddie Baker half spins. Katowski forced a bit wide. Wyatt White and Dusty Strayer run to Heckman. Side by side, Strayer and Katowski now goes back to 3. Crazy couple of opening corners here in Micro. But it's number 1, 7 years old, the shortest driver in terms of actual height. Wyatt White, he might be short in stature. He is a Wiley Lee, I apologize. He's short in stature, big on talent. Katowski in second. Wiley Lee from San Francisco leads Katowski at the end of lap number 1. Heckman in third. Make sure that is now Heckman in fourth. Here comes Santana.
Max Santana, what a start for him. Take a look at the instant replay here in a moment of the start. Bottom right corner, down turn 6. Freddie Baker sideways, Jack Katowski, both of them right in front of the field. And again, it starts really with the leader. Wiley Lee kind of gets up onto the curb and washes out into Jack, and then Grant Heckman and Freddie are both just doing everything they can to hit the brakes and not have any contact. But with cold tires, a cold surface, everyone instantly is having those brakes lock up and get sideways, and it's still happening here with all of this madness out of the boot, or out of the buckle and into the boot now. Baker and Rhodes right behind Dusty Strayer in the 21. Grant Heckman is through in the 3. Even the teammates are duking it out. This is a huge shakeup in the names at the top half of the field. In fact, the RCE boys are testing out 2 wide through the S's.
Yes, indeed, and I think that was Freddie Baker coming out on top of the Inter-RCE team battle there. I know that there might be people frustrated in the race about what happened there at turn 6 on the opening lap. Do you know what I saw? I saw a lot of drivers getting on the brakes really hard to avoid crashing into each other, and the back end was stepping out, but the drivers were doing their best to not have an accident. You know, they realised, it's quite easy to just drive in there. Oh dear, I went a little bit too hot in, popped the driver in the side pod and, you know, pushed them wide, but they were all trying to not crash into each other, and that has allowed them all to continue, you know, all 21 drivers still pretty much in the same group as we watch number 21 of Dusty Strayer, parallel chassis. He's got that really cool Simpson Bandit crash helmet on it. Look, he looks like one of the stormtroopers from Star Wars. My favorite crash helmet design, Dusty Strayer. His dad used to run that, real throwback for Strayer. Katowski has caught Wiley Lee. Does he sit and wait, or does he just go and clear off? If I was Jack Katowski, looking at the way that the weekends have gone so far, I would make the move as soon as possible and just try and get out of harm's way, because his championship rivals are nowhere to be seen. His 2 title rivals, Baker and Rhodes, are 5th and 7th. This could be a big shift in points if Katowski could get past the number 1 Bennett of Wiley Lee, which he has just done.
Nice move there in the buckle. Jack Katowski, along with that, it was just slow enough that Wiley Lee couldn't really stay on his heels to answer back here in the boot. So the 92 machine is back out in front here in Texas, and Jack Katowski will lead at the end of lap number 4. But the pair of Bennetts, I mean, this is a big improvement from last week to this week. It was fun to watch all the chaos unfolding. Still is back there in that huge scrum for 4th onwards, led by Grant Heckman and Freddie Baker. But how about it for Wiley Lee and Max Santana? Santana, a phenomenal start, up 5 spots from 8th. Wiley up from 5th. And again, he did have the moment, obviously, here in this corner on that opening lap, but that was after he'd already charged his way to get to be side by side for the lead. These two have made leaps and bounds in terms of progress over the course of the last 8 days, and now they are putting it on display with a nice cushion back to Grant Heckman and Freddie Baker, because yes, it was a bit chaotic, it was a little bit wild, but the lap times they're putting up are very respectable. Their best times are within 1/10 to 2/10 of anyone out there. And let's see what this lap looks like. First time for Wiley to really try to follow Jack and see if he can get that last little bit he needs.
And let's not forget, let's wind the clock back, not just a couple of weeks, but let's wind the clock back 5 or 6 years. Team Bennick was the young driver talent factory in karting, in US karting for some time. They ruled the roost in the cadet classes with a lot of drivers from overseas, a lot of homegrown talent as well, as we look at Freddie Baker. And it's good to see that, hey, Bennick, remember who we are. We build the kart. It's a good kart. We develop talent, and we've got talent. And yeah, you know, US karting has progressed so much in the last 4 or 5 years. But Bennick proving, hey, you know, we are still right at the sharp end of the development curve in terms of chassis manufacturing and driver talent. Lee Santana, 2nd and 3rd, proof of that. Now, Heckman has just lost 4th place to Freddie Baker. Strayer runs 6th, then it's Rhodes, then a big gap back to Shep Sullivan. No, it's Trey Sanders in 8th position. Followed by Lozier, Marcelo Pena, White, Lima, Pelletier, Santos, Shep Sullivan in 15th, then Sampson, Vettel, Baker, and JJ De Jong, Cohen, Scott, and then it is Sabelboro and Mainville. All 21 drivers still running.
Checking back in on this battle back here for 5th. This is Grant Heckman in the white, number 3. Dusty Stray in the red and white and black Parolin, and then right behind him, Arthur Rhodes. Arthur's teammate Freddie's been able to get clearing away from this trio, battling it out. And then behind them, a huge scrum led by Trey Sanders in the 31. So this is 5th, 6th, 7th again here. Headed into the boot. We'll put 7 laps completed. Only going to have 3 laps remaining in this 10-lap pre-final for Micromax. As you've seen, the last couple of laps, Jack Katowski has all but reset the fast time up until this lap. New quick time went to Arthur Rhodes in the 82 of 57.557. And that will just go a hair better than the leader. But again, Jack's been doing that, punching his own hole in the air. Arthur reeling up to this duo in front of him, trying to make a move as Dusty and Grant, neither one wants to give. Can Arthur find the gap around both of them? It's going to be tight here. They'll go nearly 3 wide into turn 8. Oh no, Grant Heckman. Good save for Grant. He's going to rejoin in front of a huge pack there in turns 8 and 9. And Dusty now gets the spot away. Arthur with some space. And again, just a madhouse in that midfield, Henry. Just back corner of the screen. Look at all them.
Yeah,
Oof.
you can see a Sony kart there running very wide on the outside. That could be Mainville. But yeah, Strayer and Heckman, they went wheel to wheel. They gave each other enough room at 2 corners. At the 3rd corner, they both just wanted that apex a little bit too much. Heckman losing ground. There is that Sony kart I saw talking about making a few moves earlier on. That looks like Marix Pelletier, who is up into P10 now for kart number 10, ahead of Polo Santos, Wyatt White, Lincoln Lima, and up at the front, the 42 kart of Zachary Lozier. Just see going into turn number 7 at the top of the screen. He's battling Lozier with Trey Sanders over 7th and 8th place. Marcelo Pena is 9th all on his own, and then this squabble, this scrum for 10th place.
Well, and this was even bigger. They had a moment, it looked like, coming to the line this time that kind of broke them up. Something probably to that degree there with Lincoln Lima getting tripped up just in front of Shep Sullivan. And as we hit the white flag, 1 to go, checking back in with our leaders, Jack Katowski, Wiley Lee, They have not separated. They're just not glued together either. Wiley just kind of riding in the wake of the number 92, but a shout out indeed to that middle group. Unfortunately for Maddox Pelletier, in that opening main event, he was the one charging for the back of the field. He's fighted back a couple spots. These two have broken away from everyone and are starting to dance. And at the same point, Trey Sanders is up 3 spots from 11th on the grid. Andres Marcelo Pena's picked up a little. But the two biggest movers in a race that's seen a lot of up and down movement are the two on your screen, especially Wiley Lee getting up and going on that first lap. Can he make it stick here with 2 turns to go, Henry? He's going to have to get creative. Jack Katowski's done a great job holding the lead as they roll into the final 2 turns. He'll look, high side, low side, won't happen. Out of turn 14, Jack Katowski will hang on for the pre-final, and that one felt like a main.
It did indeed. Jack Katowski, third for Freddie Baker. So Wiley Lee and Max Santana helping Katowski's championship bid there, because that is a separation. Freddie Baker in 4th, Arthur Rhodes in 5th. At the start of this race, Katowski was 15 points behind Rhodes, and he was 35 points behind Baker. That would almost be a complete turnaround. Bad luck, misfortune, you know, whatever you want to call it for Katowski in the past 2 main events. He has overcome it, kept himself into contention. New day, new driver. Katowski's on top. The pressure back on the British duo.
Jack, great job, great drive. Kind of talk me through that race a little bit. How were you able to get to the lead and stay up front?
The start was great. Wiley just kept with the draft, and we were fighting through the race. The start wasn't really what I expected. I fell down to 4th, but I made my way back up to 1st.
Yeah, well, the pace was there. That was clear. Is there anything that you would want to change going into the final, or are you pretty happy with your package?
I'm pretty happy.
Well, who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my mom and my dad for bringing me here. I would like to thank my mechanic Mike, Diego, and that's it.
Well, great job, Jack. Jack Katowski, your pre-final winner.
Well, Jack Katowski, you know, very thankful. The start wasn't what he was expecting. Well, I'm sure the rest of the Micromax field will make sure that Jack has plenty more surprises coming his way in the 18-lap main later on.
It feels like they're only getting faster. He was still able to stay above the pack when the dust settled, but that pack has certainly gotten bigger and gotten closer. What a race here for the Micromax Pre-Final. Starting off a little wild, ending, though, with a familiar name on top. Jack Katowski will lead us to green provisionally for the main. We're back with more after this.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you got to create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have. If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Track is cleared. Drivers are on the pre-grid. Junior Rotax pre-final. Up next, there's a look at Benham Abernathy. And this, the biggest field of the weekend. Over 31 drivers entered. I'm not quite sure if they're all here, but we do have nearly 30 of them. Benham Abernathy comes into today's action 7th in points. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, Lyonsville from Zionsville. William Vita, Harley Keeble doing the driver coaching there. And William, much improved over last year. Row number 2, the first of the Prime Power Team collective. That is the number 263 of Olivier Chassé from Montreal. A 5th and an 8th in the 2 finals, in 2 main events so far. Yesterday's runaway winner, Aidan Hammond. Aidan and his brother both race, although his brother is not there. His brother's an Arsenal fan. Aidan is a Tottenham Hotspurs fan. Now, they're arch rivals in Europe, in English football. Ava Cabral. Pink flamingo on the front, pink hibiscus flower on the back of her crash helmet. Ava was having a crisis in confidence during testing. She has recovered massively after that. A great top 10 run yesterday and qualifying up at the front. And what is going to be even more important, she was the Prime Power Team driver that was pushing the other 2. A lot of speed in that kart. The number 299, Nicholas LaRusso. Yet to finish in the top 10 in the main event. Former Rotax Grand Finalist. Is he the older brother? Is he the younger brother of the 2 twins? Nobody knows. Only the mum and dad. But Nicholas is the faster of the 2 twins on this occasion. Darren Kidd, 242, Vernon, New Jersey. A place called Clayton. And Darren had a terrible day yesterday. He's legitimately a threat for the ticket in the USA this year. Can he go and match what Davin Roberts did for Team USA the last 2 years in this class in the Grand Finals? Well, he's got a mountain to climb to get his ticket at this event after a terrible day yesterday, but certainly Darren Kidd has the speed, has the package. Mike Doki Racing's team providing a very good setup for Darren. Enzo Di Janeiro will start alongside him. Enzo did the full gamut. Crashed on the rolling lap, got a start line, tram line penalty, then got an in-race penalty, then got a nose cone penalty, then got DQ'd after missing the tech line. All in one. His driver coach this weekend, Mark Bain, said the kid was so fast after his mistake, I couldn't even shout at him. but he got all his mistakes done in one go. What can Enzo do here today? Full grid, Xander, sun shining, and, well, if the weather's cold outside, I think Juniors is about to warm us all up.
Yeah, no doubt. A huge grid, a bunch of young drivers looking to make a splash to start their year, and not literally as it was at round number 1. Yesterday, a barn burner, but yet they were still having 1 or 2 drivers that would end up getting a little bit further out than the rest of the field. They've got to be smart about the aggression. So many of Friday's sessions had a battle for second or for third or for fourth, even just right there, a little bit in the start of the DD2 race for P4 that allowed the leaders to get away. As aggressive as you want to be, reminding yourself that today is not only a new day, a different day with slightly longer sessions, a few more laps. There is time. If you can hopefully be surrounded with drivers that share that sentiment going, hey, we all want to get to the front. We don't want to erase our chances of that off by the end of lap number 2. But if they fight too much, well, that sometimes becomes the case. They've got the full lap to hopefully work out the nerves. And for one of the biggest grids of the 2-week stint here, Junior Max beginning to finally form up for a full 14-lap pre-final here.
And now there are going to be plenty of familiar names to an American audience here. Names like De Janeiro, like Chassé, like LaRusso, and Abernathy. Plenty of new names as well to get to know. The talent pool runs deep as they come to the line.
Here we go, looking for green. William Vitor on the gas early. And it was too early, indeed. They're going to send them around again. They did not like the way that start looked, so no green on the first time by, first false start of the day, Henry. And I'd have to guess that was part of it.
Yeah, the back of the pack were not in formation. You know, it gives the chance to look at it's Vitor and Abernathy row 1, Hammond, Chassé row 2, Nicholas LaRusso, Cabral row 3, Marco Fazzari and Darren Kidd row 4. Antoine Bassinet, 9th on the grid, 3rd in the points, 2 podiums out of 2 main events for Bassinet, alongside Enzo De Janeiro, Carlos Molina, Alex Chandler, Achilles Superco, run this weekend by Alex Speed. The Speed Concepts team, but in the Evolution Racing awning. Behind them, Max Mitev, Leo De Silva. How deep is the talent pool? Well, Leo De Silva, winner, round 1, grid 15 here. Cristobal Bonet, Massimo LaRusso, Robert Tronchi Jr., Christian Savalio, Janet's cousin is his mechanic. This is his first Rotax race for Tronchi Jr.
So let's try this again for Benham and for William Vitor. This championship saw him get his first career Mini-Max national win. Can he get his first Junior Max win from the pole? Pre-final action, attempt 2 is good. And they're gonna roll through the S's. And quickly, everyone is getting down to the inside of the racetrack to defend. Look at Benham trying to call the bluff of William on the brakes there. William's gonna hang on tight. And now Benham Abernathy gets a heck of a push from behind in turn 7 that knocks him all out of shape. And Vitor is gonna get a gift and a half out of it. 7/10 and counting as one of the Prime Power Team machines drops a tire.
Hammond.
Aiden Hammond started 3rd, now back to 4th, now under pressure. And getting through, was that Chassé that was able to get the better of him, trying to ID the rest of them as they go door to door for 5th.
It's on the outside is Bassinet there getting run very wide. In front of them, the REM kart going through is the 206 of Marco Fazzari. Now, going back to the first lap, Vito was a little bit circumspect, you know, a little bit cautious. A very bunched start there. There was a couple of drivers taking to the grass. They all came back on, but now Vito's into his rhythm. There's a move. Oliver Chassé, yes, you're right, Xander, up into 2nd position. Oliver is number 1. He's chasing 2 things this weekend. He's chasing results. He's also chasing racecraft. He is sick, and, you know, he knows if it comes down to a head-to-head fight, an elbows-out battle on the last lap, generally, he comes out 2nd best, and he has to stop that trend. He has to, and yesterday in the main event, you saw him making lots of big moves. There's another big move. It's for the race lead. Chassé takes it. He runs a bit wide coming out of the boot. Abernathy for the inside. Make that the outside. Chassé holds on. That's what you need. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Oliver Chassé. As Abernathy tucks in a second. Vita is third. The rest, led by Aidan Hammond in fourth position, are now dropping away because Hammond's under pressure from LaRusso. Nicholas LaRusso moves into P4, but they are 1.5 seconds behind the 3 leaders. Hammond in 5th, then it is Fazzari, Darren Kidd, Bassinet, Cristobal Bonnet, and Ava Cabral has slipped from 6th of the grid to 10th.
But Cristobal Bonnet up 8 spots. That was all on the first lap, Henry. A phenomenal start for the HRT Motorsport driver. With this fighting right in front of him, he can just find the right gap. He can maybe get up into the top 5. We've also, of course, had the lead shift over the last lap and a half, and with William Vitor now having to play catch-up, he's luckily got a little gap because the fighting for 5th really has not stopped. Marco Fazzari there in the 206. Aidan Hammond trying to rebound from the drop tire on the opening lap. He's got to run at him. Here he goes. Back for P5 to the inside, and he'll get the job done for 5th. But Nicholas LaRusso up the road in 4th, just set fast time. He's rocketing away with the battling back here. And it's not done. Fazzari's going to try again. Little bit wide there as he slid it in the middle. No contact, though. Good move by Hammond to hang it tough on the outside. He holds the spot.
Yeah, Aidan Hammond swiftly realizing that not every day in junior is going to be as easy as it was yesterday. Yesterday was actually his first win in a junior kart anywhere. So he picked the big one to break his duck. Vita, meanwhile, again, looking more confident. He was a little bit cautious at the start. Now he's in his rhythm. He's sitting behind Chassé. Abernathy, a name who you're going to be more, the Kart Chaser universe, going to be more familiar with Abernathy, racing in USPKS, racing in SKU's the Pro Tour. And now Abernathy meets some of the Rotax regulars, Chassé and Vita. Vita and Abernathy side by side. New leader, Oliver Chassé. Watch out. Premier Karting's Nicholas LaRusso has joined the party at the front of the field. We are now 4 strong for the race lead, courtesy of Nicholas LaRusso's fastest lap of the race at 53.543. And looking down the order, where is the silver? Abernathy to the race lead, Chassé the crossover. New leader, Abernathy. New leader, Chassé.
The back and forth battle here, that's a nice point swing, another bit towards the way of what it needs to go for Oliver Chassé if he can hold the lead here, and he's got good probability of that because LaRusso is there now. It is 4 deep up front. At any point with how much speed he has, you know he's going to want to make that move for 3rd, and Vitor knows it as well. He's trying to get to 2nd before it happens. And he's going to cover into turn 8. That'll back up momentum a little bit for Nicholas, and that is going to allow that next group, led by Marco Fazzari, that have finally settled their differences for now, to close on in. Keep an eye on the gap. It was just shy of 2 seconds last time. This time by the loop, it will be a whole lot closer, especially for those 2 and 3rd. They're about to duke it out again. Oh, I thought he was going to go. He had the window there.
Well, William Vitor, that was a poor decision. You know, don't go. He didn't commit to the move. And it was the type of move that he then had to back out to avoid a collision, but it cost him time. It's cost him 10 kart lengths, and it's taken him a lap to get back onto terms. So everyone's allowed to make a poor decision. It's whether you make it once or twice. I think William would have learned for that, and you won't see him make that move again into what was turn number 7. He, in fact, of course, doesn't. No, LaRusso makes the move into turn number 7. Of course he does. What do I know? But Vitor, again, he's learned from his mistake. He slots back into 4th. But because LaRusso fully committed to the move at that corner, LaRusso didn't lose enough to any time. So Vitor's learned 2 things. One, if you're going to make the move, you've got to commit. And, and also, you've got to defend sometimes as well. Top 4 still together. But Fazzari closing in. The gap was 1.5, now 1.4. And this is before Abernathy's really started to defend.
So this could get interesting here as we get to the latter half of this race. Just crossed the halfway mark last time. 7 in the books, 6 to go. Here comes a move back. Chassé to the lead again in turn 6. LaRusso looking into 7, and they all cover the inside off. Vitor with a gap, able to arc it. Abernathy down low. Vitor tried to cross them all up. He couldn't, and it's going to spread them back out, but it's Benham back in the lead, and Chassé back to second, and just like that, only took one sector, and Marco Fazzari can taste the draft in the lead four.
1.5 seconds off the lead at the start of this lap. He's now caught the lead group, and he's brought Darren Kidd with him. Aidan Hammond in 7th position is just about hanging on. Then there's a gap back to Bassinet, De Silva, Chandler, Cabral, Achilles Superco, Tronchi Jr., Cristobal Bonnet, Mitev, Alex Savage, Christopher Goulet, Ibarra, Caparelli, Dwyer, De Janeiro, Toronto 21st. We haven't mentioned Enzo De Janeiro. Poor run for Enzo. Then it's Basiuk, Molina, Vargas, and Massimo LaRusso. 25 karts separated within the 13 seconds, and that's not even everybody. There's still more than 25 in the race and running.
What a race here for this massive, massive field in Junior Max on round number 3's pre-final, setting up for what should be a barn burner main event, and a whole lot of drivers from the opening couple laps with all that battling. The added distance here today to these pre-finals, giving them plenty of time to catch back up. Fazzari, how about Darren Kidd there in the 242 LN kart? He had a couple wild moments last Friday at round 1. Hopefully looking to make up for that, maybe even get himself into the conversation for the top couple in the championship. He's there, and not far away is Aidan Hammond, who again had a mistake early and is still having the speed to drive back up to the leaders as we go back and forth for third.
Vita learns from his mistake at the same corner, same race. He committed fully to the move, and it hasn't cost him time. This is Harley Keeble will look back at this race, and that's a pleasing thing. You make one bad decision, you learn from it, you put it right later in the race. Vita back to P3, and the train at the front gets a little bit bigger. Well, 2, 4, 6, still 7 of them. 8th place is now De Silva. Your points leader, meanwhile, the points leader by 90 points coming into today, is struggling to even crack the top 10.
Yeah, it has not been ideal for Leo De Silva. I mean, he's made slow and steady progress, but it may not be as slow here in the last few laps if this race explodes. Olivier Chassé, for what feels like the millionth time, makes that move in turn 6, and right back again. Benham answers at 8, but there's Vitor. William Vitor gets them both out of turn 9. Huge gap now, and it's gonna all of a sudden tighten in the middle. There's Fazzari into the back, a little bit of Chassé. He's back to 4th. Big pickup as well. Watch out for Nick LaRusso. Looking onto the bumper, into the boot. He's not going to go there, and that was ultimately a best move for his overall chances, because now Benham Abernathy still can bring the fight to Vitor.
Let's not forget, at the start of this race, we had a 3-kart breakaway. Vitor, Abernathy, and Chassé. The 4th driver to finally join the lead group was LaRusso. He's not been higher than 4th until now. Hammond and Kidd battling side by side for 6th into turn number 6, and Fazzari also making a move. There's Abernathy back on Vitor at that turn number 7. William Vitor's going to have nightmares about turn number 7, but he goes back at turn number 9, wheel to wheel, side by side, and they give each other racing room again.
Yeah, he couldn't quite complete the move there. Benham did a good job protecting, not over-slowing to allow anyone to go around the outside, but at the same point didn't let himself fall behind by the end of the corner. Now, white flag looming. 7 cars in the lead group in Junior Max, all duking it out here. Look at this for third. That's Chassé versus LaRusso. They're wheel-to-wheel to the S's, and he'll have to give. And now Nick holds on to that 3rd spot. Here comes Aidan Hammond to the bumper. In the 5th spot, Abernathy a little wide in turn 4. That's going to lead for a huge run for Vitor, but he's going to have Abernathy covering all the way down by the white line.
Look on the outside there. That looked like Chassé just taking the normal racing line. He's dropped to the back of the lead group. Abernathy, Vitor, LaRusso, half a lap to go. Abernathy defends. Watch the crossover. Can Vitor get there? Yes, he can. New leader, William Vitor, great move. Abernathy, LaRusso defending over 2nd. Aidan Hammond is now there in P4. Finally, he's been knocking on the door for so long, and now William Vitor's going to come across the line. He's going to take a checkered flag. It's a pre-final, I know, but it's a pre-final that all the hallmarks of a main event. He earned that one.
And look how close the whole field gets at the checkers. The top 10 less than 3 seconds apart, all the way back to Alex Chandler even in 11th. And what a race at the end. Big ups for Darren Kidd. Out of that last turn, got the best of Marco Fazzari and Aiden Hammond. Hammond slides back down to 6th. Kidd up to 4th. But what a move. William Vitor with a great over-under in turns 8 and 9. Benham Abernathy protected the best that he could, but he just left enough space, and once William got the nose there, Benham wasn't prepared to have a kart on the inside, and all of a sudden Vitor was rocketing away. Phenomenal racing in Junior Max, and William Vitor, he is looking like a seasoned veteran in his opening championship in the junior ranks. Pre-final win. Whew.
The drivers are starting today, 7th, 8th, and 9th in points. Finish 1, 2, 3. Championship implications are plenty. And we're going to hear from William Vitor, I'm sure, very shortly.
William Vitor, maybe a little mistake earlier, halfway through the race, but able to come back and get the win. Kind of talk me through your mindset after you made that little mistake and able to charge back to the lead.
Yeah, I knew I made a mistake with the coaching from Harley on the sidelines, just watching him tell me what to do, but got through and got the win.
Yeah, talk me through those last couple of laps. Had a beautiful over-under move to help you get the win here on that last lap. Kind of talk me through that move.
Yeah, just look behind, make sure there was nobody to worry about behind me, and then just waited for him to make a little mistake, then just dove down the inside.
Well, it looked like Harley was pretty happy with your performance. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Harley, my mom, my dad, Lucas, my mechanic, and yeah.
There you guys have it. Congratulations, William.
And Jay Howard Driver Development.
There you go.
There you go. Got it all in. And now, from Junior Max, a barn burner sets the stage, sets a high bar for the Senior Max field. It's another full house, it feels like here. 25 plus on the grid for Senior Max today. Aiden Ingrata will get to lead them to green, continuing on a slow, kind of not under the radar, but not out of the hunt, march towards redemption at the Rotax Winter Trophy, taking you back to a year ago in the most heartbreaking way to lose out on a chance to go to the grand finals. A mechanical pair of mechanical woes on the finale day handed the championship out of his grasp. It looked all but locked up, and then it ended up going the way of the Brazilian Diego Ramos, who in the same way felt the heartbreak yesterday, had an incredible drive after a DNF in the pre-final to score the provisional win, only for a pushback bumper to demote him to 3rd. He'll start 3rd today behind Ingrata and Macaulay Bishop.
Yep, William Boutillier, P4. Oliver Hodgson, yesterday's winner, P5. Then number 308, Joaquim Rolero Pizarro, Victor de Alencar, Cameron Nelson, Rayan Gando, and Ryan Maxwell. Your top 10, Isaac Malkut, Jose Sherma, Arno Soberin, Timothy Pinot, Alexi Bayerjon, Jeremy St. Cyr. Your top 8 rows of the grid. Yes, a year ago, Sunday, Orlando Kart Center, the first Sunday in February 2025, Aiden Ingrata suffered the worst day of bad luck in the history of, days. You know, bounced back, did go to the grand finals eventually, did get his ticket, but still, the memory of that will smart. And if we can put it to bed with a better result at the final weekend of this year's Winter Trophy, that won't be bad. Macaulay Bishop leads on 530 points in the standings. Hodgson second on 485. Nelson 465. Ramos 395.
And again, all those championship points before any drops are factored in. That's 2 rounds in the books. We're working through our way on round number 3, and by the end of today, we'll have a much clearer picture of what our scenarios will look like for tomorrow to clinch those first batch of tickets to Portimao at the end of the year at the Rotax Grand Finals and represent their home nation. Senior Max action, ready to go at a crawl. Macaulay Bishop with Pfaff Karting, his U.S. debut, a win on debut and a pre-final win from yesterday. Can he back it up again today? He and Aiden Ingrata have the field at a crawl, and we've got them into the tram lines ready to go for full 14 laps of action here at Speedsportz Racing Park. Ingrata in the white and purple on your right, Macaulay Bishop on the Pfaff Karting black and red colors on the left. Here we go, green flag in the air, Senior Max is up and away.
Aiden Ingrata really hung Macaulay Bishop out to dry there. Because that start was so slow, you've got Ramos and Hodgson. They were just alongside Bishop before you got to turn number one. Actually, Macaulay Bishop did quite well to only lose those 2 spots. Ingrata had the field backed up for way, way longer than usual. It's completely his right to do so. There's nothing wrong with it at all. That was his tactic, and maybe his tactic was to get as many karts between himself and the championship leader as possible. Obviously, yeah, if you're going to gain points, if you're going to win a race, it's helpful if the drivers that you're directly behind the point standings are right down the order. Hodgson now has to hold off Bishop. They have raced together both for the same country, UK, and on opposite countries, UK and USA at the grand finals. Hodgson and Ramos, the 2 veterans of the field. Bishop to the inside, picks off Hodgson.
So he goes to work now towards the 2 up front. Look at Diego Ramos shortening the racetrack in turns 8 and 9. He's right up on the bumper of the leader, and he's going to go for it right there in the buckle. New leader, Diego Ramos. And if you thought yesterday was going to knock him down a peg, was going to hurt any motivation at all and damper his mood, you do not know this young man here, Diego Ramos, one of the vets we've gotten to see over the last few years. He is up and ready here on Saturday and leads at the end of lap 2 through the S's once again. Ingrata, and then Bishop, Hodgson, and William Botillier is there too. Don't forget him, last night's winner in the raffle. He's got a motor to boot, and he's got a motor right now today. Look at him fight up front as his teammate and Ramos are trading blows.
That could have been big there. Ramos, Winter Trophy champion, 2024. Had a horrible weekend the first weekend of 2025's Winter Trophy. Came into the second weekend, i.e. this weekend 1 year ago, without a chance of a ticket. What did he do? Well, he took a clean sweep of the weekend. It was Lewis Goff that eventually took the title when all around Aiden Ingrata fell to pieces. But the second weekend of the Winter Trophy in the last 2 years has belonged to the driver leading this race at the moment, Diego Ramos. What price against Ramos doing it for a 3rd time? Doesn't matter who you put him up against. He rises to the top when he needs to. It's what makes him such a class act. And now we have Ingrata going to the outside, Bishop to the inside for P2. Ingrata runs him a little bit wide. Bishop slots back into 3rd position.
It's been a lot of elbows at action, but it's mostly been when the leader's gotten away. Right now the leader's still in frame, so have they all kept that in mind from yesterday, trying to not surrender a chance at being the first one to the checkered flag? Ingrata with another great launch out of the buckle. He'll send it in the boot. Bishop's going to get a huge cross-up, and he will go all the way to the lead. Heads-up move, Macaulay Bishop now back out front.
From 3rd to 1st. Now, will Bishop do what he did yesterday afternoon and drive defensively, or does he have the confidence now to just drive away at the front? He needs a lap without Ingrata making a move. Ingrata knows his opportunities may come few and far between to pass Macaulay Bishop. What's the best thing to do? Force Bishop to defend. Put him under pressure. Don't let him relax. Don't let him get into his rhythm. That unique driving style from Macaulay Bishop.
And again, yesterday, right here, Aiden Ingrata got a pushback bumper getting into the back of Macaulay Bishop. These two probably are not still on the same page mentally right now of how they'd like to race each other. So Bishop, as he was backing the field up, first Hodgson got through, and then he was trying to park the bus for 3rd. Ingrata was the next one, and both of them ended up suffering as they traded and got into a scuffle there. ultimately, Macaulay the winner out of it, obviously leading the points. And now, like you said, Henry, needed one clean lap. He's got it. He's still not out of the woods just yet.
No, he's not. It's Ramos who's having to defend from Hodgson. Hodgson trying to go high, wide, and handsome. Hodgson gets squeezed a bit wide. Boutillier is there. Here comes the number 308 of Joaquim Gonero Pizarro for HRT Motorsport. It's the first time we've seen Joaquim up at the sharp end. The driver from Neuquén in Argentina.
Oh no, William Boutillier spun in the buckle. Contact together, looked like it might have been with either Cameron Nelson or Ryan Maxwell. The three of them were all going at it. Joaquin was in the mix as well, and I think it might have been Maxwell and him colliding. We'll have to take another look when we can. Yellow's waving as well in the boot for another incident.
Yeah, there's a car in the tyre barriers at the exit of the final corner. I'm not quite sure who that is. Adriano Vera is involved. 28 drivers in the race, 26 possibly still running. Jose Ramon Ibarra also involved. Ingrata hanging on to the lead. Bishop there in second. Then it's Ramos, Hodgson, and Ryan Maxwell into fifth position. A gap back to Joaquim Gonero Pizarro, Cameron Nelson, 6th and 7th. Isaac Malcott, 8th. Rayan Gandor, 9th, and Arno Saborin rounding out your top 10. Now Ingrata defending. Bishop trying to scramble, will go for the undercut. Will Ingrata give him room? Yes, Ingrata will give him room. Yellow flags have been put away, no issue there.
I think Diego Ramos might be having an issue with the turbo, the end of the power band. That's really only part of the final part of the backstretch for Diego, because every time down here he seems to be under pressure. Take a look at the right side of your screen as well as they fight for the lead. This is the moment for William Boutillier where it all went wrong. Contact from Ryan Maxwell, and Maxwell, of course, had pressure, but just got in a bit too hot there.
Yeah, looking down there, it looked like Maxwell might have been given a nudge from the Allen car, who in turn had Isaac Malcout right on his rear bumper. Who started that? We don't know, but unfortunately it ended with Boutillier facing the wrong way. Hodgson to the inside of Ramos. And look at Ryan Maxwell wheel to wheel now. Yesterday's winner down to P5. This is lap 9 out of 14. Still got 5 laps to go, and already we filled our highlight reel. If I could just hear there's some steam coming out of, it's the Kart Chaser social media team, because they are putting highlight reel after highlight reel together here at Speedsportz. The action just hasn't quit. Now Bishop looking over his shoulder at Ingrata. Ingrata wants that lead, and he wants to try and bring these drivers into play, because these drivers are the ones that can take more points off Bishop.
Indeed. Aiden Ingrata, as they run, 154 back right now. If he can get the better of Macaulay Bishop, he'll flip that by 10 overall, and that would, again, severely help still what appears to be an uphill battle, because Macaulay Bishop, rain or shine, has been at the pointy end of the grid, and with 5 laps to go in the pre-final, it's the two of them with about a second back to Hodgson, Maxwell, and Ramos, and then they've even got a little gap as Cameron Nelson, who is still third in the points, but a long way back on the racetrack right now, is hoping for more of this. Back and forth we go for the lead.
Yep, Bishop defending, lap 10 out of 14. Ingrata try the crossover, he looks to the inside. Bishop doesn't give him room, and now Hodgson's closed up. Well, this isn't necessarily bad news for Aiden Ingrata. He doesn't have as much hard work to do now to drag the rest of the lead group into play. They've done it themselves, rather because Bishop defended. 5 for the lead. Bishop, Ingrata, Hodgson, Maxwell, Ramos. Then a gap back to Nelson in 6th, and Nelson bringing Gonero Pizarro, Malcout, and Gandor with him. 9 drivers, 3 seconds. Lap 11 out of 14. Bishop leads. Actually, it's Ingrata the one under pressure more now than Bishop. Bishop, though, at the end of the back straight. Ingrata's got some waft in that kart, mind you, Xander Clements.
He does, and again, that's that difference in gearing by 1 or 2 teeth, that all of a sudden with the non-linear Rotax power curve, he gets that extra little bit of juice, that extra boost it feels like at the end of the rev range comparatively to Macaulay Bishop, who obviously tried to gear that thing to be a little better out of the corner, and it certainly pays off in a run like that there in the buckle, and equally him being able to make some of these over-under moves coming out of the boot right here. He gets such a good exit and up into the revs. It was incredible to watch him in the rain last week, Henry. He was the only driver doing basically the opposite of a Scandinavian flick. He would whip the cart on exit to spin the revs up. Everybody else was just trying to tiptoe in the rain and keep their hands smooth, and that little bit of wheel spin he would create would launch him up. It was phenomenal to watch. Totally different story here. We're back and forth for the lead, and Grata trying to take advantage of the top end, and with a slick move, he gets the lead back.
Great racing, no quarter asked, none given, and you're right, Xander. I don't think Macaulay Bishop and Aiden Ingrata will be exchanging Christmas cards this year, but then again, they're not here to make friends. They're here to win a ticket to represent their nation. But what is significant, friends? No. Respect? Yes. That's the key. They will, Bishop is known for his unique driving style. Like you said, it was incredible to watch. Now watch him line up coming through here. Will he try and make a move at a place where no one else has made a move, and that's around this corner? No. Hodgson is there. Hodgson's going to get a good run. Maxwell's now coming to play. So Ramos is struggling. You're right, Xander. Ramos just doesn't quite have the pace in a straight line. And he's needing the leaders to slow each other down to stay in contention. He's going to have to be careful because Joaquin Golero Pizarro in P6 is closing in. Ramos trying to make his own way through, passing Maxwell. That doesn't happen. Still, with lap and a quarter to go, Ingrata has the lead. For how much longer? What can Bishop do?
He's going to have to get very creative. Aiden Ingrata has that end of the straightaway speed, so he's not as worried about turn number 6, it appears. He's more so just trying to protect in the low speed corners. Right here, you saw Bishop in the mid-range a little better. Right on the bumper into turn 4. We've seen a couple of moves here over the last few weeks, but I'd be really on the limit to make that one clean and stick. Down the backstretch, though, even in the slipstream, Bishop is pressuring. He's there. Hodgson opening up his hands, looking, nothing to be found through turn 7. Half a lap to go. Aiden's done good enough so far. He's still got to keep it tight.
Yes, indeed. You said Macaulay Bishop might have to get creative, and Macaulay wants to get creative, but Aiden Ingrata has stolen his pencil case. 2 corners to go. Ingrata holds off the reigning Grand Finals champion, or does he? No, he doesn't. Bishop leaves it till the end. Checkered flag. Well, Ingrata might have stolen his pencil case, but Bishop just graffitied his name on the science desk and takes the checkered flag coming out of the last corner.
Oh man, what a move, Macaulay Bishop. He knew where his strength was, studied, prepared, and at the line, he gets the better of Aiden Ingrata, scores the pre-final win, and again, mind you, valuable championship points go into the way of the points leader. So now, Macaulay Bishop over Ingrata. That's a huge swing in the way things will stack up for the rest of the championship contingent. An incredible battle from start to finish in Senior Max, and goodness, do we have a lot to break down from that. But there he is, sporting his Team UK suit. He's a seasoned vet now at the Grand Finals, and he's tracking well to already punch his ticket to Portugal before the season truly even begins. Macaulay Bishop, your Senior Max Pre-Final winner.
Macaulay, that was an insane race to watch, and I imagine it was pretty overwhelming to drive as well. Looked like you had some pretty hard defending yesterday in the final that ultimately led to probably not the finish that you would have liked. Clearly, you had some big takeaways to allow you to win here in the pre-final today. Kind of talk me through your mindset.
I mean, yesterday, obviously the race went on the track. He had a run fresh on the tyres, so he was obviously going to be a lot quicker than everyone else. And then, I should have kept P2 on the road, but I made a little mistake, so I learned that from today. And, I had a great battle with Aiden. We swapped places a couple of times. We've got some different setups, so we can definitely improve on our end. I'm sure he can improve on his end as well, but, it's going to be interesting for the final.
Yeah, is there anything that you're looking to change to get set for the final, or are you pretty happy with your complete package?
I'm pretty happy, but obviously I can't disclose that on a live stream, so.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, great job, Macaulay Bishop, starting P1 for your final.
There you have it, folks. Senior Max. What a race here for this one. Macaulay Bishop had to fight for it. He and Aiden Ingrata threw the lead back and forth numerous times, but ultimately, Macaulay Bishop with the last corner move steals it away. Action continues from Houston. We'll be back.
The 2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting, March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway, April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting, and May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, do you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopBakeAir.com. At ShopBakeAir.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopBakeAir.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Kart's back onto the racetrack, folks. We're ready to go. Mini Max pre-final action from the second to last group to roll before main events already. Round number 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. And James Roots on track for one of the probably the most dominant run of the 6 divisions thus far in the point standings. He hasn't had no challenge to get to this point, but he has simply overcome every obstacle thrown at him, even having to march through the field to get yesterday's main event win. Starts again from the prettiest spot on the grid, P1, alongside Mason Brody.
Yeah, he has not had no challenges. He has simply risen to every challenge he has faced so far. Mason Brody in the number 109 cart on the outside of row number 1. Hudson Howard, Kimo Ahmad, row number 2. Lincoln Lima, and the star of the show for most of the main event yesterday, Yusuf Adi and Dutch Westbrook are next. That is your top 7. Matteo Pai are 8th on the grid. Joshua Wheeler and Mace Lasek round out your top 10. Liam Astalis, Oliver Aubry, Tyler Blackwood, Cristobal Ricci Olcese, Christopher Simon, and Ailey Latorno. I want to say hello to Christopher Simon's nan, the Governor General of Canada, the Right Honourable Miss Mary Simon. She's the King's representative of the Great White North. And watching Kart Chaser, Mary, get your Kart Chaser t-shirt on, love. Your grandson is racing, and he is in P15 on the grid. But can anybody catch this man? James Roots, Prime Power Team, Aurum Racing Engines. That connection has been working very, very well. Danny Sweeney from Aurum Racing Engines, the Prime Power Team, and they have led the way. This could, not saying that James Roots will win the title today, he could go a long way to making it all but impossible for his rivals to beat him tomorrow.
It will certainly be a difficult and uphill fight for them. They'll need, again, the bad luck to fall, and even still a perfect day for them if he puts together another string of results like what we've seen him show himself to be capable of. Mini Max Pre-Final for round 3, no good on the first time by. We'll send them back into the S's again, as that time across the line a little bit too fast for what it appeared the starter wanted us to go, so we're gonna have to wave them past on.
Yep, the exact opposite of Aiden Ingrata, bringing the field to the line in a crawl. Roots and Brody trying to get on with it. It's just a bit too fast for our start line officials' likings. As we watch now, Hudson Howard and Kimo Ahmad in 3rd. When are they going to break through from being the almosts to the finally getting it done? Same for Yusuf Adi. Same for Mason Brody, really. Looking down at there, James Roots, pre-final win round 1, pre-final win round 2. The only other driver to win a race in Minimax in this year's Winter Trophy, Yusuf Adi, in yesterday's pre-final. James Roots finishing down the order and still coming through.
It's a big lead, but it's not over yet. Long way to go in the championship still. We're only just past that halfway point, and it's only 5 points for that pole in qualifying. It's 75 points, though, for a pre-final win. Attempt number 2 for the minis. This one looks better. It will get the green, and away we go into turns 1 and 2.
Roots has the lead. You see him get clean air underneath his left front tyre as he dove into turn number 4, really jabbing the steering to get that kart turned in, three-wheeling it around turn number 4 for Roots, and it's Hudson Howard up into P2. Hudson Howard and James Roots, they're actually going to cross swords more than just here during the course of the 2026 season. Plans for Hudson Howard afoot to expand his racing calendar beyond the shores, potentially, with Kimo Ahmad in 4th, Mason Brody in 3rd. Dutch Westbrook on the Bennick runs in 5th. In fact, look at Kimo Ahmad there, clipping a curb going through turn number 1. Rear wheels in the air. He hangs on. Good kart control from Kimo Ahmad.
And so, with the first lap up and away, James Roots, Hudson Howard, Mason Brody, and again right on the tail, Kimo Ahmad in Bennett colors this week and putting the speed on that blue and orange machine. Now Mason Brody even tougher on the back of Hudson Howard because nobody got out of that Switchback City hairpin section like James Roots just did. I mean, he pulled away nearly 4 kart lengths, Henry. That was huge for him.
Yep, now the question is, obviously, that tells you that his kart is geared to get out of the corners quickly. Does he have the pace to hold off the drivers that have got a different gearing through this section. Look at Howard closing in. Roots is going to be under pressure at the end of the back straight because he's not going to have quite as much top end as Howard. He looks over his shoulder. Howard closing in, not close enough. And now Roots is going to really get more of an advantage because this is the section where James Roots' kart is at home. Through turn number 9. His second place is now held by Mason Brody. Coming off this corner, Xander. Last time, look at the different line. He takes a wider exit. Brody gets a really good run. That Ryan Perry Motorsport run machine of Mason Brody. What has Fast Frankie Mossman been talking to Mason about? Coaching him. Trying to think, okay, just because a driver's dominated so far, today is a different day. Don't let that get into your head. You know, you're just as good as James, if not better, on your day. That's what you've got to keep telling your driver. Never let your driver think they're beaten before they come to the start, even if the driver that they're trying to catch has won every race by a country mile so far.
So, James Roots, as good as he is out of here, every lap that they stay just close enough off the backstretch, they get to learn a little bit more, right? I mean, comparatively, from lap 2 on the run that he had out of turn number 9 to now, he's not got nearly as much of an edge. And Mason Brody seemed like he had an even better exit than the leader did out of the buckle. It was a matter of time before the Mini-Max field figured this place out. And as they rip on by at full speed, you can see how close they are getting to the race leader. Lap by lap, they are inching better and better to bring the fight to Roots again. And it feels all too similar to yesterday's pre-final. James, with that look over the shoulder, realizes company is still there. Company is looming. It's Mason Brody that's company in the 109. And he's already teeing him up. Look at him going a little wider out of 6 into 7 over to 8. He's there. He's close. One more car length and he's going to be within range to send a diver anywhere he wants to.
You know, Mason Brody from Los Angeles, California on the Nitro kart. Second in both pre-finals so far. Third in the main event yesterday. He's third in points. Yusuf Adi, James Roots' nearest rival, is still mired back in P6. And crucially, P6 is not currently part of the lead group. There is the second, Addy in the second, sort of predominantly white Kart Republic chassis for the J. Howard Driver Developments team. Brody, he's got seconds. Now he's got to make that move at first. He's got to somehow pluck up the courage as Dutch Westbrook in 5th position sets a new fastest lap. Kimo Ahmad passes Hudson Howard for 3rd. Howard and Ahmad, they've been sitting and waiting and playing it quite sensibly as well. They say, let's not lose ground because, hey, Brody might have something for Roots here. Roots very good out of Switchback City into the buckle. And this lap, Mason Brody's going to have to work quite hard. This is going to be a critical lap for Mason Brody. He's got to get his line right through the next sector corners to make sure he gets onto the back straight as we start lap 8 out of 10 at the best possible speed because Roots is finally threatening to break the slipstream.
Yeah, he is almost out of it, and at the perfect time, too. 3 laps to go. He is getting away at the perfect opportunity to start to just cruise into the sunset here in the early afternoon. James Roots, 75 points up for grabs here to bolster the margin as they run 94 up on Mason Brody, who again has leapfrogged Yusuf Adi into that second spot in the championship by all of 2 provisionally. Again, this is before drops get factored in. With the drops round, again, Adi is still somewhat close, but 5th is not going to cut it to keep the championship alive for Yusuf Adi. He needs to be able to realistically get up into the top 3 and set himself up to fight James Roots in the main, because another picture-perfect day for James Roots is going to make tomorrow a breeze for the 132. 2 to go.
Yep, we start lap number 9. Brody now under pressure from Kimo Ahmad. Ahmad with the Egyptian eagle on the top of his golden crash helmet. The all-seeing hieroglyphic eye on the back of his crash helmet. He's got family connection from Egypt, went there, saw the Great Pyramids, saw the Sphinx, saw the hieroglyphics, came back, designed that gold crash helmet. It's a mum and dad crash helmet that is easy to spot as well. And, well, it's easy to spot because he's heading toward the front on the Bennick kart. Wasn't sure he was going to use the Bennick this weekend. He's got an Esprit chassis as well. Of course, team running as a privateer, independent team. They've got Talon tuning there on the engines. And I think it's also so. Who do we see from earlier on that said they just moved over to Talon Power this weekend? And here comes Kimo Ahmad through the first complex down to turn number 4. Roots has gone. This is the last lap. Roots checks over his shoulder. The battle's for second. I think James Roots might just about have done enough, Sander.
Yeah, he has gotten himself just that far enough away at the end of the main straight that all it took was that. Mason Brody, a mistake, puts Kimo Ahmad in the driver's seat to get second. Can he do it? Through turn 9? Yes! Kimo gets another one down, and Kimo Ahmad with that move for second should all but solidify the lead and provisional win here for James Roots as they round out of the buckle. Brody too far back to even challenge Kimo in the final turn as he sends it deep. Howard 4th, Dutch Westbrook's climbed up the board to 5th. James Roots, though, picture perfect so far for round 3. He wins the pre-final.
Another big step for Roots.
Oh, yes.
Towards his first ticket to the big dance. The field still plunging across the line there. Down the order, you can see Brody 3rd, Howard Westbrook, Adi in 6th, Wheeler, Lima, Opry, and Liam Astalis rounding out your top 10. Good to see everyone who started, apart from Matteo Pai, who retired. Christopher Simon in 11th position for Premier Karting. Cristobal Ricci Olcese, Mason Lasek, Tyler Blackwood, and Ailey Latorno, your other finishes. And back to Park Furby. We're going to hear from one of our drivers in a short mile.
Indeed. We've talked to James Roots a lot. He's had a great day, no doubt. So has Kimo Ahmad ending second. Mason Brody fought him all the way, stayed close. But the Minimax field, they're still hunting towards the driver of the 132 machine for Prime Power Team. They have had a great week with Roots, and it could be a picture-perfect Saturday to sleep real good for Sunday if it continues as it is. But the field's getting ever closer, and again, so are we, down in the scale line with all the information and intel. Cameron, we'll get ready to send it down to you. Minimax now provisionally gridded for their main.
Going to catch up here with Mason Brody. How has your weekend been so far? Looked like you were a little bit quicker that time, able to keep James in your sight. Maybe just a little mistake on that last lap. Kind of talk me through your weekend so far.
It's been pretty good.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. What happened there on the last lap?
I made a mistake blocking.
Yeah, a little bit too early?
Yes.
Well, do you think you have anything left in the tent? Maybe a few things that you can change to keep James in your sights for the final?
Yes.
Well, there you guys have it. Mason Brody, he still feels confident heading into the final. Great job.
Thank you.
So Mason Brody still good for the main. He'll start from the inside of the second row provisionally. P3 across the line behind Kimo Ahmad and championship points leader James Roots. One more pre-final remains. It'll be just a couple of minutes afterwards from the Masters Max conclusion until we go green with main event action here from Speedsportz Racing Park. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Road Tax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. We'll be ready for more when we return.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting. March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway. April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting. And May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Masters Max drivers, last batch of pre-final action ready to roll. And yesterday's main, if it's anything like that, we're going to once again be grasping for air by the time we get done with this one. What a race to close out Friday afternoon here from Houston. It's starting to warm up just a little bit. The sun has been working the racetrack quite a bit as well, and yet it still, of course, is chilly for the Winter Trophy. But no doubt about it, this race will heat things up if it hasn't been heated up enough to set the stage for 6 action-packed mains here from Speedsportz Racing Park. And well, Henry, when you look at the championship standings coming into this session, right, before the drops get factored in, they are extremely close. Without drops right now, or with the drop factored in, things would change. But with the drops not factored, assuming everyone takes their round 1 and round 2 results, Gabriel Zugella only a 25-point margin over Christopher Mann. Dominic Legrand still in the hunt right there, about 98 points away. Noel Dowler, 125 points back. Mundi Lawyer, 5 points awarded here with the pole in qualifying, and now trying to work his way from that spot in 5th in the championship up the leaderboard. Again, it'll still be the best 3 of 4, so some of the rounds for these drivers earlier on in the championship, not so great for Mundi. Losing one of his opening 2 rounds is going to be the best case scenario for him. He had an abysmal run in the wet at round number 1, but round 2, obviously yesterday, was good. Fought up front all day. He starts from the front again here on Saturday.
Yeah, to give you an idea of just how bad Mundi Lawyer's Saturday was last weekend, he scored a total of 164 points all day. You score 170 points for coming 3rd in a main event. So Mundi Lawyer, yesterday, obviously, round 2, score better. A podium, a 3rd place in the main event. Down in, 5th position in the pre-final, so he does need to start picking up points. What everyone needs to start doing is they start, apart from Gabriel Zugella and Christopher Mann, is they need to start getting into those P1s, P2s. Zugella, double main event winner. Christopher Mann, double runner-up in the main events. Mann has got 1 win in the pre-final. The other pre-final win has gone to Zugella. In fact, the only driver in the championship other than Zugella or Mann to have taken a maximum score. Well, no, they've won every race between them. They've won both pre-finals, both main events between them, and they finished 2nd in the one they haven't won. So that's why the points are so tight at the top. But you need to start getting, not just Mundi Lawyer, Billy Cleveland. He needs to... I can't believe I'm going to say this about a driver that's been racing karts since 1971. Billy Cleveland needs to start turning promise into results. Just this weekend, you know, he's done amazing things in his career, but for a driver that has been in with a shout of victory in every race so far, he doesn't have the points tally to show for it. It's Lawyer and Mann, row 1. Moyer and Cleveland, row 1. Mann and Taleb, row 2. Zugella, Noel Dowler, row 3. Dominique Legrand, Simon Protour, Sylvain Chenard, and Michel Legrand.
Ready to go. Final pre-final from round 3. Masters Max is up and away. All good as they head down the backstretch. Mundi Lawyer to the inside. Billy Cleveland fading to the outside, setting him up here as they crisscross over to turn 7, and behind him Christopher Mann is fending off a swarm of them for 4th. Look at Billy with a heads-up move on the inside of turn 8. Mundi with an answer. Will it be enough? No, Billy Cleveland, your leader into the buckle.
And a good start from Gabi Zugella as well to move into 3rd place in that black race suit with the turquoise stripes down the sleeves and legs. In fact, Zugella looks to the inside of Lawyer, backs out of it. And that opens the door for Christopher Mann and Noel Dowler to try and push the championship leader back. But Zugella fights back, all wheel to wheel between Zugella and Dowler through turn number 1. They got it sorted out in Zugella's favour. Dowler slots back in to P6 in front of Taleb, Protour and the Legrands.
Down to the inside with a nice move. Zugella wasting no time to try and carve up this field and hunt towards the front. He led that pack of 5 to 6 cars for the final few laps yesterday under heavy fire. He is now charging through the field, and he's already a car length back from Mundi Lawyer, the top qualifier. But Billy Cleveland initially looked like he might have had a real shot at him. Ultimately, it was not to be, and that slide on the final lap down the leaderboard for Billy has put him a little bit further back than probably where he could have been heading into today. But it's only the halfway mark in the championship, and as we're in the early going of the pre-final with more dry weather, albeit cold, on tap for tomorrow, Billy Cleveland, 68 years young, looking good out front as Gabriel Zugella goes purple and now goes to the inside, way low on Mundi Lawyer, looking for second. He's got it.
Yep, Argentina passes Peru in the battle for second position. Billy Cleveland has raced against everybody there is in kart racing from almost the very formation of this sport. In fact, Billy Cleveland's first kart race took place 15 years, 1-5, after the very first go-kart was built. That tells you how long he's been in this sport. And he's still got what it takes. Now he's going to have to put up with the 45-year-old Gabi Zugella. 2 grand finals podiums for Zugella. Hunting his prey now. HRT Motorsports through the first complex, down to turn 4, up the back straight. Zugella in Cleveland's wheel tracks. They've clashed, or they've had many moments in this corner. Have they made another moment? Zugella makes the move. Cleveland tries to cross over. Christopher Mann in third place. New leader, Gabi Zugella. Watch Cleveland. Can he get it to the inside over the curb at turn 9? Not quite.
Couldn't quite get the job done there. Now he has to reload into the buckle and try to get back onto the clear racetrack. Going high and then low and wide. All of a sudden, you've got clag on your tires, and takes about a half lap at the earliest for those to clear back off and for you to get back to the peak grip levels. But that was a good run through the boot for Billy. To the line, 4 down, 10 to go. Zugella leads, and Noel Dowler on the move now, climbing up the leaderboard. We talked about him in qualifying being so good in the early couple of laps on these Avincos, and just in general on low air pressure this weekend. That speed is better here through the middle and latter half of this pre-final. He will be a serious threat in the main. Again, mind you, he's up 2 spots from the outside lane. He's not as fast as your leaders, but just wait. He's finally got clear racetrack. They do too. This will be a good gauge this lap to see what kind of speed he may have.
And it sounds stupid, but I think Noel Dowler is going to be better today than he was yesterday, simply because, you know, he got into Houston just after midnight on Thursday from work. Man's got a wike, you know. Then he didn't have a full night's sleep, you know. He was straight in. He didn't have the test session, so he was on Thursday. So he was straight in to warm up pre-final, final yesterday. He's had everyone needs time to acclimatise themselves, and so Dowler, he'll be naturally, I think, quicker today and quicker as the race goes on. He's not quite there at the moment, but P4 with Dominic Legrand now up at the 5th position. Oh, Billy Cleveland. You know, he said these guys do it just for fun and they don't have to race karts. Do you think they take it any less seriously than, you know, the future wannabe Formula 1 drivers?
68 years old. Absolutely or not. 8 years old.
You can see the Zugella with the latte flare. What are you doing? What are you doing? As Billy Cleveland just gives him a little bit of a love tap from behind.
Yeah, just letting him know, hey, I didn't appreciate that. Billy at the same point probably didn't mean anything by it, but it did ultimately convey the message that Gabriel Zugella is not clean, free, and away just yet. He's got not just Billy Cleveland, but again, Christopher Mann, Cleveland's teammate, still right there knocking on the door of the top 2. I mean, he's only a half second off the lead, 3/10 back from Billy. He's doing a phenomenal job back there. At the same point, last lap, again, we said it was going to be a good gauge. Noel Dowler, stride for stride, even with the leader. And last time by, again, if it is as good as it's been over the last 3 laps for Noel, he could catch up to the back of Christopher Mann in just a couple of laps. But equally, Christopher Mann was tracking towards Billy Cleveland up until this lap. Again, it looked like at that tracker he was going to be right on the bumper at the end of lap number 5. But this time, He has faded back a little ways. Let's see if that gap closes again or if it holds the same. Was half a second last time by. Gabriel Zugella to Billy Cleveland. Even. Mann fades back a little bit, and so does Dowler. At the best for Dowler, there was still only a low 54, and the leaders dropped back into the 53.8s. In fact, Billy Cleveland went purple. 53.839 for Billy Cleveland in second, hunting Gabriel Zugella.
But Zugella, to his credit, also did a personal best lap of 53.899. Just 600ths of a second between the two of them in terms of lap times. I'm very impressed. That's the first time I've seen the sort of the predictive catch graphic in anything other than Formula One. So the brains at Kart Chaser be working very hard to bring something very new that I've seen in karting. Never seen that before. Great work. Christopher Mann then hadn't read the script because he then went slower. But still, graphic great. Christopher Mann must do better. Here we go.
That lap was better for him.
Yes.
Still wasn't as good as the leaders. Lost about 400ths of a second, a 97 to a 91. And again, Noel Dowler at this point, again, good early pace.
Now
but then
dropping
it doesn't,
away.
Truthfully, his best lap at a 54.2, that is still right up there with what the leaders are hitting in the first half of the session. It's just the second half, they seem to find another gear and continue progressing. He seems to start to plateau a little bit, and if he's not careful, he's going to have company because Henry Talib, a 54 flat last time, his personal best. Dominic Legrand, 54.1.
Well, that's tire pressures. So that is tire pressures all day long. The symptoms you're describing, that comes down to the pressures.
And a preference of the driver, too.
Yes,
you
of
have
course.
some drivers that do like to err on the side of aggressive, going higher with the cold air pressure that they start the session on. And again, it's just like we talked about in some of the racecraft decision-making of the risk-reward, the trade-offs that you have. Going with a higher starting baseline air pressure might make you a little bit stronger than your competition in the early laps when they're lower on grip than you. But as the race goes on, those tires heat up, that air pressure rises, all of a sudden you start to fall off a cliff and they continue to get better. I've always heard from some of the best, they prefer to actually struggle in the opening couple of laps.
Yeah.
And they're better off even not ever hitting the true peak of the tire because you're just going from 50% to 60 to 70 to 80 to 90 versus getting up to 100% and then falling off a cliff down on pace. And right now, again, that's the fear for Dowler. I'll say to his credit, he did go faster last time by, set his personal best at a 54.1. The problem is the leaders are still going faster. And again, for Gabriel Zugella, this is a massive, massive race in the works for him when you look at the non-drop standings.
Yep, if things stay as they are, Gabby Zugella would have a 100-point lead over Christopher Mann. Going into today's main event, pre-dropped scores, obviously, and that would be a monstrous, a monstrous disadvantage to overcome, especially with only 10 drivers. Because, of course, don't forget, the worst that Zugella can score is 10th place points. It's not like juniors or seniors or even micro, where there are 20 plus, 30 plus drivers, and the difference between last place points and first place points is so pronounced. So again, Christopher Mann in third position. I think to say with that, Dominic Legrand has made up the fifth position, but Zugella is putting himself in a place now where the only thing that can stop Zugella winning the ticket is mechanical issue and brain fade. And, the team have done a great job, and Zugella, as passionate and as fiery as he is, he's an experienced old hand, and he knows exactly what to do. Mundy Lawyer fighting back. It's just not gone well for Mundy in this race, sliding back at the start, and it's taken him all race, and even now, still, look at that, he's been repassed by Dominic Legrand. He's got Henry Taleb right behind him. This battle is for fifth place, and it's happening 6 seconds behind our leader. I say leader, not leaders, because for the very first time all race, there's clean air between Gabby Zugella and Billy Cleveland. Is there anything left in Cleveland's tank over the final 2 laps?
Yeah, I don't know, Henry. Again, the last time by and the lap before, Zugella's just had that little bit of an edge. 7/100th the last lap, half a tenth the lap before. Mundi Lawyer, though, I have to think there must be something just amiss on that machine, and it must have happened mid-session because he hit a lap that would have been on pace with the top two. A 53.8 is his best, but the last few laps have been in the high 54s. Last time by, battling here with Dominic Legrand, clocked a 55 flat. That's 1.3 seconds slower than the lap logged by Gabriel Zugella. So for our top qualifier, Mundi Lawyer was all smiles in the scale line, talking about motorsport and the motor improvement here today, but it has not seemed to hold up over this pre-final. Meanwhile, up front, Billy Cleveland, he is clawing his way back. Last time by, he knocked off 2/10. Don't count him out. The 68-year-old veteran, one of the most decorated American karters in history, is putting the heat on the Argentinian here of Gabriel Zugella.
You know something? Billy Cleveland has got, if he's got nothing left in the tank in terms of pace, in his own words, he's got old age and treachery to try and get him to the front. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Cleveland, like you said, Xander, one of the best American karters of all. But he's not going to make the move here. It's going to be another win for Gabriel Zugella from Argentina. And Zugella calmly crosses the line. Man in third. Dowler is fourth. And then it's Dominic Legrand, a hobbled Mundi Lawyer, and Henry Taleb in seventh. We wait. Simon Protour in eighth. Ninth for Michel Legrand. And Sylvain Chenard sadly failing to finish.
So there you have it, folks. A look back at your Masters Max Pre-Final. Grids are set. We come back with on-track activity at 2:45 p.m. Opening ceremonies with the playing of our national anthem, of course, will precede it. But for the on-track action here, it's a well-deserved break for the incredible crew working on site here. Our on-site camera team getting you all the action. And here, even moments like this in the scale line. Billy Cleveland, Gabriel Zugella, what a race. So with that, we're ready. More racing when we return. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage thus far. Main events are next from Houston.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tilton T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
So in motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor in curve and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver is braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash, so you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
The 2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting. March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway. April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting. And May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away from going green with main events for round number 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. We'd like to ask that all in attendance please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. And there you have it, folks. We're already locked and loaded. Main event action, 6 back-to-back mains, DD2 Max on the grid to kick things off from them through Micro Max, Junior Max, Senior Max, Mini Max, and again, as you just witnessed, Masters Max to close out on-track activity. Let's take a look one more time at your kart class official track preview for Speedsportz Racing Park. 15 turns these drivers will have to navigate for some lengthy main events. 22 laps for the full-size divisions, 18 laps for the micro and mini max karts. Kart Class, again, our presenting track preview partner. Don't forget to check them out at kartclass.com with their online driver training courses that have helped some of the best and been trained and coached by some of the best. 15 turns here, and what a venue it is. A full throttle, super fun S's section to kick off the circuit, leading onto a long back straightaway in the run down to turn number 6 that leads into Switchback City. 3 back-to-back 180s, and especially mind that inside runoff at turns 8 and 9. The buckle there, the section of turn number 11 with a high-speed brake zone, and your final chance to get something done, turn 14, the boot, as they make their way out of turn 15, a fast, quick right-hand bend, back around to the start-finish line, just shy of 0.8 of a mile, 15 turns, and for the next couple of hours, this circuit will be graced once again with the high-speed, high-horsepower action of Rotax Max Challenge engines, and the baddest of them all, the 2-speed DD2 gearbox division, is on grid and ready to go. All 6 classes vying to go ahead and punch their ticket to Portimao, Portugal for the 2026 Rotax Grand Finals, the Olympics of karting, the meeting of the best of every nation, and there are a number of different nations that could score that ticket, but representing Dubai, the only driver from the UAE here this weekend, Theo Kakati, will get set to lead our field to green in a huge mix-up of your field in DD2 Max, if all is certain. Lucas Pernod, of course, on the other side of the circuit, ready to get after it. And Billy Musgrave, after what was a great provisional result in the pre-final, ultimately will roll from 6th. Very interesting indeed, Henry.
Yeah, we'll have a little look. Obviously, a post-race penalty.
Pushback bumper.
Pushback bumper for Billy Musgrave. He was all smiles when he spoke to Cameron Reed right at the end of the race. That smile would have been replaced by a frown later on. He's got work to do, and it opens the door for everybody else because Musgrave's 60-point lead coming into today has been chiseled away a little bit. Gianluca Savalio, P2 in points, but it's Lucas Pernod and Theo Kakati, both trying to play their way in to title and ticket contention.
So again, there's your starting grid on the left side as they complete that first out lap. Savalio and Matt Taskinen on row 2, Arnaud Sabarin on row 3 alongside Billy Musgrave. Then it's Derek LaRoche and Alexis Baerjan on row 4, Matt Verville and Luka Pasic, who also had a penalty that dropped him down the leaderboard to 10th, and Martin Verville in 11th. But if we can, we'll run you through the current top 10 standings heading into this pre-final, or this main event for DD2 Max. Mind you again, folks, this is without any drops factored in, assuming all points scored will be tallied. Musgrave still does lead the championship coming into today, 605 markers ahead of Gianluca Savalio. Had he not had that pushback bumper penalty, it would have been more. Lucas Pernod, top qualifier today, that's 5 bonus points. Pre-final win, that's another 75. He's leapfrogged his way to 3rd in the championship. Matt Taskinen enters 4th, Theo Kakati 5th, Sabarin, Baerjan, LaRoche, Matt Verville, and Preston LeBreton, who is absent from action this weekend, still sits 10th in the standings. That'll change after this main. But that's how they line up coming into the main. Here they are lining up for the main. On the right, in the red and white PSL karting barrel art, Lucas Pernod. On the left, in the black and red factory kart, Theo Kakati. For our first main event of the day, 20 laps, DD2 Max is green.
Opportunity golden for Theo Kakati, taking full advantage, Taskinen up to 2nd. Musgrave scrambling, picks up a place, says thank you to Gianluca Savalio for giving him a little bit of racing room there. He's now 4th. 20 laps, not 22. I think they've probably realized that, yeah, 20 laps is plenty enough. Taskinen and Pernod both now giving chase to the fleeing Theo Kakati.
Yeah, what a start for the man from the UAE. Theo Kakati with the lead of maybe half a second, if not more, and his teammate is on the early charge as well. Musgrave all the way up to the bumper, Lucas Pernod, who again enters right now with an outside shot of the championship. He needs a great run today to pull it off. And the driver that is holding some points in front of him that he'd love to steal, Matt Taskinen on the CRG. He's got to run at him. Down the backstretch, inside, looking, and Taskinen's not going to fight that one, but he will slam the door in front of Musgrave, trying to hang on to what he can right now early in the going.
And that's a veteran move there from Billy Musgrave there. He knew that the move wasn't on at the end of turn number 4, but thought, well, let's drive it in deep just in case Taskinen makes a mistake. He didn't, but then that made Musgrave close enough to put the move on a corner later. Billy Musgrave up into P3. And Billy Musgrave sideways. Oh, a hip check slightly. Musgrave to P2. A factory 1-2. They are looking for a 3rd win in 3 main events in the history of this chassis. This is the 2-speed front brake chassis that factory karts have been trying to develop. Can team leader Billy Musgrave peg back the newcomer on the block? In terms of the factory kart setup, Theo Kakati did a little racing in USA last year. He raced at Supernats in Vegas. In fact, interesting story, at the start of the pre-final for Kakati at KA 100 Senior, Kakati rolled his kart at turn number 1, got back in it, drove it up. He gained about 5 places, and that gave him the last automatic place in the final.
Never say die, never give up. And Theo Kakati right now is not giving up on the throttle. He has got his teammate, and again, team leader Billy Musgrave trying to hunt him down. And as much as Billy wants to win, he is probably smiling ear to ear with this sight. Factory Karts 1 and 2, the brand that he launched with a welder himself, and the American-made metal is now 1st and 2nd in their first go at a Rotax Max Challenge Championship in DD2. And behind them, Savalio, Taskinen going at it. Mind you, Gianluca needs every point possible because he's got to keep Billy within reach. He's honestly got to get up to Musgrave and hope he has a worse day. Mind you, the maximum number of points you can score, Henry, on this Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy point structure is 280. 5 for the pole, 75 for the pre-final, 200 for the main. Musgrave, today would be his worst day with that pre-final penalty. He had a perfect day at round 2 and a near perfect day at round 1. Undefeated, like you said, on the chassis. Right now, the chassis would still remain undefeated if Kakati could score the win. But as things stand, as they run, if John Lucas Savalio can't get any higher than where he is, he's going to be too far back to mathematically be able to challenge Musgrave. He needs moves like this. Lucas Pernod shuffling Billy down the leaderboard, down to third. That starts to get it closer. But Musgrave, as of last time, and now back as of this time here with that move in turn number 8 to answer, is keeping himself far enough away, because his worst round, let's say you take this result right here, his worst point score, 230, subtract that from 280, 50 points. If he exits this session with more than 50 points on the pre-drop score, he will mathematically clinch the title. And it'd be so cool for Billy, of all the accolades, 6 Supernats titles, a Pro Tour title last year in Pro Shifter that had eluded him for many seasons, countless major North American wins. And for the first time, he's attempted, and the first time he's scored a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals, but his teammate up the road's got a problem. Theo Kakati looking at the left front brake like it's locked up on him, and he has lost the lead. We thought it was going to be 3 laps. They're on him now.
Yeah, indeed. Now, was it a temporary problem? No, it's not. It's a bigger problem. It's not the same type that Musgrave suffered with yesterday. It's a bigger problem, and yeah, it's a front brake issue. Look at the way the kart darts around under braking. Don't forget, this still is a very, very new go-kart. And Kakati loses out there, so Musgrave. Heartbreak for Theo Kakati. He's down to 4th. This is lap 7. Is there 13 more laps of life left in that kart? I don't know. Obviously, the Kakati's going to try and look. The great camera work there.
Look at the vibration of the left front. I mean, it looks like it's not just the brake. It's almost like that whole left front assembly.
Collapsed. Something's collapsed.
Indeed.
Yeah.
He's got a serious issue right now. He is manhandling that thing to the best of his ability. Mind you, again, the championship pays a ticket, but ultimately, this one, it's done early. Theo Kakati.
Yep. The left front wheel was at an angle there. Something on the
more than a brake, I think.
Yeah,
it would have seen smoke if it were locked up. It looked like, again,
maybe it was chassis yoke or something like that.
Well, Billy had a very similar issue going back to the SCUSA Winter Series a couple weeks ago in Pro Shifter, where he actually had a front kingpin fail on him as well. It was a weird freak scenario. He didn't have it seemingly as bad as Theo did, but in the same case, at a certain point, once that front end geometry starts to go to the way, you really can't hang on, and then you're just potentially risking more damage to the rest of the go-kart if you try to muscle on. So Theo Kakati, heartbreaker as we go into the scale line. We'll see if we can maybe send Cameron down there, have a word with Theo, and figure out a little bit more of what went wrong for the man from Dubai, but he's out.
Now, of course, the other thing you mentioned, a kingpin issue for Musgrave at SCUSA. Possibly a similar front end issue.
So
again, the factory team will be looking nervously at the rest of their stock from that batch of parts. I know that for a fact. What have we got down in pit lane?
Theo, probably not the ideal situation there. You had a beautiful lead. Kind of tell me what happened there. Do you even know yet?
I'm not sure. Yeah, the team's asking what it is, and I don't know, to be honest. The kart was amazing. We got a great start. You know, we got into the lead. I could feel that the times were going. The changes we did from last session to this one, it worked. But then, I don't know, something was just happening, and I felt like I was going a bit to the left when I was braking, and yeah, I thought it was just safe just to pull in because I'm not sure exactly what it is. So we'll figure out now. We'll take the kart apart, and hopefully we'll be back for tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get the job done tomorrow.
Well, very unfortunate, but good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Hi, Mom.
Yes, hello to Theo's mum, Chandra, who is American. Hello to Theo's dad as well, Tony Kakati, who is, you saw the Al Ain Raceway logo on Theo Kakati's race suit. Tony Kakati, his dad, Guy Sheffield, running Al Ain Raceway and the UAE Rotax Max Challenge for many years. Theo, a brave smile, said, yeah, the team are asking him, but they're now going to be keeping their fingers and toes crossed. Have they received a batch of kingpins that just two potentially.
Again, we don't know,
we
right?
Don't know.
He
We
didn't
don't know
know either, but obviously
you know,
something in the front end for sure going the way. And like you said, he was a rocket ship early. His teammate, Billy Musgrave, now left running, still fast, albeit not the fastest, but still quick out front. And that's why we've kind of shuffled our way through the field, following now Alexis Baerjan and Arnaud Sabarin. Kind of an opposite type of main event to Alexis's pre-final, right? Getting up early to fourth, fighting to hang on, and then quickly fading backwards. Now he's on the march forward in the midfield, knocking on the door of the top 10 if he can get up to the back of Matt Taskinen, who has faded back. But the eyes really kind of need to keep an eye on Gianluca Savalio lurking in third, because Lucas Pernod, he does own the fast lap of the session, and last lap was decent. He lost a touch to Billy Musgrave. We know how good Lucas was in that pre-final. Obviously, Billy was good as well. We hadn't really seen Gianluca Savalio because he started pretty far back. Again, he was trapped behind, as were the rest of the field behind Alexis Baerjan in those first 2 laps. He and Matt Taskinen got there right as the party was ending in the pre-final in the fight for the win. But now in the main, these three have about 5 seconds up the road to Taskinen, and we'll have to watch the lap times. That time by purple, Lucas Pernod, 52.105. He knocks off a 10th.
It's now or never for Pernod and Savalio. At the end, they've got 8 laps. 8 laps to salvage the potential to win a ticket this weekend. If they can't do that, like you said, Xander, if Billy Musgrave has enough of a points lead at the end of this race. Oh, and Pernod gets that all wrong coming through turn 9 there. He turned in a little bit too early, had to correct. That's going to slow him down a little bit. He was pushing because he just set a personal best lap there. In fact, he just set the fastest lap of the race, but a mistake.
And I'll tell you right now, Henry, if, again, assuming no mechanical woes for Billy Musgrave to the end of this, no technical issues.
If we finish as we are.
As we finish as we are, for one, it's a lock. He'll have clinched it. Lucas Pernod, no matter where Billy would fall, he would need a mechanical failure from Musgrave, and even then would be a far cry for tomorrow. Gianluca Savalio would only have 5 points to the good if he could put a perfect Sunday together. Pole, pre-final win, main event win, and Billy finishes third right now, and Gianluca could at least get to second, if not get to the lead. Both drivers need to get past Musgrave for this championship to go to Sunday. Otherwise, as they run, Musgrave will clinch the title comfortably and be able to be the first of our 6 ticket winners with 1 day to spare.
Yep, and of course, it would be provisional until the checkered flag falls tomorrow. Even if he did clinch it mathematically today, he wouldn't be presented with a ticket until tomorrow. But Team USA are 6 laps away from provisionally naming their first member of the class of 2026. And how last year, Paulie Massimino took the Massimino name for the first time to the grand finals after his glittering career, which he's still in the midst of, you know. How fitting would it be if the Musgrave name, who has done so much for American karting? I was sat at Tucson, Arizona this time last year, maybe about in the middle of February last year, where Factory Karts launched the Junior Shifter, and they gave some of the Junior Rotax and the Minimax drivers a chance to drive their Junior Shifter car, and I watched as the tears rolled down Billy Musgrave's face the first time a young 11-year-old came in, got out and went, "That was amazing." He loves this sport. He's an engineer. He's a driver. He's the all-American badass, and he's 5 laps away from possibly becoming a member of Team USA.
And again, Musgrave would go into that grand finals with some actual experience and seat time in a DD2 package. Paulie won the ticket in a senior max option, was debating whether or not to go, and ultimately he decided to take the plunge. And in his first ever weekend on a DD2 chassis, altogether, 2 gears from 1. He'd never raced a gearbox class, period. He ran in the top 10. He was exceptional. Billy obviously will have these 2 weeks and probably plenty of time to put more laps and development together on both himself and the factory kart chassis. But right now, while Billy's got the lead with 5 to go, the focal point is really for second. Gianluca Savalio, lap by lap, has been trying to inch his way towards Lucas Pernod in the PSL Barrel Art, and the last couple of laps, he has been just a little bit better. At the rate it's going, he would get there right at the finish. He needs just a tick more per lap because last lap didn't help the Delta. They evened back out, but the laps prior he was picking up a 10th to 2/10. So by the estimator, it would be right at the checkers. He needs a massive lap here to improve that closing rate. Let's see what this one is. 4 to go. Savalio, no dice. Even that time by to Lucas Pernod.
Now we got David Cole from eKarting News is here, and I'm wondering, when was the last time a driver qualified to represent Team USA at the Rotax Grand Finals on an American-built go-kart? That's one. I wonder if the Book of Ebery Lider, who is is listening, but you know, this is how significant this could be. I say could because we're not home yet. The fat lady is not singing. However, she has got the mouthwash out and she is beginning to gargle and warm her lungs up because we are now on lap 18 out of 20. Pernod, Savalio driving for 2 of the best veteran Rotax teams in North America, PSL Karting, Racers Edge Motorsports. Those 2 teams have supported this category, this class, since the dawn of the Rotax Winter Trophy, as Rotax tried to re-establish a foothold in North America, which it is now doing. These 2 teams, they know this package. They know this championship. These 2 drivers, both with 4, with 5 Grand Finals appearances each between them. And yet, they are not going to catch. They are not going to pass. They are not going to take the ticket off Billy Musgrave. He's got 30 corners, 1.6 miles to go to make another little bit of history in what has already been a glittering career. The All-American badass has never worn the stars and stripes. Might this year.
Oh man, Gianluca Savalio closing in on Lucas Pernod. Unfortunately, again, the spotlight here for them is the consolation prize because Billy Musgrave is just too far out and away as things run. What a performance here. Getting word as well from, of course, a huge aspect of the media in the United States. David Cole reminding me here, if you have to go way back to an American-made chassis winning a Rotax title, you have to go all the way back to 2006. 20 events 20 years ago. Mike Rollison, the captain of Rollison Performance Group on a Margay chassis in Masters Max. But in a headline category, I'm not sure it's ever been done. And never on debut like this. I asked Billy about the chassis earlier in the weekend as the fight continues to loom back for second. He said, look, man, honestly, this go-kart, you know, you think it drives a little bit different. It's got the axle straight through the motor, right? He said it's easier now that he's got it down than changing a gear on even his shifter kart with how quick he can change it. Senior Max, sorry, for Mike Rollison. So it has been in a marquee category. But for Billy, he said, look, man, we took a lot of what we had from the shifter. It's very similar to that frame. That one's won a chip already. It's won plenty of races. And as they duel it out for second of the line, Musgrave wins round 3. The sweep continues, and the ticket to Portimao has been punched. Billy Musgrave will take the Stars and Stripes to Portugal at the end of this year in his first try, in his first run in DD2 and in Factory Kart's Rotax Max Challenge debut. The American chassis continues to add the accolades, and for the first time in 20 years, an American-made piece of metal is a championship winning frame in Rotax Max Challenge competition.
You know the great thing about records, Xander? They're made to be broken. And Billy Musgrave, well, he's got to get through tech. He's got to get past the stewards. It's provisional with a capital P. But let's be fair, he has been the class of the field. It took some heartbreak for Theo Kakati to give him this victory. However, it is richly deserved. 3 out of 3 for Musgrave, 3 out of 3 for the factory kart team.
Billy, now don't shoot the messenger here. I'm not a mathematician, but it is believed you have clinched the title here on round 3. How does it feel?
Feels great. You know, that time, like I said, we tried some stuff this morning. Realized in that heat race where we were missing it, so just made a couple little changes to put it pretty much back to stock. And yeah, that thing was ripping. I was on a mission there. I was super stoked to see Theo out front. I'm excited for myself, but I'm almost more bummed for Theo. It looked like maybe he had a left front flat or something going on with the tire. So, man, he was gone there, and I was like, man, I'm gonna have to work to catch him. So super unfortunate. It would have been awesome to put it 1-2 no matter what the order. But yeah, can't thank everybody enough. I mean, Justin, Duke, JD, Blake, Ollie. I mean, the whole program we got here, everything's just rocking and rolling, and it couldn't be better.
Well, congratulations on DD2 debut. It seems that you'll be racing in Portugal. Congratulations.
Thank you. That was good. That was a good cook right there. Yeah. Was it a flat tire on Theo?
So Billy Musgrave, 3 for 3. Like you mentioned earlier today, Henry, the factory kart so far undefeated in DD2 Max. Lucas Pernod had a ton of speed today here, Cameron. We'll send it back down to you.
Yeah, Lucas had great pace and even looked like you were able to challenge there potentially for a little bit. Kind of talk me through what happened towards those later laps.
I tried to keep it as clean as possible, but faded a bit in the end, and Billy got the edge on us in the final.
Yeah, is there more in the tank? You know, go back to the drawing board for tomorrow. There's still a race win available, although the title might be out of reach. But, you know, a race win's still a race win.
Yeah, 100%. We got more to do. There was a cheeky gear change in the factory kart, so we'll think about it tomorrow.
Well, still a great result for Lucas Pernod, and head on to the next one.
And again,
cheeky gear change.
There you go. Try always hunting for more speed overnight. Indeed, right? Another day of racing, indeed, on tap. Back through the entire course of action from today, tomorrow. Warm-ups, qualifying, pre-finals, and finals to close out the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. But DD2 Max in the books here today. Billy Musgrave had to work for this one after a pushback penalty shuffled him down the board, but it was no trouble. And the factory kart, the All-American Badass, is going to Portugal. We'll be back with more from Houston.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopBakeHero.com. At ShopBakeHero.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopBakeHero.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsakrakRacing.com.
We all
Little hiccup leaving the grid for Micromax, but it looks like they've all gotten turned around properly, and we're ready for our next main event on the day. 1 ticket already provisionally locked up here in Houston to Portimao for the Rotax Grand Finals. 5 remain across the board, and from the man who's got a have-it-all class in DD2 to the Micromax division, the youngest superstars. We've got the lineup here for you folks for the main event. Let's take you through it here, Henry. A few adjustments from the leaderboard, but not much based on how they crossed the line in that pre-final. Jack Katowski leads the way over Wiley Lee, Max Santana, and Freddie Baker, your first 2 rows.
Yep, Arthur Rhodes and Andreas Marcelo Pena on row number 3. Wyatt White, Lincoln Lima are up next. Then it's Zachary Lozier, Trey Sanders, Maddox Pelletier, and Grant Heckman. Heckman, star of the show in qualifying, down on row 6 for this one. Dusty Strayer, Shep Sullivan, Hayden Sampson, JJ Jashong, Vettel Baker, Kaya Savalboro, Aidan Mainville, and Cohen Scott are your 21 starters. Now, we had 1 ticket decided in the previous race. There's one thing I'm going to guarantee, Xander. You're not going to get another ticket decided in this race. It is too close to call between Baker, Rhodes, and Katowski at the head of the points table.
That's no doubt about that for sure. Freddie Baker, 20 points right now. He has the margin, the slimmest of margins over Jack Katowski. If you took a drop round in, of course, well, that would change things a little bit. Arthur Rhodes, before the drops, though, only 5 back from Jack, 25 away. It's a 20-point swing alone from first to second. So it's a huge shift when it comes down to the Micromax changes in the pre-drop standings versus the post-drop. But even still, it would be a huge drop or huge swing with just 1 position change. We know these three on the bottom right corner of the screen are going to be fighting at the front of the field. They start all in the first 3 rows, but it's Katowski on the right and Wiley Lee in the blue and orange on the left. We're green for Micromax. And so far, so good as they get up to full song for the first time down the backstretch. Wiley Lee with a great getaway. Katowski's back to 4th. Great start for Freddie Baker up to 2nd. And they're going to bottle up a little bit through the hairpins. Single file for your first 5 and then 2x2 beyond them. But Wiley Lee with a getaway. 1 spin at the back, one of the MSL machines, either Vettel Baker or JJ DeShong. And look at that, Shep Sullivan and Trey Sanders and crew all around that edge of the top 10. Shuffling. And look at this here, Katowski with a move to the inside of Dusty Strayer.
I have to say, Wiley Lee crossed the line at the start, well ahead of the poleman, Jack Katowski. Katowski's back to 4th position. Of course, on the outside of the front row, Wiley Lee. Now, what happens afterwards? Who knows? Jack Katowski's got to get his head down now. 3rd on the road. Baker runs 2nd. Wiley Lee heads down the back straight. If you get that close shot again, look how far Wiley Lee's feet are from the nose cone of that kart. He's so short, he's literally, his feet are by the gas tank. Yeah. Look at that, it's incredible. Like I said, short on stature, long on talent is Wiley Lee. Baker and Katowski in the wheel tracks. Strayer, Santana, Marcelo Pena, and the rest. Here comes Jack Katowski to the inside, P2.
Big move for Jack there down the inside in the buckle for sure. Jack Katowski wasting no time to try to get back to where he started. He's on a mission to get to Wiley Lee, the young man from Miami Beach, Florida. 7 years young. He's just barely eligible to compete in the Micromax class, going up against the 2 drivers here who have headlined all 3 of the rounds thus far. Freddie Baker, 10 years old from the United Kingdom. Jack Katowski, 9 going on 10 as well, and just went purple. So he's got kids 2 to 3 years older than him, a couple grades up, and he is fighting wheel to wheel, even footing, although now he's finally lost the edge for a moment, and he's going to gain it right back in turn 7. Great counterattack by Wiley. Now here's the tough one. Crossover, Jack to the inside, little bit sideways. Here comes Freddie, door to door for the lead.
You know, when you're that young, you got no fear. Your rivals don't matter. There's no reputation. You just go for it. Wiley Lee, that move said he drives on instinct. Instinct is one of the key elements to make a great racing driver. Can you feel the move? What do you feel in the seat of your pants? As you can see in the background there, the crowd watching on. Baker has a little look at Katowski going into turn number 1. That was brave. It didn't work, however. Katowski now has to shrug off the disappointment of yesterday, shrug off the disappointment of last Saturday, get the job done today. And he's looking like he's in the mood to just pull away and clear off. Baker and Wiley Lee, they need to work together. Well, the factory kart DD2 chassis is undefeated. The RCE chassis in the United States is also undefeated for the next 12 laps at least. 16-lap main event here in Micromax for the youngest members of the Rotax family. Katowski, Baker, and Lee. Birrell, Art, PSL Karting to Trinity Karting Group conglomerate leads. Richardson Chassis Engineering 2nd. Bennick Chassis in 3rd.
Oh, it is close, and it is still very close, even beyond the top 3. Wiley Lee's teammate, Max Santana, would love to get there. So would Dusty Strayer. Here is a chance to close that gap to the top 3. New leader, Freddie Baker to the front. And now, from what was 1.2 seconds, is almost half. Maybe 5 car lengths, 6/10 at the most for the back bumper of Wiley Lee. Dusty Strayer was purple. Last time by, 5 youngsters getting ready to go at it and do battle over the next 12, pushing 11 laps here as we work through lap number 5. Freddie Baker at the helm, though, here as the sun continues to shine down in Houston, Texas. Wiley Lee with a big send through 13. Dusty Strayer the same. closing up to Santana. This is gearing up to be a phenomenal main event again here in Micro.
Yeah, that Simpson Bandit crash helmet, the throwback lid for Dusty Gray Straya. And there's that graphic. If Santana and Straya continue their current trajectory, we'll have a 5-kart battle for the lead by the time we get to lap 8 out of 16. And Katowski has a little nibble at Baker, and Baker holds on. That's going to allow Santana and Straya to close in before that 2-lap graphic is up. And you can see that Santana is now just about within striking distance of his teammate. Katowski has a look at Baker coming into the boot. Baker holds on. We've got 5 for the lead. Katowski to the inside. No, Baker holds him off through the final corner. And now Baker sets up a good run through the first switchback section. Those left, that right, that Beckett's complex from Silverstone. Oh, and that's Wiley Lee running a little bit wide at turn number 4. Max Santana up into P3. Now the two Bennetts have got to work together, because Katowski and Baker, they will slow each other down.
Side by side, in and out of Switchback City here. Katowski and Freddie Baker continuing to duke it out for the race lead in Micro Max. It's about 4 seconds back to Arthur Rhodes. We know the RCE chassis has speed. We know Arthur does as well. He's been right there, nipping at the heels of his teammate all championship long. Could he start to will his way to the front? Trey Sanders today had to start way back in the field. In fact, Trey again still had to start back in this main. Sanders is up 7 spots right now, back in that 7th position. Grant Heckman had a moment in the pre-final, had to start back in the 16th spot. He's up 8. Both drivers 4 seconds away from this leading quintet, and if we get more back and forth battling, which I think we're well due for, they could get there. Look at Wiley, back looking on his teammate. Not going to happen. Santana holding 3rd for now as they tighten and kind of slinky effect through these hairpins back and forth. No changes there, but what an impressive drive at the back half of the top 10 for 2 drivers in particular. Sanders and Heckman on a move up the leaderboard, and if they could just get a little more fighting, which again, the odds are in their favor as we're just getting to the halfway mark in this main event. Jack Katowski leading a 5-car lead pack out of turn 14.
It is there, Straya to the inside of Wiley Lee. The Paralin, number 21 of Dusty Gray Straya, into P4. That dark green, emerald green, British Racing green crash helmet of Dusty Straya. As there goes Mad Max Santana. He made the move on Freddie Baker, but then had to fall back in line. Sorry to Max Wyland. He was Mad Max Wyland, but it's Max Santana. But he's not mad at the moment. He's marvelous, Max Santana. Up into 3rd position in the number 19 kart. This is the first time I've commentated on Santana, and I've commentated on an awful lot of drivers, and it's always great when a new name pops up on my radar right at the front of the field. Straya 4th, Lee back to 5th. What can the youngest driver? In fact, he said he's from Miami Beach, Florida. The family have recently moved to San Francisco. So they've gone from Miami Beach, Florida to West Coast San Francisco. West Coast Wiley is still P5, and they got a 4-second lead over Arthur Rhodes, Trey Sanders, Zachary Losey. Zachary Losey's got Oliver Bedard coaching him this weekend. Oliver, a very experienced driver. Baker back to the front. Katowski looks straight back at the inside, wheel to wheel. Katowski runs Baker wide. Katowski takes the line. He gave Freddie Baker 2 options. One was the brake pedal, the other was the grass. Katowski back to the front, Max Santana 2nd, Dusty Straya onto the podium. And you know what? Katowski, he's thinking, right, I'm in a tight points battle. Is it better that Baker finishes 5th or 2nd? Here comes Dusty Straya. Katowski's not clear yet, not by a long shot. The new rivals keep coming.
And again, mind you, with all of this going on, now it just continues to change up the points picture. Last time by, with Baker out in front, they were going to be tied. Now, with Freddie Baker back all the way to that 5th spot and out of the tow of the top 4, he is 30 points away, and Katowski would take over command of the championship. But again, Freddie's had such a good opening pair of rounds. If he drops this one, he'd be back in command, but by only 5 points. This championship absolutely is on track to go to the very last lap of tomorrow's main event. But right now, these are huge implications playing out in front of our eyes. Jack Katowski in the lead, and unfortunately for Freddie Baker, a move that has now cost him dearly, getting shuffled to the wayside. I'd love to have another look at it as well as we go to the line. 11 down, 5 to go, and Katowski, with Santana and Strayer and Lee shuffling a little bit for second, has opened up the throttle and pulled to 0.4 of a second to the good.
So Katowski has got 3 karts between himself and his 2 title rivals. There are the 2 silver and orange RCE chassis at the top of your screen in 5th and 6th positions. And that bodes well for tomorrow for all the 3 drivers who are battling for the honours. We're going to have a little look back at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. So Katowski looks to the inside, gets to the apex, Baker comes across, they're side by side. Katowski eases Baker wide. Baker still hard on the gas. And actually, if you look at that again, as they come out of the corner, watch right. Wiley Lee. Oof. Lee was lucky, and Wiley Lee's done really well to catch back up because he had to get on the anchors to avoid an errant Freddie Baker.
Yeah, that was a great heads-up move by Wiley Lee to keep his hopes alive of standing on the podium, potentially even the top step, by quickly crisscrossing the rogue Freddie Baker, who was just trying to hang on for dear life going into the dirt, and then again having all that on his tires. He was going to really struggle for grip, and it, obviously as he did, missed the apex right here at turn 8, end up more in the marbles again, and that whole lap that he lost all the time was really after the moment of going wide, where he had, again, just all kinds of crud and clag on the Avinco rubber, and it's now cost him dearly again. He's 3.5 seconds away. All he can hope for at this point, all he is right now, is Max Santana and Dusty Strayer's biggest fan. He is cheerleading them to keep up with Jack Katowski and fight with him and bring the battle back to his front door. But as they run right now, the best that we're seeing is a yo-yo effect in the gap. At points they get close, like right here. Santana closes back up to Jack, and it goes down from 0.4 to maybe 2, but he just doesn't quite have enough by the time they get to any of the major passing zones to do something. Again here, he'll get right up to the bumper. He needs to have a picture-perfect run through turn 6, through turn 7. Again there, Jack seems a little more planted, and then right here, Jack Katowski, so smooth, so much rolling speed in turns 8 and 9. He opens it back up to a car length again, and it allows, again, him to take the normal line without pressure through the buckle.
Max Santana hails from a small town, San Pedro Garcia. It's probably not very
just
small.
In the outer skirts of the Nuevo Leon city in Mexico.
Yep.
9 years young, Max Santana trying to close up to Jack Katowski. And mind you as well, you saw just flurry across the bottom of the screen. That's Kaya Sabalboro. Lap traffic potentially looming here with 2 laps to go for your leaders.
Now, of course, they did catch Kaya Sabalboro yesterday during the final as well. There she is with that purple kart. It's a TB kart. She's from Plano in Texas. Battle Angel Racing. Oh my goodness me, Strayer, Katowski and Santana come together at the end of the back straight. Santana emerges in front. Strayer and Katowski wheel-to-wheel contact there. I didn't see what precipitated it, but it means that the top 4 have changed. We're going to come to the white flag. Katowski back to the front. Here comes Strayer. Santana re-emerged in second position. I was too busy looking to see where Sabalboro was. Katowski's got the lead back. It's Birrell Art. Bennick, Parolin, Bennick. 1 lap to go. Blue flag waving. The leaders aren't going to catch Kaya through the very fast single line. Hopefully, they will catch Kaya on the back straight. This is nerve-wracking moments for all 4 of these youngsters. Kaya Sabomoro, she hasn't seen there. Katowski will get to her. Katowski will get past. Kaya Sabomoro does a great job and stays out of the way.
And that was a perfectly timed move for Jack. It worked out good for him. He got to Kaya on the backstretch, but now behind him, Dusty Strayer contact! Katowski wide, Strayer wide, Santana wide. Huge moment here in the lead, and Wiley Lee to the front with a huge gap. Can you believe it? In Micromax, chaos on the final lap through turns 8 and 9, and at 7 years young, the youngest age or even eligible to race in Micromax, Wiley Lee will score the win in Houston.
Katowski holds on to second and still outscores Rhodes and Baker. Strayer third. The big loser was Santana. Down to 8. He's not going to make it. Oh, you
heartbreaker.
Heartbreak there.
Max Santana, the young driver from Mexico. Oh, man. Fighting for the lead and the win. Again, Jack Katowski trying to park the bus on the inside of turn 8. Dusty Strayer had just gotten alongside Max for second. And as they stacked up and kind of all got glued together, they washed out to the outside of the circuit. But provisionally, Wiley Lee, in his first ever major championship in the Rotax Max Challenge, is a race winner. What a main event in Micromax from start to finish. A heartbreaker indeed for Max Santana, but these 21 young, aspiring talents put on a show. Let's take a look back at that deciding moment here, the Shop AKR replay of this final lap. Katowski low, Strayer trying to get position on Santana, gets into the back of Katowski, and then the bumpers hook. The rear bumper of Katowski, the left front of Strayer, and all 3 passengers. And Santana stuck in the dirt. The 2 in second and third able to continue, but Wiley Lee is a race winner. What a day, and what a spectacular way to get your first.
I think I might have to get down on a knee here. This guy's so small. Wiley, congratulations, great job. Talk me through that last lap. What happened?
So Dusty went punting Max out, and then after that, Jack went off because Max was right here, and then he went, and then they all crashed out, and then they went driving on the road.
Well, you did such a good job at staying in P4 and kind of learning from the front guys. What was going through your head that whole time when you were in P4?
Nothing. I was just thinking about winning.
Well, you did just that. Congratulations, buddy. P1.
Oh, man, what a celebration in store for that young man. So well deserved. Family and friends, 7 years old.
Yeah.
And yeah, he said it right. He was focused. He wasn't thinking of anything but winning.
Absolutely fantastic, you know.
It's the moments like that in the sport, Henry, that just remind you why you love it so much. And, so cool to see the rest of the grid, right? First up to him was Shep Sullivan, running up to Wiley, congratulating him. again, in 5 minutes, they'll all forget it, all these drivers, and quickly go back to playing football or kickball or soccer or be running around the pits, causing all kinds of chaos. But right now...
Yep, it'll be Hayden Sampson's mum throwing the football to them. That's what she's been doing outside the TB kart tent, you know, just throwing a mini American football. And the kids have been loving it, you know, just fantastic. Fantastic.
Oh, what a way to close out the Micromax activity on the day, folks. The action rolls on for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. You don't want to miss this. Junior Max and Senior Max have a lot to live up to, and a first-time winner, Wiley Lee, victorious when we return from Houston.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So if the Smarty can, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting. March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway. April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting. And May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Well, Henry.
Yes.
Two
nothing,
great.
Nothing going on here.
Yeah, not much going on.
Nothing
no.
going on here.
What a day so far here for Saturday. It has been an unorthodox and a very thrown in the deep end style week. 2-week stint truly here for the KSG group, for Rotax,
for sure,
and for us as well, for all the racers in the paddock. But my goodness, today as well, a cold start. Tomorrow will be much of the same, but this afternoon starting to warm up just a little bit, and the racing has just been exceptional. A huge tip of the cap to all the parties involved and everyone from Speedsportz Racing Park, Race Rotax, and all of the attendees here. We appreciate you all so much for putting on this event, because Henry and I, well, we have been loving it from our seat, and we've got 4 more action-packed mains to go.
Yeah, you know, I mean, obviously, after that Micromax race, there's going to be some of the drivers that are heartbroken. Max Santana, you saw the emotion there. Jack Katowski will be frustrated again, just watching that win slip through his fingers. But when you see the reaction of just innocence, you know, smile, innocence, the love of racing, the way that his dad picked him up afterwards, the way that the team boss picked him up, just threw him over his shoulder and say, well done. That's why, you know, we are very, very lucky to do what we do. Unfortunately, those really cute, pint-sized, adorable little Micromax kids, eventually they turn into juniors. Here we go, the biggest field of the day. What can our juniors do? At the back of the field there is the 203. That's one of the factory carts. The back of the field, Adrian Vargas from Puerto Rico, the Taino Indian son from his family, from the Taino Indian tribe. And he celebrates his heritage on his go-kart. But it's going to be William Vita from Zionsville, Indiana, and Benham Abernathy in the 277 kart from Elm Grove. Then it will be Nicholas LaRusso and Vernon, New Jersey's Darren Kidd. Marco Fazzari and Aidan Hammond, yesterday's winner on row 6. Leo Da Silva, who I believe is still the points leader. He will start on row 4 alongside his fellow Canadian Olivier Chassé. Ava Cabral. It's been yesterday top 10. Top 6 in qualifying, top 9 finish. Can the young lady with the pink flamingo on her crash helmet get another top 10 result, which will boost her confidence no end? She starts alongside Alex Chandler, one of the drivers from the Texas Karting League. There he is on that red, orange, grey and black machine, black crash helmet. That's Iron Rock Motorsports. Again, a team maybe not most familiar in running at the front of national level racing, but a very solid setup. And Alex Chandler is showing that Iron Rock Motorsports, they could be a force to be reckoned with. He's from Houston, so he is on home soil. Xander Clements, the points.
Yeah, let's take a quick look to brief you folks here again. The championship standings coming into today, no drops involved. Leo Da Silva leads the way, 545 markers up on Aidan Hammond. Marco Fazzari, his teammate, third, and on down the rest of the field. The uphill battle begins right now, 20 laps, and it will not go green this first time by. We're looking for the green that time. It was not there, and they will head back around again. It gives us a little bit more time.
Yeah.
The juniors playing into the broadcast, giving us plenty of time to set the stage for you. Let's take a look at that one more time here. Leo Da Silva for Racing Edge Motorsports out of Canada, leading the way to try and represent the red and white Maple Leaf at the Rotax Grand Finals in Portugal. 84 markers up on Aidan Hammond. That's a healthy margin, and mind you, again, this is before drops get factored in, but he has been a consistent performer over the first 2 rounds. There's still this round to go, but a good day today, just like with Billy Musgrave and DD2, could put it away and make tomorrow a throwaway race, if you will, for fun.
5 Canadians in the top 10 in points, 3 of them, Da Silva, Chassé, and LaRusso have been to the Grand Finals before. William Vita has once in 2024. But that was in mini. This is junior Benham Abernathy alongside Vita. The formation looks a lot better this time around.
Let's take a look again. They're going to tune them up right now. The biggest grid for the RMC Winter Trophy. Junior Max is green. And a heck of a start as they get up to full song through turn number 5. Down the backstretch, your first few are okay. In fact, only now your leader's okay. Everyone's fighting to get to the white line. Benham Abernathy with a great jump to start this one good. And as they roll through Switchback City, it is Darren Kidd with some up-and-go juice here to start the afternoon. Great launch for the MDRLN kart to the cheers of the crowd up to P2.
Darren Kidd gallops away at the start like his Great Dane dog Frank does when he hears the tin opener at dinner time. Kidd has got to put to bed the disaster that was yesterday and the disaster that was last Saturday. He's come in now his third year. This is his year. Darren Kidd, if he's going to go to the grand finals at some point, this year is the year for him in junior. The ticket is probably not going to come for him this weekend, but he's got to put down a marker that in the USA, he is one of the leading regular junior Rotax contenders. Benham Abernathy, not a name that usually races in Rotax. There's William Vita, who does race in Rotax quite regularly. LaRusso is fourth, Hammond is fifth, and then Chassé down to sixth position in the second of the Prime Power Team karts. Fazzari, Bassinet, De Silva only ninth, and Cabral 10th. Leo De Silva, he's having his... Well, you're allowed one mulligan. This could be Leo De Silva's. It's going to be hard to see it there. We look at LaRusso passing Vita. The pole man down to fourth place. Make that fifth because here comes Aiden Hammond.
Oh, he's right there, but he's on the outside into turn one. He'll have to try and hang tough, but I'll put him in the marbles. That'll make it tough to get through the S's here. Hammond slips down into line, and behind him again, closing up. Watch for Marco Fazzari. And in the 206, Leo De Silva, again, the championship points leader, needs to maximize this final to clinch today. Right now, as things run, he's still in the good, and we'll get you the official where he needs to finish number in a matter of moments. But as they run, Benham Abernathy and Darren Kidd are locking out those top two spots early. 20 laps, and they've already got a nice 1.2 second buffer back to Nicholas LaRusso, who was arguably the best go-kart in that pre-final, Henry. He was moving earlier today.
Yes, he was the premier karting machine, and Nicholas LaRusso. He certainly had, I mean, of the two twins, the LaRusso twins, Nicholas has had the upper hand over his brother Massimo at the moment, although Massimo will fight back, I am absolutely sure, as the season goes on. There's Leo De Silva looking over his shoulder, currently sat 2, 4, 6, 8th position as Aiden Hammond picks up a place. William Vita has gone backwards so far at the start of this event. Chassé forced him back into the position. Now that could be tyres, or it could just be out of his rhythm, because there goes Marco Fazzari up at the front. Kidd closing in on Abernathy. Darren Kidd, he won an award for the highest finishing regional qualifier in last year's US Nationals. So all the regional champions, they get a place at the US Nationals as part of the Rotax ladder system. In the final of those regional champions, Kidd was the highest finisher across any class. And he's now looking to take a win on, I mean, he's had loads of regional wins as Darren Kidd. National level wins, I can't recall one. Could this be the day where Darren Kidd, he's got the Miami Vice style crash helmet on, and he's got his younger sisters here supporting, his dad Mike, his mum Pam, and Frank, of course, are all here. They've stayed with Mike Doty Racing, loyal to that team. Mike Doty Racing, it's 1-2 for Mike Doty. Even though Benham Abernathy is in hot driver development colours, there's De Silva to the inside of Vita. That could be significant. Vita is now in danger of being dropped out of the top 10, because here comes Antoine Bassinet for Faf Motorsport. Bassinet now picks up a position over Vita. So it's all gone wrong for the Lionsville from Zionsville.
Yeah, not an ideal start at all for William Vitor in that white and blue JHD machine, now falling to the 9th spot. He's got a little bit of room back till Evo Cabral could come knocking for that spot. But here, first look for the lead. The bright yellow and blue LN Kart colors for Mike Doty Racing of Darren Kidd knocking on the door of Benham Abernathy. Two drivers that would be hunting for their first Rotax Max Challenge major victory. Darren Kidd, another look again to the inside there. It's not materializing the buckle. And again, Benham Abernathy holds on, but he dropped a tire there. That's going to leave him vulnerable for the boot. Let's see if he covers. He doesn't. Looking inside. New leader, Darren Kidd, for the first time this weekend, takes over. He'll lead at the end of lap 6. 14 to go. Still a long road ahead of us, Henry, but we've got the chance to christen another first-time national race winner as things stand.
Yep, well, don't count out Nicholas LaRusso sitting there in the red and white of Team Canada. Behind them, here comes LaRusso. To quote Kevin Harvick, a closer, that Kart looks freaky fast.
Oh, yeah.
In the number 299. Oh, there was an exhaust that came off there. That was a throaty sound. Somebody
and that
has
sounded
just lost
up
an
in the
exhaust.
field, Henry. That sounded like it might have been in the top 10. We'll try and figure out who it was.
Well, yes.
But indeed, right now, while we try to figure out who we may have an exhaust that has just failed on, for the moment, the top three now with new positions again. Darren Kidd leads his second lap of competition here in Speedsportz, and it is Nicholas LaRusso up to second. Best he's been so far. He has yet to taste the lead. He could, by the end of the backstretch, with a great run through the S's. This will tee him up for a major run down the back straightaway. Look how close he is, and behind him as well. There's your closing rate of fourth onto third. But look at LaRusso. No question. A huge slingshot engage movie straight out of Talladega Nights for the Canadian new leader.
And Nicholas LaRusso, who at the Grand Finals last year was helped by Mark Baines, Mark Baines, the person that helped Xander Clements learn how to speak Yorkshire when Xander came to Kart Masters.
An unfortunately unaired episode.
An unfortunately unaired episode of
the Paddock Show.
The Paddock Show. Well, some of it went out.
Some of it went out. Part of it. We didn't get all of it, but we did get a good education on Yorkshire and the Welsh accents as well.
Indeed. Here we go. Can LaRusso hang on? Kidd, well, he's led, so Darren Kidd did a hard thing. He managed to make a move, take the lead of a national race. Okay, now he's lost the lead. What does he do now? He hasn't reacted in the way that a more inexperienced junior driver would react and dive straight back in and panic and get worried. He's sat, he's waiting. We're not at half distance yet. He's thinking, okay, let's sit and watch and do some homework and see where LaRusso is quicker than me and where I am quicker than LaRusso. Abernathy, likewise, is just going to sit and wait. He will stay in the slipstream. They've only got a 1.3 second advantage over the next trio of runners. Aidan Hammond, Olivier Chassé, the two Prime Power Team teammates, and Marco Fazzari for Racing Edge Motorsports.
Now, we said that closing rate, that was with a different leader right now. Nicholas LaRusso, albeit he hasn't gotten away from Darren Kidd and Benham Abernathy, but from what all signs show, he's the fastest of the three. Yep. He has significantly picked up the pace of that lead trio, and that has impeded the progress being made by Aidan Hammond, Olivier Chassé, and Marco Fazzari's trio back there fourth onwards. So as they run, the top three are not yet in jeopardy. But again, Darren Kidd, he's all over the back of LaRusso. We saw how quick he was to get to the lead. One of the biggest points that was made to us in the big grid classes from the opening weekend of the Winter Series, and we didn't really get to touch on it last week because all the main events were in the wet, right? And again, yesterday, only got to see so much of it in play because a lot of these main events that we're seeing that have been barn burners were kind of ruined in our fight for the lead and the win. One driver got away or two or so, but as we see the lead change here, Kidd going back in on LaRusso, every driver in a packed grid class, as Benham sends it on LaRusso as well for second, talked about how tough it is to lead. Why is that? Well, look at the exit of the turn they're about to enter here in the buckle, even the exit of turn 9. The exit of this infield turn number 11 does not have an exit curve. It is right on the white line at the edge of the grass. The leader, think of it like a snowplow. What they were using just hours up the road this past week in Texas to clear off the snow from the storm. That is essentially what the lead car is from all of that debris on the racetrack that gets drug on by any one of these 30-plus Junior Max contenders through the previous lap. So you could be a rocket ship closing the gap to the front cars, but once you get to the lead, you're the one clearing the path and setting a nice and clean racetrack for the cars behind. And that's why, again, as quick as the gaps close in, and we're seeing it now, once again, Chassé's group, as it says, within a lap could arrive at the front. Does that mean they have outright pace over your top three? Not necessarily.
No, but it just means that they can judge. You've got that fraction of a second. If you see a little bit of dust being kicked up from the outer rear tyre of the race leader, you have got a fraction of a second, and that's all these drivers need. They are so good, their reaction speeds. You will see them in the paddock. They do the Formula One driver trick with the two balls where their trainer or their parent holds the ball and they've got to like catch it before it hits the ground. That's what they practice. That's why so many professional racing drivers come back to karting, because what does it teach you? Reactions. Reactions, reactions, reactions. The hand-eye coordination of a young junior go-karter are amongst the best of any sports people in the world at their age. There's there's Olivier Chassé. Sorry, make the move. Aidan Hammond, I was going to say, has just about caught the lead group. In fact, you can see Hammond already having a look at Leo Da Silva. Da Silva P6. Is that enough potentially?
Not quite. Not as they run. Benham Abernathy staying in the top two spots is keeping this championship fight well alive. And truthfully, again, Henry, he would need ultimately still a good day, but far from a perfect day. Aidan Hammond, as they run, still in contention going into tomorrow. Marco Fazzari would be the one, I believe, just barely outside of the reach of the ticket as things stand, because Leo Da Silva at 187, no. Actually, if they finish as they are, Fazzari would be, I believe, the last one eligible. So right now, again, this is all based on if they finish where they are. Da Silva's already changed that. He's gone up to 5th. That's another batch of valuable championship points. That's an 8-point swing, and I believe that might, with Fazzari being the one he passed, just make Fazzari too far outside the edge. But realistically, well, I'm talking mathematical scenarios, Fazzari would be a far cry if they ran as the pylon was the last lap. Now, again, mathematically, potentially out. Yep. But the realist here of the championship scenario would take a major switch up in the running order. So if you're being honest with yourselves of outside of a crash or mechanical failure with 6 to go, tomorrow looks to be between the likes of Leo Da Silva, who as they run, if a drop were factored, would have a 20-point cushion, and Aidan Hammond behind Benham Abernathy in third, 36 points away. But a lot to play for, a lot still to go. You can see Olivier Chassé fighting for third, and for the lead, Darren Kidd and Benham Abernathy are trading blows again. Here we go through turn 9.
Yep, Canada might have to wait another day before they confirm their first driver to the 2026 Grand Finals, and that's by no means certain, because look at Abernathy. Abernathy behind Kidd. Kidd not a factor in the battle for the ticket after a terrible opening 2 rounds. But he needs to make a statement. He needs to make a statement to the rest of the drivers that he'll race against in the other Rotax regional races that will accompany the SCUSA Pro Tour this year. Through turns 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alex Chandler, meanwhile, battling with Ava Cabral for the final place in the top 10.
And inside the top 10 as well, now starting to make his presence known. We touched on him earlier with 5 laps to go, back in 7th on that red and white Paralin machine. The 290 of Enzo Di Gennaro is closing in on your leaders. He is up 11 positions, started 18th outside of row number 9. He's now less than 3 seconds away from the lead, and you've already seen plenty of moves for that top spot. Coming to 4 laps to go this time by. If that pack behind for third doesn't fight too much, they still could get back to the doorstep of your 2 leaders and make it a battle. But they just looked like they traded 4th. Was that Da Silva? Yes. Leo Da Silva clawing his way to a better and more comfortable spot for tomorrow. That was another 10-point boost for the 218. Making that pass on LaRusso now. So Leo Da Silva up 3 into 4th. Again, incredible march for rookie Enzo Di Gennaro from 7th. Look at him back there, almost wanting that move on Marco Fazzari. He thought better of it.
Yeah, he did think better of it. Now he looks to the inside. Now he makes the move. Enzo Di Gennaro, another one of the Premier Karting Mark Baines run drivers this weekend. Enzo's learned a lot of new words this weekend. Oh, man. As you can imagine, as Leo Da Silva.
That's for third.
This has been a class drive from Da Silva, because he was 9th at the start and he has just picked them off one by one. And you know, you're having a bad day. You haven't had a good pre-final. You didn't qualify well. You're not starting where you want to do. You're a junior driver. What do? Do you panic? Do you get down? Do you pout? Do you sulk? Do you overdrive the kart or just get all that teenage rage? No. If you're Leo Da Silva, you calmly remember, I've got a good kart, I've got a good engine, I've got lots of talent. I'm just going to go about my business. And here we are on the podium.
Oh my goodness.
There's going to be a problem there. That's a 208. That's Achilles Saperco out of the kart. Yellow flags are scrambled there, but that incident had only just happened. Saperco out of the race. A kart in the middle of the track.
And Achilles, at least smart move off the racetrack and watching as the oncoming traffic, puckering, I'm sure, looking at his wounded machine that has stalled on the outside edge of turn 7. Now, coming to 2 laps to go, Leo Da Silva, willing his way to the front, has clawed the lead down to less than a second. 8/10 back, and you know Darren Kidd and Benham Abernathy are not just going to ride this one out and finish as they are. They're going to battle. The estimator says it'd be right at the end. Da Silva, 2 laps to get there, and it will only increase as they fight for the lead if he can just keep the faith of the pack behind him. Look at Enzo trying to crack the top 5. Couldn't get that move to stick on LaRusso. Still an impressive charge. 12 spots up for DeGennaro, and Darren Kidd trying to hang on. First career national win up for grabs.
And can we say good job by the track crew there to get that Achilles Saperco kart out of the way. Couldn't quite see.
Whoa, Benham! Big move, turn 14, new leader, white flag in the air, 1 to go, Benham Abernathy looking equally for his first major win. This would be huge for the Hoach Driver Development Camp and for this young man from Wisconsin. Benham Abernathy has been so close numerous times. Even last year when we made the trip up to Road America, he was right in the fight all weekend, but it wasn't to be. Could today be it here in Houston? Look at Leo. It's all together now in Junior Max through turn 7.
Darren Kidd's got half a lap less than that. They come through Switchback City. Leo Da Silva makes a move for second. Championship implications. Kidd holds him off. Has that given Abernathy the advantage he needs? Benham Abernathy will manage to hold on, and he will take the fight for the ticket in Junior Rotax to the final day of the season. Leo Da Silva a storming drive for third. Abernathy is a national winner. Kidd celebrates second. And Leo Da Silva, well, that wasn't a ticket-winning drive in itself. That is the type of drive you need to take a ticket. And look at that, the 2 teammates, they can't. Oh, they give up on the high five there, the fist bump. Here comes
a day of first. Darren
Yes.
Kidd, career best, led laps, notched that one in the belt, and now a first career national podium for Darren Kidd and Mike Doty racing together. What an impressive drive for the young man from the Northeast. Benham Abernathy, welcome to victory lane on the national stage in North America with a barn burner move to take the lead in the win, coming to the white flag. Leo Da Silva's valiant efforts have certainly made tomorrow possible, but what a race in Junior Max.
Holy shit, dude. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh my God.
Gives Benham a second to take his helmet off. Clearly very, very excited, as you should be. Now, talk me through those last couple of laps. I imagine you weren't thinking very much, but what was going through your head?
Me and Darren were just working together, trying to get away from the pack, and that was kind of our only goal from the start. We knew we both had pace. And yeah, I just got him in the last corner, and I'm very excited to get a 1-2 finish for the team.
Well, congratulations there. You're very, very excited. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Hoach Driver Development, my mom and dad, and Mike Doty Racing for being here.
Well, congratulations, Benham.
Thank you.
Oh, man, what a race here. What a move to get it done. Benham Abernathy and as well for Darren Kidd, an incredible fight all the way to the end in that Junior Max final. Those 2 drivers absolutely put on a show, and What a way to get your first one here. Take a look back at this, folks. This move coming to the white flag. Benham sending it on the brakes down the inside, Henry.
Just as Darren Kidd moved his wheel to the right to set himself up the racing line, instinct. Abernathy saw he had a fraction of a second to decide to lunge to the inside and make the move. He did it. But what pleases me most, look at the smile on Darren Kidd's face as well. Look at the celebration. Yeah, he got beat. Yeah, it was by his teammate. Yeah, he's now going to wait another day at least for his first national win. But you know what? They worked so hard. The smile from Kidd in P2 is just as good as the smile from Abernathy in P1. There.
Darren, good job, dude. We're so proud of you. That was so awesome. Great job.
Nope. No camera. Where's the snap?
No, it's right here.
We are down with Darren Kidd. First national podium, correct?
Yes, indeed.
How does it feel?
Feels great. It's nice to have a 1-2 with my teammate, and honestly, this is the best feeling I've ever had. I've never felt this feeling in a long time. It just feels good to be here and be on the podium and have a chance to go to Portugal.
Well, it's our first time talking with you this weekend. Kind of talk us through how your weekend's been so far.
It's been up and downs. Yesterday, I didn't have too good of a run. My chain guard fell off in the final while I was going up the field. And last week, my throttle got stuck going off track. So, I mean, it feels good to get up here and actually be able to finally finish a race in 2026.
Well, congratulations there on the podium. You guys watch out for Darren Kidd tomorrow.
There you have it. Junior Max in the books. Senior Max has a lot to live up to, but they're ready. On the other side of this break, we're back with the Senior Max main from Houston.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Engines fired, carts have been released. Senior Max action on tap. Wow, have we had a day so far, Henry. 3 action-packed main events, 2 first-time winners, a first-time podium appearance as well on top of that for a 1-2 punch for Mike Doty Racing. Benham Abernathy with the Hotz DD kit representing them, but pitting under the tutelage of well-known veteran, former factory driver, one of the mainstays of American karting, Mr. Mike Doty himself, and he's got 2 superstar talents that just locked out the top 2 spots. But now the superstars of the Senior Max category are on the racetrack. For Pfaff Karting, Macaulay Bishop getting ready to lead your field to green alongside Aiden Ingrata. And we had a battle really with the fists out, gloves off, it felt like, in just the pre-final today, Henry.
Yeah, and Macaulay Bishop telling Cameron Reed at the end of it that he's, you know, he couldn't divulge some of the things that he learned whilst following Ingrata and a plan for this event, for this particular race. It's another race where the reigning Rotax Grand Finals Senior Max champion could book an early ticket back to Bahrain. Oliver Hodgson, yesterday's winner, he is the driver coming into the day in the best place to prevent that from happening. Ingrata has fallen back to 6th in points. He would have improved his stock slightly with his performance in the pre-final. Here's a look at your points. 55 the difference between Bishop and Hodgson.
90 back for Cameron Nelson, who's been quiet and consistent. Mighty consistent, in fact. In the pre-final, he was creeping towards the leaders. Ingrata entered the day 6th. He's picked up a little bit off that pre-final result and leapfrogged his way to 4th. 1 point ahead of yesterday's original provisional winner, Diego Ramos, but that penalty dropping him to 3rd hurts his chances quite a bit. William Botillier, Ryan Gandor, Ryan Maxwell, Tim Pernod, and Joaquin Golero Pizarro, who has already shown some fireworks so far on his debut weekend at the forefront of the fight, currently inside the top 10. But that's before we go green. For Macaulay Bishop, the way the first 2 rounds have unfolded, he's in the driver's seat to punch his ticket back. He's had everyone having their stopwatches put to Kart 368, that cue ball white helmet.
Yep.
He had to sport a new look here in the U.S. It's his first time to North America's first time to Speedsportz Racing Park, our first time getting to see him in action on our feeds, and he has certainly delivered from an entertainment perspective, and man, has the skill been on display. But today could be the toughest task, even more than yesterday, because another day of learning on the action, on the Power Now Senior Max. Action from Speedsportz is green. And it's good through turn 3, turn 4, and up to full song down the back straightaway. Bishop, your leader early on here in this 20-lapper.
At the start of the pre-final, Paulson and Aiden Ingrata brought them to the start very, very slowly, which pushed Bishop back to P4. Bishop simply returned the favour, brought them to the line very slowly, and has forced Ingrata back to 3rd place. It's Bishop, Hodgson, Ingrata. Your top 3 coming into the bucket for the first time. Cameron Nelson is there in 4th position. The pride upon the clean on the Faf Motorsports kart. Nelson checks over his shoulder. He said he learned a lot yesterday in the final, made some mistakes, learned a lot, trying to put them right today. Looks like you have got in 5th position. That is Ryan Maxwell. Diego Ramos is 6th. Isaac Malkout, we're following Bishop through the first section under the setting sun here, 4:15 in the afternoon here at Speedsportz Park. And Ingrata on Hodgson for 2nd at turn 6. He makes that move. Bishop edges just that little bit clearer. Will we see Bishop pull away, or will he have to defend like he did yesterday? At the moment, it looks like the former, but Ingrata now needs a lap in clear air to see where he stands pace-wise against Bishop.
Yeah, he needs to really lock in for this next 0.8 of a mile circuit, this 15-turn layout at Speedsportz, to keep Macaulay Bishop from running away with it and potentially running away with the first ticket punched in Senior Max from the North American option of events. First ticket truly punched for many of the opportunities that'll arise over the course of the year to fill that grid up in Portimao. And that right there was exactly what he needed, Henry. He had a great roll through the double rights onto the backstretch, and we talked about how good his top-end speed looked like in that pre-final. He closed up tremendously to Bishop, and behind him, a couple drivers taking advantage of that same speed as well. Another REM machine moving forward. Ryan Gandor, and it looked like William Botillier was the one actually making the move just behind Gandor to get past Isaac Malkout. So changes at the back of the top 10, single file for now, but they are tightening towards the race leader.
Yeah, good run from Griffin Dowler, who wasn't. In fact, he did compete in the first 2 rounds. He's making his seasonal debut here with us today. He's up into P11. Now, question. It was evident to see that in the pre-final, Ryan Gando's kart was geared to be fast at the end of the back straight. Top speed, 53.288, new fastest lap for Aiden Ingrata. So Ingrata's kart was better at top speed. Bishop's kart was geared to come out of the slow corners better, which is why he was able to get the drop, as you see Ryan Gando make the move on the number 334 kart there of Ryan Maxwell, put Ryan Gando up into P6. Now, if you're Macaulay Bishop, do you change the gearing? Okay, you got a longer race, but you know what you had was good enough to win, even though you left it till the very last moment. It's a real...
Yeah. I mean, look, he won the race, right? He was still fast, and he won it with the move that was the benefit of his gearing, right?
Yeah.
Right here in this turn, coming out of the boot, having that little bit better edge coming off the corner. And again, your competitors, you know, they're going to try to make adjustments to equally keep up or match or be ready to challenge what you've got. So I think at this point, once you get to the front of the field, you do what works for you. And again, right here, Macaulay Bishop, he looks back. He's going to trust Ingrata.
Yeah.
He's going to give him the opportunity. And I like this move here again by Macaulay because you've got time left in the race and there's a gap behind Aiden. So if Aiden sold him a dummy, said work together, and then dive bombed in the next turn, you know, but more importantly, you have 15 and a half more laps to make up for that. You can kind of take that risk by basically not taking a risk and taking the normal line. And in this case, Ingrata, he's earning some serious respect with Bishop by staying true to his word, at least for a lap. Now, if he, again, pushes him, gives him some few shoves, especially coming out of the corners or is consistently there and then goes by in a lap or two, that's not necessarily, you know, going back on his word, right? He's proven, hey, I gave you a shot. I told you I'd work with you. I tried. I was a little better, so now I'm going to go. But at the moment,
Bishop looks again.
I trusted him once, didn't trust him twice.
Well, he left it halfway down the back straight. You know?
But now he's going to back him up. And right here again, this goes on that risk-reward type of play. Macaulay Bishop, he got Ingrata tripped up there. He started what he hoped would happen, and that's Hodgson to get in and put the heat on Aiden and force Aiden to defend in the buckle. But again, yesterday, Oliver Hodgson was able to keep his cool when the same was being done to him by Macaulay to say, okay, if you're going to defend, I'll wait a lap and I'll pick you apart. And he picked his pocket perfectly right here at turn 1. So now he's given a little bit of that trust and faith in Ingrata, who obviously has speed, to go back to work and see if he can do the same thing. A lot of time left. Again, the drivers behind Macaulay, they're showing the patience they need to not play into his game he's trying to build up.
Yeah, no, exactly. So Bishop knows in his head, with the way his kart's set up, and I think it's clear to see that Bishop's kart, again, it's geared to get out of the slow corners better. Ingrata has a faster kart in a straight line at the end of the straight. So, the first sector of the lap, turn 1 to turn 6, that fast-flowing first 3 corners, yeah, you've got a tight double apex right-hander, but then you've got the long back straight. Bishop has decided in his head, I have to lead coming out of turn number 6, because then the rest of the lap plays into his strength. He pulls a gap, as he's done here. Now, Ingrata will start to close back in. Yeah, he's got the slipstream. Yes, his kart's geared slightly differently. Through to turn number 4, Bishop, I think you'll see Bishop start to defend, because Ingrata's right there. If Bishop does defend, Ingrata's going to make the move and take the lead at the end of this straight, but he can't because Bishop defends. Bishop, okay, now you'll start seeing Macaulay Bishop pull away again. This is now playing into Macaulay's strengths. So it's cat and mouse, and of course Bishop's thinking, well, of course, while I defend, then I know that Ingrata's going to have at least Oliver Hodgson, possibly Cameron Nelson, my Faf Motorsport teammate, to deal with, which is going to occupy Ingrata's mind through this part of the lap, where Bishop can simply use his setup and pull away. Problem is, Ingrata is very, very good at driving a go-kart, and he is right with Bishop, and Bishop didn't get away that much during the slow sections. So now Bishop's going to have to defend right from the start of the back straight, because he does not and will not want anyone else to lead a race. That is just how Macaulay Bishop is driven.
And again, it's one of those aggressive mindsets that you can get away with once or twice. When you race the same drivers enough, it normally nets out in a negative light, where you don't end up winning as many battles had you maybe been a bit more patient. Yesterday, it worked out good enough to salvage the points that he could, and today, again, he's kind of morphing into a bit of a hybrid stance with it. He's not white lining everywhere.
Nope.
He's not overly frustrating them, but he is covering off his weakest point, which is the backstretch, and then even here, where he knows at the end of another major straightaway that he's got to worry about it. But if Aiden Ingrata, if he gets passed by Oliver Hodgson, or if he himself, because he got a good run up to the back of Bishop, if he could time that run a little better through turn 14, he could catch McCauley off guard just like Ollie did yesterday. But right here, Aiden's closer than he's been in a minute. Let's see if he tries the outside. He's going to force him all the way into the dirty side of the track. He'll lean on him a little bit into the corner. McCauley was ready for it. But again, this park in the bus mentality, there's two parts of it that can burn you. One, again, frustrating the drivers behind, but two, giving them multiple tries every lap to see exactly where you'll brake, where you'll position yourselves, and find a way past it. So for now, it's working. Will it work all the way? That's a lot of laps to white line, and I mean, basically we're talking 10 attempts at 15 corners for this field to find a way past, and they're getting ever closer. Nelson now side by side for third.
Yeah, now again, that was Boutillier losing a place to Ramos. Up until this lap, I was going to say, look, McCauley is just defending the one part of the track where he knows his setup is weaker. That was coming down this straight. The rest of the lap, he was not defending. Last lap, he did start defending. That is going to start, upsetting people and frustrating people. And
here's Diego again.
Causing
shades
chaos.
of yesterday.
Yes.
Picking apart the pack as they defend in front of him. Ramos up to fourth. What a race yesterday was. It was truly gut-punching to see that penalty come in for the pushback bumper being deployed on the half a pushback indeed. But it's non-protestable in the international rule book, and what's the bar standard across the pond for any non-US event that, that is the standard. That's the norm. We're used to having that appealable, but not here, according again to the international race road tax rule book. So
they're going to be discovering this at K1 speed as well, where champions of the future
live right now.
Yeah.
3 events. Kart Chaser Red Zone's actually getting tuned up as we speak as a teaser to watch where the battles are for the lead at the best races. And right now, again, Ingrata almost gets something at the end of the backstretch. He had a little bit of room back from Hodgson. That'll evaporate now. And behind them, Boutillier and Nelson are still going after it. Bishop again, perfectly done through the exit of 9, able to open the arc in the middle, and again forcing Grata to cover low while he can open up in the buckle.
Now I could see people being triggered by, why is he defending at lap 10, 12? Well, that's his right. He has the lead of the race.
He can do what he wants
to. He can do what he wants.
And like I said,
he knows what his setup is.
It's one of those decisions, again, you see payoff sometimes, but when you watch as many races, or in our case, broadcast as many as we do, the net sum of those is you do win some that maybe you didn't have the speed to do, but overall, it usually ends up worse for wear on the championship spectrum. And so right now we're halfway through one. He's in command of the points. Doesn't need to win today.
Nope.
Doesn't need to even finish on the podium to have a really smooth run to Sunday. But if there's contact like that, again, if it happens to him, it'll be a problem. Again, Ramos. Are you kidding me? Diego has once again found the gap through the chaos. He's up to second. He was the fastest kart yesterday. Let's see what he can do now.
Do you know something? When you looked at this lead group, you were going to say the least likely driver of that lead group to be the first to get their elbows out was Oliver Hodgson. But no, Hodgson was the first one. He got aggressive. A little bit of a hip check on Aiden Ingrata. And I've got to say, Aiden Ingrata gave McCauley Bishop every ounce of respect. He played nice.
He did. He wasn't over-aggressive. He didn't get into him.
And now he's back to fourth.
And in Hodgson's case, that move there, right, again, Oliver knows he can get by McCauley when McCauley's in white line mode like that, because he did it yesterday. And he knew the race distance was drawing to the second half, was drawing to a close. If he waited, Aiden had plenty of chances. He gave him plenty of chances riding behind him in third and said, all right, you can't figure it out. I know I've got it figured out. I'm going to try it. And Ramos now, as he closes up, Hodgson, unfortunately, is just not as fast. Ingrata's right back around him.
And you know what? Aiden Ingrata, again, good, clean, aggressive move there for Ingrata. So,
Diego was a 1/10 of a second better than Macaulay Bishop. Last time by, set his personal best. The Brazilian, the reigning Winter Trophy champion versus
2 years ago.
Or 2 years ago. But the multi-time race winner.
Scusa Pro Tour champion in K100. He drove for Brazil at the Grand Finals in 2024. Like I said, it's all been about Macaulay Bishop, the pre-race hype. He's the Grand Finals champion. However, Ramos has been doing this for years. Hodgson, he won his Grand Final Senior Rotax title in 2013 when Macaulay Bishop was still in nappies. You know, he has got the best of the best behind him. Ingrata has been incredibly professional, incredibly impressive, incredibly quick. He has got unfinished business with this event, the Winter Trophy. And yet, Bishop has maintained track position. Now things have calmed down. Again, he hasn't been defending the last few laps. He's now got his head down. There's no defending for Bishop because he hasn't needed to. He's got the pace. When Ramos gets to him, though, well, that'll be a new kettle of fish.
And again, Diego Ramos, looking at the comparison, right? Look how strong Bishop is in Switchback City here compared to the Brazilian. The PSL Birol Art he's got seems to have a really good roll speed, but he doesn't have the out-of-the-corner run. And again, on the backstretch in the pre-final, seemed to definitely have some motor miscues, just like in yesterday's pre-final that fully sidelined him. And there you see him adjusting the flap, trying to go to work on it. Ingrata's going to take advantage in the boot, get by him, and now with 4 laps remaining, Macaulay Bishop's lead back up to half a second, but most importantly, you saw it there, lap traffic looming again, and some new faces joining your main group. Ryan Gandor, Isaac Malka, couple of rookies, 6th and 7th, closing to the top 5.
Yeah, they both managed to get past Cameron Nelson. Now Gandor attack, no, that was Boutillier attacking Hodgson.
So William Boutillier, Oliver Hodgson going back and forth. Hodgson obviously able to hold. Back for 6th. It looks like Gandor's had to fend off Malcutt a little bit, and the two of them have Nelson still behind them. Through the buckle we go. Ingrata on a tear to get to Bishop. Look how much the closing rate will tighten into the last turn. The REM Cosmic is digging. Ingrata went super deep there. He paid the price a little on exit. 3 to go. He knocked off nearly 3/10 that lap. New fast time of the race. Aiden Ingrata, 52.831, nearly 3/10 better than Bishop. He's going to have a huge run at him here, and he's going to be able to pressure him into 6th. Bishop knows it, looking, head on a swivel, covering back to the inside. A little bit too deep, though. That'll set him up for some crossovers. Now he's got him, and he picks his pocket. Ingrata to the lead. First lead change all race, and he gets the crossover done in turns 8 and 9. Aiden Ingrata now in command, headed to the main straight with a 2-car length lead. He's got to worry about this last turn. Bishop is close enough to send a diver. He'll cover, and out of the corner, Bishop's got a bit more of a run, but again, Ingrata's got mid-range that should be good enough into 1, 2 to go. Wheel to wheel for the race lead.
Ingrata played nice for 12 laps following Macaulay Bishop. He then got forced back to 4th position. There was no more Mr. Nice Guy going into that move. He was assertive. He was strong. It was clean. Now he has to make sure that history does not repeat itself from this morning, because he is going to, I would say, lead into the final lap. Bishop's lining him up. Oh, he parks the busters, Ingrata. Now it's white line fever. This is where you make the rear end of that Cosmic Kart so wide.
Oh, yes. Parking it nice there in the buckle. Bishop now is going to have to deal with Ramos and Hodgson. Does Ingrata leave the door open in the last turn? He does not. Again, this has been a bit of a weak point for his launch off compared to Bishop. White flag in the air. Aiden Ingrata, fist in the air across the line. Was that it? Did he think that was it?
He thought he had done it,
oh,
and he
no.
soon realizes he hasn't. Okay, he wasn't simply adjusting his glove. I know that. He knows it's still game on. That could have been disastrous.
Oh, man, it was good that it was single file in the first sector. Ingrata now back to the inside. 1 lap to go. Bishop high through 7. He parked it perfectly. Bishop's got the nose down low, and Ramos is through again. Diego Ramos once again has the seas part in front of him, gets the lead. Hodgson is second. Bishop blocking for third. The REM side by side, but Diego's not out of the woods yet. Hodgson is close. 1 car length back, maybe a car and a half. Hodgson will hold. Diego Ramos gets redemption from Friday, and he wins round 3 in Houston in a stunner.
Can you spell deja vu? Ramos celebrates. Yesterday it was 5th to 1st in 3 corners. Today, 3rd to 1st in 1 corner. He'll be looking very nervously at that nose cone, because otherwise Oliver Hodgson will do exactly what he did yesterday and inherit the win. Oh, careful, Diego.
I think he's checked it here. He's got to be careful indeed. But Diego Ramos, I think he knows it now. And you can see, you don't normally get a whole lot of emotion out of the Brazilian. But that one, that was a valiant drive, an incredible effort, and what a finish. Ramos, your winner. And this time, it should stick. Hodgson second, Bishop third, Ingrata and Bottiglier your top 5. Oh, what a race again. Senior Max delivers, and so does Diego.
Diego, you've managed to do it again. This time, the bumper's perfectly fine. Talk me through that last lap.
Yeah, it was a chaotic race again, as imagined. We had a bit less pace than yesterday, but I managed to put myself there in the fight always. And yeah, thanks God we got that one.
You didn't have to start nearly as far back, but still had some really great and tough battles, able to get that over under there. Kind of what was going through your head as you were seeing them map out and getting pretty tight with each other?
Yeah, like now I start a bit more in the front. And yeah, we didn't have the pace we had yesterday, but we were able to manage to be there in the fight, because we know that it's going to be a chaotic race again. And then I think I put myself in the right spot in the right moment, and yeah, we bring that home.
Well, there you guys have it. Diego Ramos able to win today on Saturday. Congratulations.
Diego Ramos gets to celebrate here on Saturday night in Houston, and the PSL boys are fired up. That's a race that'll certainly bring the crowd to their feet and get your crew excited. Let's take a look back at this Shop AKR replay, how he was able to get it done. Macaulay Bishop able to get just enough space to the inside of Ingrata, and then right here, the bumper into the tire just barely as Ingrata tried to cross him up. Macaulay had the brake strong enough, and the contact parted the seas. Diego gets it done. What a race and what a performance. Every single pass he made, perfectly done to pick the pocket of the couple of drivers in front of him. I don't think he made inside the top 7 cars a single one-kart move.
No,
it was always a 2 or 3 for 1. Incredible.
You know, experience. It's just what counts.
What a race for Diego Ramos. Macaulay Bishop led the majority of it. He's standing by here with Cameron.
Yeah, it looked like you had great pace again, of course, and led majority of that race. Kind of talk me through that last lap. No, probably not the result that you wanted.
I mean, yeah, obviously strong most of the race. Led every lap until the last 3 laps. Just made a little mistake and he managed to slip up the inside. But yeah, no, I stayed behind him for a couple of laps, stayed patient, and then saw the gaff on the last lap. And yeah, there's not really much more I want to say other than that. It was definitely on. And then, yeah, no, we managed to consolidate a solid P3, so it's good for the championship, I suppose. But, yeah, no, it definitely should have been win today.
Yeah, and obviously you're not used to racing around these guys, so what's it kind of like been so far this weekend, trying to learn their quirks and what they like and don't like to do, and using that to your advantage?
Well, no different, really. I'm just not driving the best I should be. Yeah, no, just letting a few mistakes creep in that shouldn't be happening. So, yeah, got to regroup tonight, and yeah, hope you have a good start tomorrow.
Well, still a great finish for Macaulay Bishop, and we'll try to catch up with the next one.
So Macaulay Bishop still ends up provisionally on the box. Let's take a look at how the championship standings now unofficially rack up before drops get factored in, looking ahead towards tomorrow. Of course, that race right there for Macaulay Bishop, a third-place result, puts him well in the running when we look to tomorrow afternoon. And ultimately, it shouldn't we'll have to take a look, honestly, at exactly the math of how it's going to rinse out, but it's going to be close. 45 markers before drops are factored in up on Oliver Hodgson. 25, though, if the drops are factored in. He actually loses a little bit on that. However, for Macaulay Bishop, if it sticks here, 245 points, that would be 35 shy of a perfect day. So without drops, obviously a 45-point lead, but with drops, only 25. He may be able to clinch it in tomorrow's pre-final, but if Oliver Hodgson could have a perfect Sunday, he could steal that ticket. It's not locked away with just a P3 finish there. And then the rest of the order, Ramos jumping up the standings. Here's a look at the standings with the drop if you took the lowest of their first three scores.
So the 2025
he needed 35.
Grand Finals champion takes on the 2013 Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion for a place in 2026 Grand Finals. That's going to be a fight. Who likes Sunday? Oliver Hodgson.
Well, 4 main events in the books here. And again, the championship fight will go to Sunday off a barn burner Senior Max main where Diego Ramos gets redemption from Friday afternoon at round 2. And for the second day in a row, crosses the line P1. We'll be back after this.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Two main events remain from Speedsportz Racing Park. For those of you that have been loving the coverage of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, we hope you're going to be looking forward to joining us again tomorrow. A full day of action once again to conclude this Winter Trophy Championship and award 6 tickets. We know one's been provisionally locked up by the All-American badass Billy Musgrave and DD2 Max. Senior Max, we know for a fact, will go to Sunday, at the least to the pre-final between the likes of Macaulay Bishop and Oliver Hodgson. In Mini-Max, though, there's been one young man that has stood above the rest. James Roots, who will lead your field to green alongside Kimo Ahmad with Mason Brody and Hudson Howard in tow, has entered today, pretty much never leaving that top spot, all but for a short period. Yesterday, he had to start from a little further back in the grid after getting into it in a 3-way fight for the lead and the win in the pre-final. Drove through the pack, got to second by himself, drove and hunted down Yusuf Adi to take the race win. That, of course, for Yusuf Adi was big and impactful because he enters today provisionally second in the pre-drop standings and second in the post-drop standings as well. We'll keep you posted on it all, as usual, with Mini-Max. We're green from Houston. And as they roll to turn 2, turn 3, Roots gets away nicely. Brody to second and up to full song down the backstretch.
Kimo Ahmad has two drivers at the back of the field kick up the dust, and that's going to cause the leader a problem coming out of turn number 4 next time around. That driver in kart 113, Kimo Ahmad, he went wheel to wheel, side by side, going into turn number with James Roots. I was wincing there because you thought that's not going to work. They made it work. Ahmad dropped back to third. Roots leads. There's one ticket that's already been decided in Minimax, the grand finals. It was the very first ticket that was given away all year. It went to Alfie Mayer in Macau last weekend for Team GB. Could GB be about to take the second ticket? Whether it happens today or not, Roots is in control. As long as he keeps doing what he's doing, he should be fine. It's down to Yusuf Adi, really, to close the gap. Adi is the sole remaining realistic challenger, although Mason Brody, that's not right. And look at the dust that Roots kicked up, coming out of turn number 4 there after that incident on the opening lap. Adi and Brody are the two realistic threats to James Roots, although realistic is in inverted commas as you watch Roots continue to pull away at the front from Kimo Ahmad. Move for third. There's Hudson Howard to P3, but Brody back to 4th.
So the opening couple of laps starting to give us a clearer picture of who's going to have a realistic shot of trying to join James Roots in the fight for the podium, because again, the top 4, albeit trading a couple spots, have already solidified themselves away from the midfield as they run into the S's here once again. About a second and a half has grown to nearly 2 full seconds from the back of Mason Brody. Now again, that's early going, and right now you can see that the fastest lap is still coming from deeper in the pack. Lincoln Lima got shuffled off the circuit. He is hustling to get back up to the pack and went purple in the process last time by. 3/10 better than the leaders, all the way back in last, a second away from the tail end of the field. So we'll keep tabs on the 115, but up until that point, Yusuf Adi was purple. He was a little better than the leaders. Last lap, first time he lost any bit of ground.
What can Kimo Ahmad do? 4/10 of a second at the start of this lap. There's Cristobal Ricci Olcese, the Orsolon Racing Energy Course driver from Peru. He is holding on to P5 ahead of Yusuf Adi. Yusuf Adi needs to work with Olcese to try and close the gap behind Yusuf Adi. William Starless, Tyler Blackwood, Dutch Westbrook down to 9th. Mace Lasek. It's head side by side. That's a move. Yusuf Adi needed to do it. He gives a frustrated symbol to Olcese, although Olcese, will say, well, what do you want me to do about it? And now Yusuf Adi runs a little bit wide. This is going to slow them down. He wants Olcese to push him, but in order for Olcese to push him, Adi needs to not defend. Look at that gaping hole that has appeared between the top 4 and this battle. This is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, all the way back to the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro kart of Joshua Wheeler. Oh, and there's Blackwood clipping somebody, keep it on the brakes. Well done, Tyler. That could have been big.
Indeed, that could have been really big, Henry, but for now, it's still okay. Most of the field still hanging on. Now with Blackwood sliding down the pylon, Lincoln Lima on the other way, trying to go back forward. He's gotten back up to 12th, starting to get to the midfield scrum. He's at the top of the screen there. The Prime Power Team machines up front. New leader, Kimo to the front here on the Bennick for Iron Rock Motorsports. And then behind him, Mason Brody equally made that move for third on Hudson Howard. So a pair of swaps in our top 2 and top 4 overall, with Kimo Ahmad leading out of the buckle.
Kimo Ahmad came to the Rotax Winter Trophy 2 years ago at Orlando. Has not been back since, although as racing Rotax, he went out to the UAE just on a holiday, did a bit of testing with Mateus Najem Motorsport because Liam's he's got his dad is part Lebanese, born in Beirut in 1982, his dad was telling me, and so they went out to the UAE, and of course Mateusz Najem, one of Lebanon's leading drivers, runs a team over in the UAE, did some great practice, he's got his work together. Mateusz, a great driver coach. Kimo is a very, very talented driver. They're running out of their own private family garage. They've got Mr. Daly on board from Talon Tuning, who is looking for his first national win as an engine tuner. Zach Daly's dad coming into Rotax Tuning. He's a service. He's a bona fide, approved Rotax service center now down in Florida, and is working on just building the inventory, getting used to the intricacies of Rotax, and trying to become one of the leading engine builders. And of course, a national win helps that in no small measure. At the moment, Ahmed, we're coming towards lap 8, half distance. It's a 4-kart battle. Roots looks to the inside. Ahmed doesn't fight it. Oh, he does a little bit. Runs out wide, so Roots doesn't need to win. Be nice to. Doesn't need to win as Ahmed is forced back to third.
So Mason Brody back up to second. It's Mason Brody right now that is the closest combatant to James Roots. Not only does he need a good day today, again, he would need a masterclass tomorrow, a perfect score right now off the back of that pass over Kimo Ahmad to get him up to second. Well, that helps him a little. That will put him up to just a 99-point deficit pre-drop and a 55-point deficit post-drop. However, with James Roots back in the lead, then it goes back the other way. He picked up 10 by getting by Kimo, but again, so did James, and it's a 20-point swing from first to second. So now, as they run, again, it's an easy lock for James Roots. For my math, it looks like third for sure and potentially even fourth, depending on where Mason Brody ends up, will be enough to clinch it for James Roots on Saturday as there's contact for third. Hudson Howard, Kimo Ahmad, wheel to wheel. Coming out of turn 7, neither one wanted to give it up, and both are going to pay the price severely.
It looks like Dennis Daly and Talon Tuning may have to wait at least another day for their debut National Series win in Rotax there. With that incident between Ahmad and Howard, it means that Roots has now just got the one rival left. The number 109, Mason Brody.
Here's a look. We're getting ready to take a look, I believe, at potentially the replay on the bottom corner in a moment. We are going to get ready to cue it up. We'll definitely be having another run at that one for sure, because that is a huge, huge shakeup in the race. With 4 of them, I'm, again, double-checking every bit of the math possible to see whether or not a 4th would do it for James Roots. If that would be enough, again, compared to what he's on track to score right now, that'd be a 40-point swing downwards. Here's a look at the instant replay. Hudson Howard, Kimo Ahmad, tire-to-tire contact, pops him in the air, and again, back goes Kimo down the leaderboard to 4th and 3 seconds away.
I think what was happening, we had a mirror image of what happened between Katowski and Freddie Baker, where the difference was Ahmad tried to brake, but Ahmad was busy backing out of that, and then he tried to cut back in behind Howard, but just cut back in a little bit too early, and that was where the tire-to-tire contact happened.
And again, right now, folks, at the absolute worst for James Roots, let's say he slides down to 4th, and Mason Brody could improve to get the win, which again, Brody is closing.
Yep.
That would keep the championship hopes alive by a mere 5 points mathematically. That's how consistent James Roots has been across every session. 4th with a Mason Brody win here in this main event would keep the fight going up until qualifying tomorrow. Yep. And then again, if Mason doesn't end up on the pole, that would put them in a tiebreaker. Tiebreaker would go the way of James Roots, who has already, again, been unbelievable thus far in the Mini-Max Championship for the Winter Trophy. So this is a far cry, but never say never if you're Mason Brody. Again, with the drop right now, that's how far behind he is, 75 markers back. And so he need a huge upward swing, not only to shuffle Roots down the leaderboard to 4th or worse here in this main, but equally for himself to win this final and then to go on and try to win the next one too to keep the championship alive. I believe with a win, maybe even 3rd could keep him in contention. But it's it's a thread right now that's just barely hanging on for the entire Mini-Max grid, Henry.
Yep.
To rip that ticket away from James Roots.
Yeah, and you know, you have to say that we'll be talking about how well Mason Brody's driven. Kimo Ahmad in flashes, showing such talent. Yusuf Adi yesterday, class of the field this year at the Winter Trophy, come rain or shine, as James Roots. And it's all but academic at this stage for James Roots. But hey.
It was like the worst case scenario for Mason Brody to lose, to get a gap at this point out back, because Hudson Howard and Kimo Ahmad might have been able to keep him with Roots and shove him along.
Yeah, exactly.
But, you know, inversely, and as well, be more carts that he could put between himself and James. But now, Hudson Howard, he's trying to will his way back up to second. He's a little ways back. Here's a look in the midfield. What a fight here. Dutch Westbrook leading. Yusuf Adi, who again, Adi is still in the hunt for the vice championship title between himself and Brody. And then along with that, in this group, Lincoln Lima, you see he's a net down of 2. He realistically is back up 6 spots because he went all the way to the rear on lap 1. He's charged back up to 10th. He's in this pack here fighting for the top 5.
Now, of course, why is it significant about being a vice champion in any Rotax International Trophy or any Rotax event? That's because if the champion, for whatever reason, cannot take the ticket stays with the organizer of this event, and it generally goes to the second place driver. So, if any of our champions who earn their tickets this weekend for whatever reason can't go to Portimao, the second place driver in the standings usually is given the opportunity of first refusal, because the ticket's got to be used, so it has to be earned. You can't just say, oh, can I have that ticket? I did quite well. No. You second in the points, gets that. Oh, and a spin in the midfield section. That is Liam Astalis going round, and he was in 8th. He gets passed by Lincoln Lima, Mateo Pai, Mace Lasek. I think he just came on track back in front of Olivier Aubry.
Man, what was so tame for just a moment. Now we put the spotlight on and we get an explosion here. Another driver, sadly, that'll fall back down the board, but 3 to go. Lincoln Lima, all that hard work to climb forward. Now kind of a little setback there with Liam Astalis sadly fading all the way to the bottom. Yusuf Adi and Dutch Westbrook, they're not giving up hope just yet of getting a little bit more out of this main. 2.5 laps to make up about a 2-second margin to Kimo Ahmad if they don't trade spots amongst themselves. For now, they're working together pretty nicely for 5th and 6th. And if we look at the two of them, Adi and Westbrook, last time by 56-1 apiece. They picked up a couple of tenths on Kimo. They needed more, didn't quite get it. Back behind in the top 10 there, you can see, looked to be Lezek.
And second Wheeler going side by side, Wheeler trying to make a move on Mace Lasik for 9th place. Here is the battle, though. It's the good battle. Mason Brody is just 1 second behind James Roots last time around. Oh, there was 200ths of a second in it. 2 laps to go. This is the best scrap, though, Xander. 5th for the number 133 for Westbrook. Ardy, the 163 Jay Howard car, still saying the Dutch, go, push forward. That gap isn't shrinking to Kimo Ahmad.
It is, just not enough. They got another 2.5 tenths to 3 that lap, but again, they needed more time. We're going to the white flag this time by. Yusuf, at least, he's keeping the faith and trust in Dutch to work forward, building some real respect for tomorrow. And for both of these young drivers, Yusuf Adi's had probably the craziest roller coaster of them all in the category. But Dutch Westbrook, a 5th after as wild as his January has been. I'm sure that'll make tomorrow, the start of the new month, welcomed for the Texan to hopefully have some better luck go his way. He's had so much speed here, his home state's racetrack, over the last couple of events that we've seen. The opening weekend of the Winter Trophy, this weekend for the finale, the SCUSA Winter Series, and yet not really a whole lot of hardware to show for it. And back up front, this kid's got a lot of hardware on the other side of the story. What a performance thus far for James Roots.
You may remember at the Winter Trophy last year in Orlando, James Roots had with different tire regulations, he put on brand new tires on the rear only. of the kart and won a final, the penultimate round, to try and keep himself in touch for a ticket. It didn't happen for him last year. It looks like it's gonna happen for him this year. The Roots is on fire in Minimax. Another win, another step towards the biggest party in world karting. James Roots, now the only undefeated driver left in this competition at the overall championship in terms of finals. Roots is magnificent. Billy Musgrave, sorry, 3 out of 3 for Billy as well.
Indeed.
Almost 4, but Roots undefeated. What a run.
And with that performance, a perfect score at round 3 and a perfect score at round 1. And again, as you mentioned, undefeated in the main events, a winner in all 3. He was only 40 points shy of a maximum score haul over all 3 rounds, and that came yesterday at round 2. And with the result here, provisionally, if it stands, which it should, it will clinch the championship and the ticket to Portimao, Portugal. James Roots becomes our second unofficial recipient of a Grand Finals ticket on Saturday with a full round of action to go. Congratulations to James Roots and the Prime Power team. Your provisional championship locked in Minimac.
James, as far as we know, you are the championship holder and are headed to Portugal this year. How does it feel?
Really good.
Yeah, really good. He's lost for words. He's so excited. Almost a perfect weekend, and even last weekend, able to pick up all 3 wins, rain or shine. Kind of talk me through that race. What was going through your head as you were leading the entire time?
Well, some people were trying to, stick with me, but they could. So I had to push harder and then try and make a gap for myself, which I did at the end.
Yeah, Kimo was able to get around you there for just a few laps. When you were behind him, were you trying to learn from him or just trying to stick with him and wait for your move?
Just waiting for my move, really, and trying to pull away from the others behind the toe.
Well, you did a great job, James, and you're headed to Portugal. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I don't think he knew it yet, but he certainly does now. James Roots, a near perfect score in the point standings overall, a truly perfect batch of main events, 3 for 3, and indeed, he has mathematically locked up that Minimax ticket and punched his way onto a plane to Portimao. We back on the other side of this break. 1 main event remains, Masters Max, ready to close things out for round number 3. You ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
One thing that is really nice about the Micron 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6.
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo. Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kart's on track for the final time today. Sun starting to creep its way towards the sunset, and it's getting cooler, and it just caught Christopher Mann out with a spin, warming the tires up on the front straightaway. Luckily, he'll have plenty of time, a full warm-up lap, and then the pace lap to get some heat back built in and to get himself back into position. He starts just behind your front row starters, Gabriel Zugella and Billy Cleveland, getting ready to lead your field of green ahead of Mann and Noel Dowler on row number 2, Henry.
Yeah, row number 3 will be Dominic Legrand and Mundi Lawyer. Henry Taleb and Simon Protu on row number 4. Sylvain Chenard and Michel Legrand on row number 5. Now, Christopher Mann, it shows that, hey, slick tires, cold track surface can catch anybody out. The temperature has dropped once again because the sun is setting. The whole backside of the course is under shade. So there's no residual sunlight. That part of the track is going to get stone cold.
It'll get slick for sure. It's going to be something to keep our eyes on as they try to build some heat into it. And again, with only 10 drivers on grid for Masters Max, it'll be that much tougher as Gabriel Zugella goes quick to the fuel line, start preparing for the start. He leads the championship standings currently, 35 markers up on Christopher Mann. Dominic Legrand back in third is a good ways out, and even with the drop factored in, it wouldn't change much, so we'll keep it here because we'll wait to see with the drops until after the main. For now, looking into this one, it's close, and it will be close, more than likely all the way through to tomorrow between Gabriel Zugella and Christopher Mann. Now, with only 10 drivers on the grid, you can only make up so many points off the woes or miscues or DNFs of others. And when you have a driver like Gabriel Zugella, who has been extremely consistent, in fact, near perfect, the wins, of course, at both round 1 and round 2, and then building on that with that pre-final win today, he would have a near perfect score. However, equally consistent has been Christopher Mann. He's just close enough that it's really going to come down to the wire on this main event. If Zugella can win it and Mann finishes third or worse, it might be tough and it could be a clinch, but we'll have to wait until we get to the end of the 20-lapper to know Masters Max from Houston is green. And boy, was that a good start for Zugella over Cleveland. He slots quickly into second, and they'll round turns 4 and 5 and head down the backstretch for the first time.
First time under shade. Look at all the trees from the forest here in Houston, outside of the Speedsportz Raceway Park.
Oh, Dowler!
And that is a spin. He just keeps it off the sand.
Oh, you picked it up perfectly on the outlap, Henry.
You know, it's going to be slippery. It's going to be cold. Now they're back into the sunshine. The fading sunshine in the evening here. But I think the shadow, with the temperatures as low as they are, the shadows are going to make the track almost like it would be if it was starting to rain. It's going to be so slick, so slippery. The Masters, while they've got the Masters of experience, the years behind them, this is going to be very, very tricky indeed. Billy Cleveland chasing Gabriel Zugella, Christopher Mann in 5th. Now they're almost tiptoeing a little bit more through this section. Let's check the understeer as they try and get the kart squared away down the back straight. Who's going to outbrake themselves? We could see a lot more incident into this corner. Back end of Henry Taleb's kart stays planted. He makes the move. That's for P3 on Dominic Legrand.
Yeah, you could see them all using a little bit of that excess curbing and runoff at the end of turn 5, where in the warmer conditions earlier in the day, and probably at least by the midway point of this final, you won't see them out on the red and white stuff coming out of the double right onto the backstretch, but they were all on the limit there. It was impressive that nobody dropped a tire into the dirt and went over the limit. But with 2 laps now going up on the board, the top 2 already getting away, battling behind him there. That was Mundi Lawyer with a move on Simon Proto. Remember that he qualified on the pole in that bright-colored Evolution Motorsport livery. He's back up to 6th, but again, he's got a long road ahead. 3.5 seconds already with 2 laps down to try and catch back up to the leaders. It'll be a tall order for Mundi to end up in the fight like he was yesterday, but it's a long race as well as Christopher Mann now makes the move in turn 6 for 4th.
Yep, Mann on Legrand. Dominic Legrand in the black crash helmet, the red and white La Maison Dorothy entered Birrell ART chassis. Can't fight back against Christopher Mann. This is an important race for Christopher Mann. What he does now, I mean, we saw Leo Da Silva in junior have a power start, same team, Races Edge Motorsport, work his way up calmly and coolly. Now, of course, there's fewer drivers in this race, so Mann has to work his way up. He's only got a couple of passes to make, but the gaps are larger. So Christopher Mann, he has to be inch perfect for maybe 4 or 5 laps to get to Henry Taleb, and then another maybe 5-6 laps, depending how quick he gets past Taleb and how far Zugella and Cleveland are up the road. If Christopher Mann, in the back end of the cart, that worries me. But obviously, Christopher Mann feels comfortable being that style. The grip level that he's got, or rather hasn't got, and it seems he working for him. He's the first of our masters to start utilising that curb going through turn number 9. Everyone else is giving it a bit of a wide berth. Mann aggressive over the curb. He's got to make his move soon. He can see Zugella and Cleveland disappearing.
And again, for Gabriel Zugella, if he finishes ahead of Christopher Mann, it's all a bit of a moot point for sure. What an angle there at the full speed, ripping by at turn 15. But your leader, Gabriel Zugella, making it look easy. Billy Cleveland trying to stay with him and keep him honest. And again, Zugella's teammate here, Cleveland's teammate, 3rd and 4th, the HRT and REM duos, 1st through 4th, then Legrand, who will have to deal with Mundi Lawyer probably before the end of this lap. In fact, Mundi, he's closing in, and did he get the job done? He did, back for 5th there. So in that bright blue and the limish green, yellow, and orange multicolored livery for Mundi Lawyer, move him into the top 5. He's tracking good. He's not yet as fast as your leaders, but he is very close. Last time by, only 200ths off the best time, which was set by 2nd place, Billy Cleveland. So Mundi Lawyer certainly faster than the rest of the top 5. The question becomes if that speed can hold, if that pace can be maintained for him over the next 15 laps. Could he start to make some inroads to the top 2? And something just happened to Billy Cleveland that lap. He must have made a major mistake. Billy was right there on the bumper of Gabriel Zugella, and I believe he might have caught a whiff of it, hearing that Billy had just dropped the tire entering the buckle last lap. So your race leader now with a big time gap. Cleveland had to stay with him. He had no help behind to shove him forward or anyone else to bring the fight to him, and now it's a 1.3 second margin.
The main man on the move is Mann, Christopher Mann. He got past Taleb. He's pulling away from Taleb. This is Christopher Mann's first full lap in clean air. We'll compare his lap to that of race leader Gabi Zugella, who will cross the line now. There goes Zugella, there goes Cleveland. Mann is 3.4 seconds behind. 54.6 for Mann, 54.3 for your race leader. Mann is a couple of clicks quicker than his teammate Billy Cleveland. Christopher Mann, hey, if I can't win, 2nd is the best I could do to keep the title fight tight between myself and Zugella, who has won both finals so far. We've got 2. I mean, it's interesting. Oh, and there's a kicking at the dust there, Henry Taleb coming through turn number 9. Interestingly, both the drivers so far that have won all 3 finals, Billy Musgrave and James Roots, have clinched. Gabi Zugella wouldn't clinch because Mann has been so consistent, but he's got to get up to Cleveland, Xander.
That's only by the points, because Gabriel Zugella, as they run, if he wins, right, he would be exactly 30 points shy over the first 3 rounds of a perfect score. Christopher Mann, if he got to 2nd, right, in the overall standings, all of a sudden would end up with a drop factored in, actually closer than where the pre-drop would be. But if you go now, as they run, we can start to take in the dropped effect as Mundi Lawyer makes the move here on Henry Taleb. And so Taleb tries to answer, and this is going to hurt the progress for Mundi. Mundi Lawyer back to 4th, and he has to go back to work again just to get onto the podium. Let's see. He doesn't really have the run into the boot or into the buckle, so he'll wait back in line. Let's see if he can make something happen in the boot, and then we'll go back to going over championship implications, because right here, this is podium implications. Mundi doesn't quite have the confidence in turn 14. He'll stay in line.
Yep, 4th, 5th, and 6th on your screens as they cross the start-finish line. Mann is clear up the road, chasing down Cleveland. Look for Mundi Lawyer. Kart looks very planted at the moment through the fast switchback section, the fast flip-flop section rather, at turns 1, 2 and 3. Legrand doing a good job, podium finisher in round number 1, hanging on in P6. They are 1.4 seconds behind Christopher Mann, who is gradually inching his way towards Billy Cleveland, 2/10 quicker than Cleveland last time around.
So yes, to update you on the championship, right? If Christopher Mann gets to and passes Billy Cleveland and would finish second, he would make up 10 points on those drop standings. He would close to within 30 to Gabriel Zugella as Mundi Lawyer again closes up. But to give you the note, Christopher Mann would then, if he swept all of tomorrow and Zugella had to drop round 4, he would only make up 30 points. He would tie Gabriel, and the tiebreaker would go off the main event wins, which Zugella would have 3 to, again, assuming Mann could win tomorrow and have a perfect day, only 1. So at best, he would mathematically tie, but he'd lose on the tiebreaker. It is a must-win scenario for Christopher Mann to take the fight for the ticket into Sunday, as the fight for third now rages on again. Mundi Lawyer with the move in 6. The answer back by Henry Talib through 7, through 8, through 9. He's back again, and he takes back that final podium or final spot off the podium for 4th, and the fight continues into the buckle. But that's the news there. Your update: Gabriel Zugella, as they run, no matter what happens behind him, would clinch our 3rd mathematical lock on the day of 6 opportunities to go to Portugal.
And you know something? If you win 3 out of the 4 rounds, my goodness, you deserve the ticket, and that is what Gabi Zugella has done. You can only beat the people that are put in front of you. Yes, there are 10 drivers in this class. Yes, it's the smallest grid, but my word, there's some talent, and they have put on a great show. It has not been easy. Zugella is continuing to pull away. HRT Motorsports. They brought in Julian Rivera's long-time mechanic to help there, and there's Mundi Lawyer, and that wasn't, well, he wanted to make sure that Taleb wasn't in no way close enough to do the 3rd cutback in a row on that particular corner. So Mundi Lawyer getting a bit forceful. This is 4th, 5th and 6th. Christopher Mann, he's 3.8 seconds behind Gabriel Zugella and 1.6 seconds behind Billy Cleveland. Zugella has been serene. He's such an emotional character. On the top of his crash helmet, he's got the painting or the picture of him when he was 8 years old, driving a kart in his native Argentina. That year, Oscar Poppy Larori was Argentina's only Formula One driver at the time, and he became Gabi's hero, Oscar Larori. And now Gabi Zugella is looking to try and go back to the grand finals for what will be a 6th time. He's already got 2 podiums. Taleb gets passed by Dominic Legrand. Legrand now into P5. The gap increases between Zugella and Mann by 1/10 of a second. Cleveland is starting to fade, but he is doing enough to hang on to 2nd place.
This time by 8 laps to go, 7 laps to go next time around, 12 in the books. Been focused on the midfield fight and keeping tabs again on the looming gap for 2nd to 3rd. Ultimately, it seems as though the championship, the ticket to Portimao, is well within the hands and in control of Gabriel Zugella. This time, though, Billy Cleveland looking at the gap back to Christopher Mann. We haven't checked in on it in quite some time. We've had the cameras focused on Mundi Lawyer's phenomenal drive up the leaderboard. Now he's starting to really get some gap, get some separation, as behind him Talib is starting to have to really deal with Dominic Legrand for 5th. Legrand was all over him in the switchback hairpins, but Mundi Lawyer's gotten away. And here's a look at the gap between 2nd and 3rd. Christopher Mann last time by about 1.4 seconds away. Again, he needs quite a bit. 7 laps remain. He would need 2/10 a lap to get there. He picked up a 1/10 and a half. It wasn't quite enough that time by. Actually, only half a 10th. He knocked it down to 1.3 and a half. So he needs, over this next lap and the next remaining 6 as well, about 2.5 tenths of a second to get there before it's over. That's a tall order again, and he and his teammate Billy Cleveland going off of qualifying results over all 3 rounds in the dry. I mean, they have been separated by hundredths. They have been very evenly matched on pace. And had Christopher Mann gotten a better start, had Billy Cleveland not dropped the tire earlier in the session and lost touch with the leader, might have been able both of them to have a good fight amongst themselves, but they're separated now.
Yeah, but you know what? It comes down to sometimes one mistake. One mistake changes the complexion of a 20-lap race by one driver. It was one drop wheel for Billy Cleveland. Now, you know, would he have still be sitting on Gabby Zugella's rear bumper on lap 15 out of 20 without that mistake? Possibly not. However, he would have had another 6 or 7 laps, I'm sure, where he would have been close enough to challenge Zugella, to make Zugella defend, maybe to bring Christopher Mann into play. Ifs, buts, and maybes. 3 of the biggest words in the entire motorsport lexicon of language. Ifs, buts, and maybes. They don't win races. They don't win tickets to the grand finals. Gabby Zugella so far hasn't put a wheel wrong. I say so far because we have seen karts drop out of mechanical issues. We have seen, drivers like the experienced Billy Cleveland drop a wheel. The temperature continues to plummet.
And the
more
closing
and more
rate in the draft too,
Yeah.
right? All he's got to do is get within about 8 tenths and it will accelerate. That lap was good. He got it, got him by 2 full tenths and some change. 2 tenths and a hundredth to boot for Christopher Mann. Time is of the essence. The sun is now fully beyond over half the surface. And with 5 laps on the board, 4 to go at the line, Christopher Mann, sadly the ticket, the championship will be just out of reach. But boy, could he make a heck of a statement here for the potential race win tomorrow if he could get up and be second best on Saturday, getting by his teammate, 68 years young, Billy Cleveland, having a heck of a job here in the Masters class once again and looking to get onto the podium after he absolutely had the speed to do it yesterday, Henry.
Yeah, he is. Billy Cleveland is driving the fastest set of golf clubs I have ever seen. He simply cannot walk away from this sport and be just a spectator. I think Billy Cleveland, when he eventually decides that, he can't do this at this level anymore, he would be an absolute asset to any stewarding panel. Have a driver on the stewarding panel to assess incidents. Nobody has raced more than Billy Cleveland. Has he got one more podium this weekend in him? Has he got a final flourish as the sun sets on today's racing? The sun sets on the DD2 Championship. The sun has possibly already set on Christopher Mann's title chances. The sun is not setting on Billy Cleveland's karting career. He has had more retirements than Mike Tyson. He keeps coming back. He's P2. He was 30 years old when Christopher Mann was born, and he was racing then at the highest level. He's still racing now. This is going to be a battle. It's going to be for P2. We're on lap number 18. Mundy Lawyer watches from a distance. Gabby Zugella is the way at the front. Let's just watch. 2 of the best for the USA have produced. Mann, the grand finalist last year. Cleveland, just simply one of the best.
And again, we talked about the closing rate between the 2 of them, but how about the driver that just went purple last time by? Mundy Lawyer flying right now. Fastest kart on the racetrack, 54 flat. That was more than half a second better than your race, or 4 tenths better than your race leader. A couple of tenths better than these 2. He's closing the gap tremendously. If this battle really opens up, he could play spoiler to what could be an REM double podium. And believe it or not, again, Cleveland's first time on the box here over the course of these first 3 rounds of the Winter Trophy. He was, again, on pole for round 1, on the front row for round 2, and in neither case, in fact, in yesterday's main event, he was on the podium up until the last couple of laps. He just would love to get some hardware here to go into Sunday and then reset, go to work tonight, try to find a little bit more to bring the fight to Gabriel Zugella. He was close, and it sounds like there's something amiss on track. It sounded like one kart that just flurried by. Oh, Cleveland with a mistake. Drops the tire again out of turn 9. And now Mann has another chance at him. A run out of the corner. They'll drag race. Wheel-to-wheel action here for second.
Cleveland I think he got a little bit spooked. Mann stuck his nose at the inside coming through turn number 9. Cleveland giving Mann his teammate racing room. Just dropped that left rear wheel onto the dirt. Almost disaster again. The kart control, the reactions, the muscle memory of over 40 years, nearly 50 years in the kart for Billy Cleveland. In fact, more than that, 1971, 55 years since Billy Cleveland first sat in a go-kart. Muscle memory, instinct, just saved him there. Man is quicker. Cleveland, though, that wily old campaigner. Let's see. Oh! Christopher Mann overcooks it. And that could help. Well, that's game over for the title. Gabi Zugala will take Argentina to the grand finals in DD2M Max. Can Mann make it on the podium? Here's your winner. Here is your provisional champion.
Gabriel Zugala to Portugal in Masters Max, and in the fight for third, Mundy gets it. Mundy Lawyer, the Peruvian, 59 years young for Mundy. On the last lap, gets the better of Christopher Mann. My goodness, what a race here. But Gabriel Zugala, Gabi, is headed to Portimao with the third consecutive win, our third of 6 divisions where one driver has swept all of the main event wins. And in the most dominant fashion of all 3 divisions, Gabriel Zugala is officially clinched as your Masters Max Grand Finals ticket recipient and champion. Congratulations, Team Argentina. You got your first for the boys in blue and white to head to Portugal at the end of the year.
Bien, amigo. Bien. Saludos.
Saludos. Gabi, I know you don't speak much English, so we'll let you talk in your language, but you're going to Portugal. Congratulations. What would you like to say to your family and friends?
Bueno, gracias por las felicitaciones. Estoy muy contento. Tuvimos unas buenas 3 finales, pudimos ganarlas todas. Así que bueno, contento por mí, por mi equipo, por mi mujer que está acá siempre bancándome. Y bueno, por toda la gente que está hinchando desde Argentina para que salga todo bien.
Well, congratulations.
Bueno, gracias. Un saludo a HRT Motorsport, que bueno, hizo posible esto también. Así que nada, gracias a todos.
So Gabriel Zugala, Gabi, perfect in all 3 Masters Max mains as the sun begins to set fully here from Speedsportz Racing Park in Houston, Texas. A great, action-packed day of racing, Henry. A smile from ear to ear for both of us. What
Absolutely.
A day of entertainment here.
Yeah, really, really good. You know something? Last weekend, that was an anomaly in every single way with the weather. This weekend, yesterday and today, has made up for it. 3 classes down, 3 to go. It means that we've had a grandstand day today, and we are all set for a grandstand day tomorrow.
Oh, man. What a great day today was truly here, folks. We hope you've enjoyed all the coverage. Henry and I certainly have. A huge thanks, as always, to the KSG Rotax USA crew, the SR8 karting crew as well joining, helping putting on this event, the Speedsportz Racing Park officials, and our incredible Kart Chaser production team that have weathered all the conditions over the first 3 rounds. It's another full day of on-track activity tomorrow, and the coverage continues tonight with podiums and the semifinals of the tire-changing competition hosted by Henry, of course. For Henry Bodette, Cameron Reed, myself, Xander Clements, and everyone here in Houston, thank you for watching, and hopefully you'll stick with us. But if not, we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for round number 4.
The 2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting, March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway, April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting, and May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you gotta create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
me down again.
tacos for lunch, and so I think we're good.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please.
Tell them we're starting.
They know.
Wyatt, thank you, thank you. We're going to get things underway with the round 3 trophy presentation. We hope that you all stay afterwards for the tyre changing contest. But trophy presentation for round 3 of the 2026 Rotax Winter Trophy. We start with Micromax. Now, at the end of the Micromax final, there was a couple of penalties, a jump start, and another couple. So the order is not quite the same that we finished on the circuit. However, finishing in 3rd position, the youngest driver at the Rotax Winter Trophy 2026, driving for Team Bennett. It's Wiley Lee. And Wiley was so keen to get the race started, he didn't wait to pull man. So we got a jump start, but hey, well done. First National Series trophy for Wiley Lee. Finishing in 2nd position, driving for Richardson Chassis Engineering, yesterday's winner, Freddie Baker. And eventually, taking the win, his 2nd win, it's still a 3-way title fight between Jack Katowski, Freddie Baker, and our next driver, our winner, driving for Richardson Chassis Engineering, Arthur Rhodes. So ladies and drivers, trophies in the air please. We are live on Kart Chaser. Your Micromax podium for round 3 of the Rotax Winter Trophy. Thank you very much, Wiley. I'm sure the first of many. Arthur, Freddie, and Jack will go for the ticket tomorrow. Now we move on to Minimax, and finishing in 3rd position, driving for J. Howard Driver Developments, Hudson Howard. No, Hudson, that was before the penalty was smashed. Oh, sorry. Well done, Hudson. Finishing in 2nd position, I think one of his first national level podiums, driving for Ryan Perry Motorsport, it's Mason Brody. Very good, Mason. Just put that one in there so you can see number 2. Well done. But your winner. Now, we don't hand out any of the grand final tickets until tomorrow. However, 3 wins out of 3. Mathematically, he cannot be caught. So, your Minimax winner today, driving for Prime Power Team, representing the United Kingdom, it's James Roots. "72 Minimax tickets are available. The first one was won last weekend in Macau. It also went to a Team UK driver, Alfie Mayer. The first two Minimax ticket holders both belong to Team UK. Well done, James. We'll confirm you as champion tomorrow. 3 wins out of 3. Trophies in the air again. Big smile. Ladies and gentlemen, your Minimax podium. We now move on to Junior Rotax, the biggest field of the day, and the closest finish at the end. The top 7 finishers separated by exactly 1 second. Finishing in 3rd position, our championship leader for Racing Edge Motorsports, Leo Da Silva. A great drive in the final, but the top 2 separated by just 0.2 of a second, finishing in P2, his first National Series podium, driving for Mike Doty Racing, it's Darren Kidd. But your race winner, a maiden national level victory for the one driver that could possibly take the ticket off Leo Da Silva tomorrow. He represents the United States, Hope's Driver Development and Mike Doty Racing. It's Benem Abernathy. There are several other drivers still in with a mathematical chance, but realistically, tomorrow it is between Benem and Leo for the ticket to Portimao. Well done, drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, your Junior Rotax podium. Now we move on to Senior Rotax. Another fantastic final. The top 3 finishers crossing the line, separated by 0.8 of a second. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for Bath Kart Sport, the reigning Grand Final Senior Rotax champion, Macaulay Bishop. Finishing in 2nd position, the one driver that can stop Macaulay from taking the ticket tomorrow. When Macaulay was 5 years old, this driver was winning his Senior Rotax Grand Finals in New Orleans, driving for Factory Karts. It's Oliver Hodgson! Tomorrow will be a head-to-head battle, master versus apprentice for the ticket. But that is to take nothing away from our winner. Another magnificent drive for the 2024 Rotax Winter Trophy champion, representing Brazil, driving for PSL Karting, Diego Ramos. Yesterday, Diego went from 5th to 1st in 2 corners. Today, only 3rd to 1st in 1 corner. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, tomorrow, Oliver Hodgson and Macaulay Bishop will, in all likelihood, fight it out for the Grand Final ticket. Your Senior Rotax podium.
Sorry, I didn't know you were waiting. Yeah. We can stall more next time. Yeah. That way we don't want burgers.
Now on to DD2. Rotax's ultimate class. Finishing in 3rd position. He has been to the Grand Finals 5 times already. Driving for Racing Edge Motorsport for Canada, Gianluca Savoglio. You are the man, Gianluca, apparently. Finishing in 2nd position. He took pole position earlier on. It's another podium for a 5-time Grand Finalist from Canada, PSL Karting's Lucas Pernod. But your winner, and first, a reminder. In 2006, Mike Rollinson got a ticket to the Grand Finals in Braga, Portugal, driving a Margay chassis, an American-built go-kart. Since then, nobody has ever gone to the Grand Finals qualifying on an American-built frame. Until today, your winner and first unofficial member of Team USA, Billy Musgrave. And the factory kart DD2 chassis remains undefeated after 3 main events. And Billy, I have to say, you will enjoy the Grand Finals, and the Grand Finals will enjoy having you there representing Team USA. Congratulations! And now on to Masters. We have 3 classes to go tomorrow to decide the ticket. 3 tickets were decided today, provisionally. Masters was the 3rd of those categories. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for Evolution Racing, representing Peru, it's Mundi Loya. Mundi has a previous Grand Finals appearance for Peru. Our next driver also has a previous Grand Final appearance for Team USA. He is the longest serving American driver in karting. He has been racing since 1971, and he is still racing at the very top level. Please put your hands together for today's runner-up, Racing Edge Motorsports, Billy Cleveland. After I pick him up like that, if he's not here, if he's having a nap because he's 68, then I'm going to be, I can't swear again, I'm going to be upset. Okay, Billy Cleveland is there. His aura is there. But your winner, he took his first Grand Finals podium in Portimao 2015. He took his second Grand Finals podium in Bahrain in 2025. He gets to go to Portimao to try and get a 3rd Grand Finals podium for his home country, Argentina. Today's winner, HRT Motorsports, Gabi Zughela. Of course, all results today remain provisional. Tomorrow, we crown 3 more official ticket winners. Please don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We have the tyre changing contest coming right up. Your Masters podium, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Now, if we could just start assembling the tire changing area. Nahul, is he here? First of all, we need Raphael to come forward. Raphael from PSL, Josh from REM, and Juan for HRT. Raphael was here. Raphael, Josh, come forward. Juan, come forward. Nahul. Jay Howard, driver developments. Not here. Right. This could cause an issue. Now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting. March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway. April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting. And May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Diego, the little tires, because he's... Oh! I tell you what, no. You got to do one of each. Come on. Got to do one of each. Let's be fair. Can I just say thank you to Diego and to Ollie? We're just strategizing. Okay, Raphael, are we ready now? Diego, we ready? No. Ollie, we ready? Yep. In 3, 2, 1, go! Right. Hodgson, get his tire. Raphael's going well there at the side. He's got the front 2 rims on to start with. Diego is doing very well. He's not just a driver and a driver coach. He's a mechanic as well. It's a little blighter, that one, isn't it? Ollie's got, we got tyre off, half done here. Hodgson's on a flyer. Hodgson's on a mission. There we go. Here we go. Hodgson's done. Come on, Diego. Come on, Diego. Don't you help him out there, Mr. Hodgson. We're racing. Go on in. Come on then, you can help him, Ollie. There we go. 1 to go. Diego. Come on. Oh, just out there. Raphael goes through to the final. What a great sport. Ollie Hodgson, Diego Ramos. Thank you very much indeed, guys. Thank you so much. Raphael, you're through to the final. Actually, we have a third place trophy. So the two losing semi-finalists go through to have a third place playoff. So Diego and Oliver will go into the third place playoff. They still might get a trophy. Can we please have Josh from Racing Edge Motorsports and Juan from HRT Motorsport to come forward. So Diego and Ollie, you go in for the bronze medal match because there is a third place trophy. There we go. We should have to split between you if you win it. There we go. Right then, our second semi-final. Fastest in qualifying was Juan from HRT. Watch for the foot technique. Oh, hang on, Diego, did you read something behind here?
I'm scared about that. Come on, Josh, no joshing around.
There we go.
I know, right?
Josh, veteran competitor of tyre changing, hasn't been to the grand finals to do the proper tyre changing contest. Get a better driver. That's right. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, top down. So Juan, different start, different style. He puts the tyre on over the rim. So he's actually putting the pressure of his hands on the rubber, not the metal. Halfway through now, Josh is doing one at a time. So Josh is doing a different style. Now Juan's coming a little bit unstuck. This is going to be Josh's chance to pick up some speed. One rear rim down.
No.
For Juan. Josh is almost halfway through. Josh is almost halfway through. 1 to go. He's got his foot stuck in the rim. No, that's it. Oh, wait,
How the fuck?
Okay. Well, so Juan, Raphael.
Dude, the way he was doing it, I was like, how the heck am I even going to do that?
We have the bronze medal match, which we're going to do now.
I can take on the drivers.
Okay, bronze medal match. Sean Scott from Kart Solutions Group, please. Can we show the competitors? Diego, Ollie, back you come. Back you come. This is the prize. Third, craftsmanship. Craftsmanship. This is what we've got now. Well, take a breather, Josh. Take a breather, Josh. You got this. You got this. Okay, our drivers, our lucky losers, our drivers, third place.
I'm hoping so.
Can we have some support?
If I lose them, I should leave.
For Oliver Hodgson, Diego Ramos. Can we have some Canadian support for Josh and Racing Edge Motorsports? There we go. Right, the prize is there. In 3, 2, 1, go! Right, Hodgson proved himself to be in again. Hodgson's doing the rear tyres, Ramos doing the front tyres. This is for the bronze medal trophy. Josh from REM doing the full tyre on, full tyre off method. Where's all the young drivers here? Now this is what we're watching, this is what we're supposed to do. Young Jack Katowski is watching. Oh, Diego's done his bits. Oliver's done his bits. We've got a third place winners, Diego Ramos and well done, Diego Ramos, third place. Oliver Hodgson, Diego Ramos, well done, Josh. Thank you so much. Well done, unlucky. Well done.
Josh.
Well done. But again, these were the last things. So a third of our original competitors, Josh finishes good. But you know what? Thank you so much. And can I say that there's a young man here, Jack Katowski, your driving coach is very good at everything. Well done, well done. Thank you very much, drivers. Thank you. Now it's on the final. The final. Please step forward from PSL Karting, Raphael. And from HRT Motorsport, Juan.
Ándale, ándale.
Now, hang on a sec. So, we've got a bunch of people from HRT. Everyone from PSL, get over to the PSL side. Let's go over to the PSL side. The factory drivers are just like, we'll just stay out the way. We've done our bit. Right. So, here we go. Juan, HRT, your supporters. For the trophy and a cash prize of $200 in 3, 2, 1, go! Raphael was the winner of the Mojo Tire Championship. Came second, lost to a world record time. This is not a Mojo, these are Envico tyres, so it's not an official time contest in terms of Mojo. I tell you what, it's neck and neck at the moment. Let's have some support. Let's have some cheering. This is close. Artificial Josh is watching. One to go. One time. Raphael, PSL Carding. Oh, okay. Hang on a second. Whoa, an official presentation. Hang on a second. Whoa, first of all.
Hey, Johnny!
Juan.
Howdy, Johnny.
Your runner-up in the 2026 Rotax Win the Trophy Tire Changing Contest. P2 finish. Juan for HRT Motorsports. There's your trophy, thank you, Josh. But your winner from PSL Carding, Raphael John Scott, please. The bespoke trophy and $200.
Hey, Johnny.
Can I just say thank you for your support, thank you for staying, thank you for having a bit of fun and getting out of your comfort zone in some respects. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. See you tomorrow morning.
Hey, good. I go like this, you should like this. Aqui é o pai, filho. Aqui é o pai, caralho. Ô, tá tirando. Tá tirando malandro. Hã? Ah, eu quero uma foto com você.
Good night.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.